the grave. Shame is a robber, and he's come to take my name. Oh, love is my redeemer, lifting me up from the ground. Love is the power where my freedom song is found. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. But when I hear that drum sound, I'm gonna rise up out of the ground. No grave gonna hold my body down. Oh, fear is a lie, it's a smooth and velvet tongue. Fear is a tyrant, it's always telling me to run. Oh, love is a resurrection, and love is a trumpet sound. Love is my weapon, I'm gonna take my giants down. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. When I hear that trumpet sound, I'm gonna rise up out of the ground. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. Oh, there was a battle, a war between death and life, and there on a tree, the Lamb of God was crucified. Then he went on down the hill to back every knee. He rose to the last lion, and he said the captives free. There ain't no grave could hold his body down. There ain't no grave could hold his body down. When he heard the trumpet sound, he rose up out of the ground. There ain't no grave could hold his body down. He walked out of the grave, I'm walking too. If you walked out of the grave, I'm walking too. Hey, if you walked out of the grave, I'm walking too. If you walked out of the grave, I'm walking when the trumpet sound, I'm gonna rise up out of the ground. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. There ain't no grave gonna hold my body down. I wasn't even up here. How are y'all doing tonight? Oh my goodness. It's I had to run in here to get this started. I made a stew for all of us, and the dog was going nuts. And I thought she wanted outside. Nope, she went straight to the stove. She wanted a bowl too. So I had to get her some. Hope everybody's doing well. White Life, Pamela, Navy Vet. The Navy Vet, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hope you got some of that fixed. Goodness, broken pipes are no joke. Cheryl, Al, Mary, 420. It's good to see all y'all. Daniel, Mike B, Mary, Donna. Yeah, I found that song and I was like, oh, I really like this. And I looked and I said, and it's a cover. I think I can play it. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. So a lot of y'all were probably over there at Carl's last night, and I had actually been working on this before all that happened. And it was, I was just looking into what's the difference between Protestants and Christianity. And then after that, I was like, there have been so many arguments about Christianity, about our beliefs, about, I don't know. So the responses last night kind of threw me. Big Home, good to see you, Gmo Merkel. Gotta have a peek at what? Oh, at that? Okay. But I don't see how you can be or call yourself a loving Christian and wish people dead. It just doesn't go together. Yeah, I don't know about Scientology. Anyway, so here's some things that I found. Protestants have many of the same beliefs as other Christians, but there are some doctrinal differences. Some core beliefs of Protestants include the Bible,
The Bible is the ultimate religious authority and truth. Protestants believe the Bible should be available in the language of the people. Justification by faith alone. Protestants believe that salvation is achieved through faith in Jesus Christ and the grace of God, and not through human efforts. Hey, Carl, good to see you. Like living morally or performing rituals. This belief is known as solidified, which means by faith alone. The universal priesthood of believers. Protestants believe that all Christians are priests and can communicate directly with God. This belief implies that Christians have the right and duty to read the Bible in their own language and participate in the church's government and public affairs. Grace alone. Protestants believe that a person's value comes from God's free gift of love and not from their qualities, merits, or social position. And it says Christianity was introduced with the first European settlers beginning in the 16th and 17th centuries. Colonists from Northern Europe introduced Protestantism in its Anglican and Reformed forms to Plymouth Colony, Massachusetts, Bay Colony, New Netherlands, Virginia Colony, and Carolina Colony. The first arrivals were adherents to, oh my goodness, Anglicanism, Congregationalism, Presbyterianism, Methodism, the Baptist Church, Calvinism, Lutheranism, Quakerism, Anabaptism, and the Moravian Church from British, German, Dutch, and Nordic stock. America began as a significant Protestant majority nation. Significant minorities of Roman Catholics and Jews did not arise until the period between 1880 and 1910. So there were, that sounds like when all the churches started, and it goes Puritans and witchcraft. It's a lot to read. I know y'all don't want to hear all of it, but so religion is the attempt by humans to reach God, while Christianity is centered on the relationship between God and humanity. Religion involves human effort to become acceptable to God or to give meaning to life. Religions often involve rituals, sermons, and the worship of a deity. The goal of religion is to obtain perfection, an afterlife, or divine approval. Focuses on the relationship between the Creator God and humanity. Excuse me. Christianity teaches that God came to us in the person of Jesus Christ, and that Christians should examine themselves based on what God says about them. Christian practices include Sunday worship, services, prayer, reading the scriptures, and participation in sacraments like baptism and communion. Pepper 101, good to see you. In most religions, humans are the aggressors, and most earn God's favor through good deeds. In Christianity, God initiates the relationship and reaches down to humanity. In religion, people do good works to impress God and others. In Christianity, people do good works to reveal God to the world. Other religions teach that people must earn their way to God. Christianity teaches that God came to us and that Jesus died for us before we did anything for him. So the reason that I went there is because it can get confusing to me. And so I've tried a lot of churches, and the we're all on our own path. And for somebody to judge another of where they're at on that path, I think is wrong. But I'm just seeing a lot of judgment. I'm seeing arguing about it and um, condemning. I know for me personally, it's if I'm doing something bad, I'm going to feel conviction in my heart. I have, and I'm hoping that it'll continue that way. I know that if I'm making a huge decision or really anything, if it involves making a change in my life, I ask for guidance. And what I have experienced is that guidance comes in the form of things just start happening to lay it out for a good outcome for all of us. I mean, I have to think of my whole family, the group of us. So, yep, that's where I'm at. And I'm going to drop the link. If anybody dares to come up, and we don't, Wildlife, Carl, I saw y'all. Ronan, if you're listening, I know you got time now. Not time, but if you're able. Yes, I see you, Wildlife. But just before this, I was watching the video of the canyons in Georgia. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. I never would have thought that that would be there. And
Well, that sounds like a challenge.
what?
If anybody dare. What are
Well,
you talking about, girl? I just got here. I didn't catch the beginning. What
well,
I
I'm not
missed.
going to go over all of that all over again. It's the
Yeah,
difference
it was good
between,
all over, Bonnie. I missed it. Yep.
nope, it's the difference between Christianity and religion. And so I can see where the confusion comes because in reading all of that, when I was looking it all up, so it, I can see where it it has been confusing to me and my children. You heard my daughter. Um, and it's like, so church is more of an indoctrination. Is that correct? And Christianity is more spiritual, is from what I'm getting at. And so that's why I was like, okay, I gotta find out. Yeah, y'all saw what happened last night. That man was not happy. And
Well, I don't let somebody like that get under my skin. All right.
Gina Merkel,
I'm
thank
already
you.
set in my ways. It's like Gma Merkel says. She don't need no middleman. right? And I'm very comfortable with my spirituality. I don't think you've ever heard me call myself anything of any type of label of any, organized religion, because I think pretty much all of them that get big get corrupt, right? And I find more here at gatherings like this than I would at a gathering of people I don't even know, that I feel, I don't fit. And it's not that I refuse to label myself under any religion, because I have a personal relationship with my creator, right? And it's something I'm very comfortable with and very steadfast in my belief with. But I do not knock anybody else's beliefs. I do not try to force my beliefs on somebody else. I'm not looking to recruit or be recruited. I When I see people that are angry because I don't believe what they believe, that's a massive red flag to me. If they're trying to shove something down my throat, I ain't gonna take that. You know, I'll listen to their ideals or their thoughts, beliefs, whatever it is. I find it interesting, if nothing else. Um, but it's not for me to say if that's wrong or right.
Yes. And that's what there's been wars over it. Um, there was a video that I was watching, uh, Islam, and um, I didn't. It's in my emails, but um, they they believed in forcing people with the sword to believe the Islam way, and that's like, really?
Well,
And
the
of
trouble
course,
I have with that, Bonnie, the trouble I have with that is, it's wrong to kill. War by
yes,
default is wrong. So then I wonder, is this piece of ground or this holy relic or any of this really worth somebody's life? Like Israel, for instance, that's just a great example. The Crusades, all that crap. There's lots of it, and I really don't
yes,
agree with them. That's why I don't want to jump on that boat. Because it doesn't seem like something Jesus would do to me. You know what I mean?
exactly. And that's if we read his teachings, he I don't think he harmed anyone physically himself. He was just going around spreading the word. And
He tossed over some taxpayers' tables.
okay, he might have
Yeah,
done.
yeah. When he went down to the yeah, he didn't like to tax people, and he actually whipped them too. He did.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
but that's
still
exactly. He didn't kill anybody.
right to make them believe as he was wanting them to believe. And I don't know. But there was a lot of controversy there too with the priests and of the temples and him. They were not in agreement, and I think what he was doing was spreading a new word, like how to treat humanity.
Well, there again lies my issue, because I've known my share. All right, I have it. I would have to personally know and trust any man who claims to be a man of God. Priest, preacher, pastor, whatever you want to call them. For me to listen to their version of what they think, that's where I have trouble with that. I can read. All right, I think everybody should read that book and get what they get from it. Don't let somebody tell you what it means, because it will give you a different version of something every time you read it over the years. It did it to me. I would get something new out of the same verse when I read it again. So I think it's like they call the living word. That book, whether or not you believe or not, is still the world's greatest book. All right. And I just tell people to get it from there. Don't get it from somebody else. At least that's the way I'm going to roll, you know.
Yeah. Cruising Carpenter, good to see you.
And I also, you know, you got to know in your heart that you don't want to hurt people. You got to know that you want to be a good person. You know, you got to know that what you do is wrong and try not to do it again. You know, it's that some people don't try at all to be good people. Some people don't give a shit, you know, and that's usually a warning sign to me is when I see that somebody doesn't really care. I've heard people scream it out of their mouth, I don't care. Because I used to say that when I was young. That was the one thing I realized I should never say, you know, because if they truly don't care, you know, what good is that for anyone?
Hey, Jerry, good to see you. Um,
Yeah, Camel, I totally agree. I used to be like that when I was younger too, but before I got saved, I was an idiot. I was a teenager. I was in my 20s too, and yeah, I didn't give a crap. And then I got saved. I found the Lord, and I've been on the path ever since. I mean, I still falter every day. We all falter. We all have our faults, but we all can still ask for forgiveness.
Some days I do real good. What's up, Jerry? What's up, Ann? Hilarious. No, I just think it's a choice, man. You know, I made a choice at a young age that I didn't want to be a bad guy, you know, and I don't think a lot of people make that choice. I think that's the biggest issue. There's people out there who's like, man, I'm going to be the biggest dick I could be, and that's where they want to be, you know.
I'm,
You don't want to hear what happened to me today with my appointment with that fraud thing. How I ended up getting hacked at the beginning of this month.
Fraud. Is
Yeah,
that what
I ended up getting hacked at the beginning of this month when I was at Walmart, and I took care of it today to a point, and it it must have. They said it must have been a one of those skimmers on at the cash register because they said this it was the 14th that the stuff was taken out of my account at 11 o'clock, and then it was all used up the next day. And so I got my fraud claim going, and I don't know. So everybody in chat, everybody listening here in panel, be careful when you're at those things because they're the people at Walmart are supposed to check them, and some of them don't. Because I personally know somebody that works at Walmart, and some of them don't check them for stuff like that, and they're supposed to.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. What are they checking?
The thing where at the cash register where you swipe your card to pay.
Spammers. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
the best way to handle that is to contact your bank and have a relationship with them because I've had um
Oh, everything's been taken care of today. Everything's I'm not golden. I'm silver right now, but they're looking into it, and so yeah, it's like it's weird because then the other people I'm in Massachusetts, and the rest of the stuff was taken and then spent in the Bronx, and that's in New York. I'm like, really, really, and they had this fraud prevention thing where they could reimburse you, and of course that money ran out. So, but they can send all this money everywhere else overseas and that. But me, I'm gonna, yeah. So,
hey, meet puppet, good to see you. Hmm. I don't know. My bank covers it if I fill out a form and give them permission to turn it into law enforcement, and then it's taken care of through them.
What's new with you, Watt?
Oh, you know, same old, same old. Trying to be
Oh,
really good at what I do.
I forgot to say this. Hey, what? It's hey, how's it going, man?
Hola, senor.
Hi, Lisa. It's good to see you.
Ephesians 4:26 says, "Be ye angry and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon our wrath." Kind of makes me think back to I'd go stay the weekends with my grandparents and stuff, and grandparents they have fake arguments, you know, nothing serious, and then my grandpa start telling jokes, and my grandma laughing, and she get ready to go to bed, and he said, "That's one thing you always got to remember: if there's somebody you love, you never go to mad angry with them." You know,
Exactly.
as a kid, I didn't really understand it much. You know, I knew I loved my grandparents. I knew they loved me, but I didn't have the understanding of love that he spoke of then. You know what I mean?
Yes.
My love was staying up late, lollipops, and grandma's cooked goodies and stuff. You know, I thought that was love. You know, but as you get older, I guess you go through enough life experiences and you have enough battles, and you eventually start learning. But yeah,
Yep.
even religion, it can be so divisive. You know, I mean, everybody's got their own uh, personal journeys and personal testimonies. Stuff like religion and politics. I mean, it'll always get the crowd going. If you want to stir a crowd up, you start talking politics or religion. You know,
Exactly. Yes. And that's funny because my grandmother always told me the same thing. Never go to sleep angry.
yeah,
I
even
don't
at
know.
yourself.
At this point, I think sometimes that's like foreplay to some couples.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
What?
could be.
It's the only thing I can think of why they are always angry at each other.
If they're always angry at each other, then there's an issue and you fix
Yeah,
the
I
issue.
agree. I agree.
Prepper 101. Good to see you.
Yes.
So, today is January the 6th, as y'all all know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did you
I
see the
didn't know
look on
that.
her face when she had to certify it?
Yep. And she was bragging about how she did it so peacefully and that there weren't any issues like the last time. And we all know what that was about. But what impressed me was it's the, this clip, and I don't know if y'all want to see it or not. It's up to you. Those
Uh
people.
oh. I lost everything you said just now.
You
Yeah,
started
you
breaking
kinda
up.
broke up.
I'm breaking up.
I
Yeah,
heard up to the point where you said, "If y'all want to see this," and then it started breaking up.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Um, maybe the cold weather, my router's frozen or something. um, it okay.
You're
Where
good
was
now.
I? The these people have been out there. You see the snow. They have been out there for 4 years, every single night, and they are singing with the people inside the jail. They Cash Kelly was one of them that got out of the jail, and he was talking about how much that was appreciated, that they do that every night, that it that's what kept them going while they were in the jail. And um, so it's just, and the guy that's doing the interview, he's pretty funny. He's um, he he's all for the J6ers standing on the corner, and he speaks like we would speak if we were doing the interview. And there were 4 people that died that day, and he gives the names of the 4 people. And I think it was 2 men and 2 women.
Yeah, because T-Man says when he gets in, he's going to pardon all those people. And yeah, I'd love to see the clip if you'd like to show it. I'd like to watch that.
Okay, I will share it with y'all. Let me mute and get it going.
Who is in need, any family who is in need, please reach out to myself, to Sherry, to Mickey, to Nicole, to Deb, to any of these J6 activists. We are coordinated, we are working together, and we have resources for your family members. So please know you are not alone, and we will be there waiting for you on release day.
Amen.
So please reach out. We want to help, and we want to make sure your J6ers get home.
Hi, Brent. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Elise. They just need some new lines. They need new lines. I've been hearing them for 888 days. Hi, Nina. Hi, Patriot Grandma. Hi, Food Dang.
All right, you guys. We have a call from the one, the only, the Lego Man, Robert Morse. Let's go,
hey,
baby.
how's it going, everybody? What's going on out there? Thank you so much for being out there. Hey. Well, you guys are incredible. I'm so proud of you for overcoming the outrageous, obnoxious people that have gathered to try to obstruct the day. But man, if only they knew how pathetic their efforts were in comparison to the level of country we have. So I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you guys for sticking it out. Thank you for persevering through the weather. You guys are amazing. I have a small little speech prepared for you guys. And then we'll go your airborne ranger, Penn State grad, high school history teacher, and January 6th political prisoner. Thank you for providing me this incredible opportunity. Here we are, 4 years away from the day that a small city. A day that now, after witnessing thousands of hours of video footage, was not an insurrection, but a lobster trap designed to bring down Donald Trump and make the America Great Again movement as a whole. I am proud to say that the effect to demolish Trump, wreck the MAGA movement, and crush the fighting spirit of America completely backfired. January 6th was not a final nail in a coffin of a constitutional republic. It was a day where an American phoenix began to rise from its ashes. For too long, this country has been shamed and emasculated. What the January 6th political prisoners have had to endure is a symbolic personification of what our nation has been through for the last 2 decades. As a nation, and as January 6th political prisoners, we've been shackled, mocked, dishonored, disrespected, stolen from, lied to, betrayed, abused, abandoned, dishonored, struck down, but not destroyed. January 6th will indeed be remembered as a day that the globalist communists from both political parties attempted to entrap America's people and her will to continue so that it would never again see the light of day. But what actually happened on January 6th was the largest rallying cry, second wind energy burst of the fighting American spirit that was willing to say, after all we have been through, that our pride and our will to live on and our trust in God is still there. As it reads in Genesis 50:20, as for what the Democrats and communists in this country meant for evil against us, our family, our country, and our rightful president, Donald Trump, our God always meant for it to be good. So what our enemies constructed to annihilate us actually challenged us. And now our motivation to redeem and avenge our nation has never been stronger. So as climactic as the day of January 6th was, it is heartbreaking to admit that there were casualties and not a single life of an officer was taken that day. The people who insist on pushing that false narrative are blatantly lying. They did take 4 lives of our own that day. Their names are Benjamin Phillips, Kevin Greason, Roseanne Boylan, and Ashley Babbitt. Those are the names of the American heroes that have January 6th as their death date. Those victorious dead will never be forgotten and remembered as American martyrs from here on out. And I have a few things to say about the mother of Ashley Babbitt, Mickey Whithoff, this inspiring Iron Lady. Though thousands of lives have been destroyed by this nation's disgraceful FBI led by Christopher Wray, Department of Justice led by Merrick Garland, the dishonorable federal judges, and disturbed prosecutors like Matthew Graves to reinforce the disgusting lie of what January 6th really was, nobody has been tortured in every single way imaginable like Mickey has. Mickey has suffered more than all of us with the loss of her daughter. Nobody has had to have the just obliteration of her privacy. No one has had to see the murder of their child celebrated on national TV and been ridiculed for trying to reassert the truth like Mickey has. Nobody's had to endure sleepless nights of torment while the murderer of her daughter gets interviews on 60 Minutes. Nobody's had to grieve the loss of a child while a portion of the country she calls home disrespects the loss with slander, mockery, or cheer, as we've heard. Out of everyone involved in this entire travesty that this Biden regime is responsible for, nobody has had to suffer like Mickey has, and nobody could persevere as well as she has.
Amen.
Ashley Babbitt is not an insurrectionist, nor a domestic terrorist. Those people who earned those titles just got awarded the supposed freedom medals by the imposter commander-in-chief and are within our Congress, the DOJ, and the White House as of right now. Ashley Babbitt is an American hero and a patriot, not up for debate. There are psychotic morons who disrespect her name and family, but for every one of those goblins, there are 10,000 red-blooded American patriots who know the truth and love Ashley and love you, Mickey. Hundreds of millions know that Ashley is a martyr and a woman who served her country honorably in life and in death, and I am proudly one of them. Pardons for all January 6ers should be a priority because all the political prisoners that had to serve time, the good, the bad, and the ugly, had their rights torn to shreds. So I'm in favor of pardoning everybody and then sorting out who was the enemy within once the dust settles, but that's just me. But I hope that every BOP facility, every jail, and every halfway house must follow through on letting go of the January 6th hostages on the 20th. And you can help by holding those locations accountable and contacting them and demanding that they obey the law on the 20th of January. So if you know someone or would like to spread the news about what January 6th really was, there are resources available that I can provide, and I'd be honored to as a history teacher. I do have a book that I've recently released that Kelly Meggs and I wrote together. It's called One Question Remains, and it's a book that is now available on Amazon that was smuggled out of prison and written by yours truly. And the Oath Keepers leader from the Florida chapter. But inside, you and everybody who's loyal to the cause will discover evidence linking events from Bernie Sanders getting iced as the Democrat nominee for the 2016 election in favor of the witch Hillary Clinton, all the way up to January 6th. We asked questions about what January 6th was that very few, if anyone, has asked, as well as educate the reader how that day was not an insurrection, but a lobster trap of the American people. Spelled out in plain English, with a ton of sources cited, we are confident that One Question Remains will help fix history, not just for the men who have been tormented by a tyrannical government as a political prisoner, but also fix this nation. So pick up the book, One Question Remains, and liberate yourself from the matrix that it sounds like a lot of people around there are still stuck in. And remove yourself from the matrix of the mainstream media's lies. Oh, and I also don't want to forget to mention the Easter egg in the book I left there for our movement. So, in the book, One Question Remains, you'll find that the last pages, and this book becomes a collector's item of the January 6th community. Where you great again. So, yes, so find One Question Remains on Amazon or my website at www.akathelego.com. That's our book, man. That's our movement's book. And then you might also find, I'm glad. You might also find some other surprises on the website, like, I don't know, customizable Lego Man freedom blocks that can either say Lego Man on them or your favorite January 6ers name to again consecrate how we've become a motley crew or a family because of this devastation that we've suffered through. So if you guys are a fan of Legos like I am, go to my website and get yourself a couple Lego Man freedom blocks.
Oh my God, that lady that was screaming in the background needs to get some psychiatric help. I mean, oh my God. I mean, really, did you hear her screaming at the top of her lungs?
Oh,
Like,
yeah, we all heard her. It's kind of.
people are nuts.
Can y'all excuse me for just one moment? Sorry.
Oh my God, that lady in the background. What was wrong with her? Holy crap.
Sounded like a screaming demon to me.
Exactly. I'm gonna wait for her to get back before I was gonna say this other thing. But
Reminds me of one I saw when Trump won the first time, standing in the streets, swinging back and forth with cans tied at the ends of long strings, screaming at the top of her lungs like that, or its lungs, I don't even know what it was, while they were swinging back and forth with the cans slapping them. I don't know if anybody else saw that one.
people are just nuts, and the liberals are crazy. They're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. They're the ones that incite all the violence.
So is it a coincidence that deinstitutionalization happened right before all this and they closed all the mental institutions and put all the patients into housing and state controlled and funded systems where they're completely living off the system now and reproducing? You think it has anything to do with that?
Exactly. It's all part of the plan, unfortunately.
Then you had Canadians fearless leader step down today.
Mm-hmm. Turdo.
Yeah.
Isn't his? Don't they call it his nickname? Isn't his nickname Sparkle Slacks or something?
I've heard the Canadians call
Could
them that
be.
quite a bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, yeah. So that lady that was there, she was completely crazy. And remember,
Do that,
back then,
everyone.
T Man wanted to call the National Guard in, and Pelosi said, no, we don't need them, right? And then they compared that to what happened in New York. They said it was worse than what happened in New York that day. I'm like, really, really? And then you have all these people all over the place doing all these atrocities to all these people, and they let them out with bail, or I mean, no bail, just let them go. And yet, a farmer in Texas protects his property from one person, and he's getting the book thrown at him.
And
You sound surprised.
the man that was speaking, he was an airborne ranger, and now he's a history teacher. And I guess he wrote a book also. He was a J6 prisoner, from what I understood. And so that's what he was talking about, his book, that was he laid it out there, the truth about it all. And so I don't know, it's worth a read maybe. But yeah. Sharon, good to see you.
Hope all you down south and out west there are staying warm.
No. Yeah, I just had to take off my rug robe because I was like, I don't know what, she's got the heat on in there, but
What are your old temperatures where you're at?
yeah,
It's in the 40s here.
it's down to 35 right now, getting into the 20s. It's
Nice and chilly.
yeah. Our low is 25 tonight.
How about you, Carl?
Oh, it's in. I think it's getting close to zero because I see ice forming.
You're on the heat. You're all having heat waves right now. It's -5 here with yeah. It's so cold here. It's awful. The wind is horrible. Oh,
You're close to Canada, aren't you?
in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm used to it. Used to folks down south and out west that aren't used to it. They don't even have the clothes for this crap.
Yeah.
I'm used to it too. It's just the thing is, I'm older and I just don't like the cold anymore. I just don't like it.
It's buffering.
Yeah, I'm sure the old people down south and out west aren't liking it much either. Their bones are probably getting all aggravated.
I don't think it's hitting the West as much as the Midwest and East from the map that I saw.
Yeah, see, I didn't even see one of those. I just heard about it, so I really don't know the areas it's been hitting. I know Missouri got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Which one of the same? Donna said 29 in Georgia. Y'all must be in different areas.
What's that?
Donna said it was 29 in Georgia.
Oh yeah. I don't think she's too far from me, but yes, we're getting down to the upper 20s tonight, they say.
You could get snow. You seen any snow yet?
Shoot, no.
That mythical stuff
I
you
think
don't believe in?
it's like the major weather zone from here is Interstate 20, and they call it the I-20 corridor. And usually when it gets cold or icy weather, it usually stays north of that. By the time it gets down here, it's maybe an ice storm or something, you know.
And that's what we're really, really hoping it doesn't turn into that here. I think that's supposed to hit Thursday for sure, and sleet. And so that's what I said last night. That's the only time I would take snow is over that because it's a mess.
Ice is the worst thing ever. It really is. I'd rather have snow because of the ice. It's so heavy. It gets on the power lines, and it's so heavy. It end up, breaking them. And then besides that, you don't want to drive in that. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yes, and yeah, takes down the trees, takes down everything, and I'd rather have my mother-in-law than us.
1983 in Michigan had a severe ice storm. And it's not like it was raining ice. It was that ice formed on everything. The trees, I mean, inch thick ice on twigs kind of deal, where it weighted down all the power lines, houses folded up, roofs gave. It was massive damage on a wide scale, and I got some pictures of it of our trees, and they just look like crystal trees and stuff in the sunlight. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty except for all the damage it does.
Yeah.
So it's probably it rained in the upper atmosphere. It fell down, and when it fell down, it was colder down there. Then it just crystallized and turned into ice. Yeah, I've seen that before too. And yeah, you don't want any of that.
When I went to Kentucky, it snowed, and just about the whole time we were there were a couple of sunny days, and then the ice the day we were supposed to leave, and everything was like crystal. When they finally opened the roads to let us get out of there, I think it was 2 days later. Um, it was like you were driving through a crystal palace or something. It was amazing looking.
Oh,
It
that stuff
was
it's beautiful. It's beautiful to look at. You just don't want to drive on that.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't that bad of a drive. The drive up there was bad because it was sleet. And
About around 20 years ago, Bonnie, I had a military issue GP small tent set up on the back of the property up north. And above it, I had all this camouflage netting, and it was all suspended by big long poles. You could extend them up to like 40 feet tall with these fiberglass paddles they called spreaders that would spread out and hold the netting. And I mean, it was a big enough camp. I could pull my truck in underneath the netting and next to the tent and stuff. And the tent had a cotton liner and a wood stove set up and cots and all this stuff. But it was a canvas military tent. And it was heavy. It's like 250 pounds in canvas. Anyways, I had to leave. I had to go downstate and I was gone for a long time, a couple weeks. And when I came home, I went to go check on that camp and we had an ice storm. And it really wasn't much. It was just enough to put water on everything before it froze. So then everything had an ice surface. Then it snowed. So everything, like that netting, the tent was holding the snow. And when I got to the camp, it was just flat. Wasn't even visible. The snow had covered it all. It was like it was gone. All right. And they had these metal 10-foot tall metal telescoping pole in the middle and a bunch of these smaller ones on the side. And the middle pole was bent into almost the shape of a question mark with the point shoved like a foot into the frozen ground. All right. And all the other poles were smashed. The cots were smashed. My table was flattened. The wood stove was knocked sideways and the pipe was all bent up. And that camouflage netting was ripped all over the place. And the tent was almost ripped in half. So when it gave, wasn't there, but it was a violent moment where finally hundreds and hundreds of pounds of snow said, fuck you, and all came down flat at once. If somebody would have had been in that, you'd have been hurting. All right.
yeah,
That would have, but I had to roll all that shit out of the woods in the middle of the winter, like giant snowballs. It was all frozen and crap, and heated it up in the garage and fixed the tent. And man, that was a major catastrophe to fix.
yeah. A-frames are good with heavy snow.
It's interesting
Yeah.
on the timing of all this stuff because as far as snow goes, the the most memorable thing of snow was actually it was started today in history in '96. It was the Great North American Blizzard of '96. They called it, and it froze from all the way up to Maine, all the way down to pretty much the tip of Florida. And I remember we got some flurries during that whole ordeal. But yeah, that started the day in history in 1996, the Great North American Blizzard.
Oh, flurries. Don't get me started on
And
flurries. I
it was,
remember this one year. It was the Weather Channel said we're just gonna get flurries. Yeah, we got 2 feet of flurries that day.
I think they said that storm caused about $3 billion in damage. That was in '96, so you could just imagine what those numbers would be now.
Yeah.
Well, we've had the power knocked out in these parts for 2 weeks straight because they had to train the transformers in. You know, that it was. There's been snowstorms that put people out of power a long time here in Michigan, several times in my lifetime.
Oh, I bet.
And that's what happened in Texas. That's why everybody was so furious with ERCOT, the governor. It was just a crazy time. I didn't see personally anything wrong with Cruz leaving to go see his daughter. It seems like she was in an event or something, but everybody acted like he was supposed to be here for this catastrophe. But what could he do? He's a senator. There's nothing he could do. It was our linemen, the power companies, everyone just pitching in together. And that's what I keep on. We don't want the government stepping in. When they step in, things change drastically, and it's not for the better.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, to get back what Carl was saying about the Transformers, if we do have a EMP and that those Transformers, we don't have any of them. They're made overseas in the sea country, and it takes 6 to 9 months to make just one of them. The infrastructure we have here is so flawed. When that happens, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Hope you all have your stuff, people.
Meat Puppet, I got pictures of that storm too. That's the one where I saw the snow drifted up on the sides of the road, taller than the big plow trucks with those giant V plows. There was massive amounts of snow, like 10 foot deep in places.
Yeah.
I remember I think it was 2000, I think it was 2011 around here. It's like for all winter, we got 2 major snowstorms every single week. It was horrible. You'd shovel, the snow get piled up, and then they had this lake. And I don't want to give my location away, but I'm just saying that lake was so polluted with stuff from this one company that they'd actually take all the snow and they dump it in there because that lake would not freeze. It would not freeze even in below zero weather. It would not freeze. They put the snow in there and just melt. That's how bad that lake was polluted with everything.
Yeah.
Jerry, you mean a 4-wheel drive, like one of them high boy Fords? Those are good trucks.
Well, I've seen our rivers freeze where you could walk across them. We actually have pictures from 1953 when there was a group of, well, at that time they were boys, and they were all standing out there on the lake. But I've seen it in my lifetime also, where they just freeze. And I didn't think that moving rivers could freeze over like that, but they can.
Well, just like the oceans move too, and the oceans freeze too in Antarctica. That's why they have those big humongous ships, the icebreaker ones.
Man, we used to drive on the lakes all the time, even the big lakes, Lake Huron, Lake Michigan. There's big, huge lakes called Higgins Lake, and up here in Michigan, there's massive cities of ice fishing shanties, cars parked all over the place. It gets crazy. Sometimes they go through.
Yeah, that would be horrible.
Every time I hear about ice fishing, I always think about that movie Grumpy Old Men. That was a funny movie.
Yes, it was.
Sometimes you don't even do it in a shanty, like in Port Huron, Michigan. It's the St. Clair River that goes up from Detroit, and it separates Canada from Michigan. And there's a point where it fans out and goes into Lake Huron. And we used to go up there and dip smelt. They're little like minnows, and you'd go out onto the ice blocks and get to the running water, and you dip these really long poles with nets on them. And sometimes you could come up with like a half a 5 bucket of a bunch of these little fish that you just cut their heads off, gut them a little bit, and deep fry them. And we used to fill the back of pickup trucks up with those. For some reason, the smelt don't run anymore. That was something that we used to do on a regular basis, and nobody goes there. There's nobody under the Blue Water Bridge no more doing that. You know, it's weird.
I used to trout fish back in the day. Did that a lot. Did that a lot.
I think it was 88, maybe, that it snowed in April here. Because I didn't think it was possible. It was around Easter.
It happened. Michigan snowed in July before. Didn't stay, didn't stick. But
You ever have those storms during the summer where it's sunny out and there's no clouds and it just starts pouring, and then on one side it's not doing anything, but on the other side it's pouring?
Yes, we see
Yeah,
that
that's
here.
yeah, there's been a couple times where I could step in or out of the rain, being right at the wall where it began.
Yep. And the most amazing rainbow comes after that.
Yep, I know, because I found out I was the pothead at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a smoke with all you wonderful folks, and I'm gonna head to bed after this because I've had a busy day today.
That's so true, Ann Garvey. I totally believe that. Most of Michigan, lower Michigan's water, I don't trust none of it. Too much industrialization over the last 100 or something years here. Dow Corning, Ford, GM, Chrysler.
We've got too technical, too fast. It's like I'll always say this, and I'll say it again. Tesla came out, and I'm not talking about the uh, Musk dude. I'm talking about back in the day, Nicholas Tesla. He found a way to have free energy and everything. We could have free energy and we'd be a clean planet. But, Edison and Morgan came in and did what they did, and they got to pay for everything because of those a-holes.
And we ended up with direct current with Thomas Edison instead. I mean, alternate current.
They knew about that years and years and years and years ago.
Yep.
That's why all the churches had those rods on the top, or some of the buildings. If you look at the old buildings back then, they had the rods on the top. And
well, most of those are lightning rods. We used to have those on our barns because they will take the lightning. I've seen them hit many times. It'll take the lightning and it grounds it right out. You'll see a cable that runs down the side of the building with a ground rod driven into the ground next to the building. That's usually lightning protection.
I understand that, but at the same time, people would go into those temples for healing, and that's what the energy does, that free energy, in my opinion, just from what I've seen.
Tesla built a couple of test towers that worked. He proved that he could provide wireless energy. But there was like you can't. There was a bigger company taking over. Thomas Edison wanted something called alternating current. Tesla was trying to provide DC current, and we ended up with the one who won. And the other guy sat poor and dissolved himself into an apartment. You know, they beat him.
He,
They
he ended
broke
up
him.
and he ended up passing away. And after Tesla passed away, guess what? Everybody from the government came in and took all his documents, and they're using them now for all their stuff.
We've heard all kinds of that.
Yeah.
There's even rumor of it was John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, that was in charge of that, and that there was missing trunks and stuff that was never accounted for. I've heard all that. What's up, CJ? Count Trumpula? Larry. Cruise and Carpenter B Shop. Don't know you, but howdy.
And so it's kind of interesting that Trump and Elon are so close right now. Why do we argue about money?
And it's messed up. How would that thing that happened with the? I'm not going to say it. I don't want to get your channel in trouble. That thing that happened at that tower. It was a Tesla car, and it said, and it had the Trump sign on that right next to it. If you saw the picture of that.
Yeah, it was in front of Trump Tower. Yes. Why do we argue about who gets justice?
I thought it was the other way around, Larry, where Tesla was for the DC current. I remember some kind of test that they did. They electrocuted a live elephant to prove that Tesla's electricity was so dangerous or something. Man, they were brutal.
Lisa, every so often I hear from George.
Well, it's like what is it? The lead paint, right? You know, back in the day, everybody said oh, the lead paint's bad for you. Oh, the kids are eating it; they're getting poisoned, right? Yeah, you know why they got rid of that is because it pretty much that would have been your own Faraday cage for all the frequencies they're having right now.
Yes.
I've heard that possibility too. And I certainly don't remember anybody getting lead poisoning from eating paint.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly.
Precisely my thoughts.
Larry's seeing. He invented a lot of things that used energy, microwaves.
Look at that firehouse, and I forget where it is. They still have that light bulb that's still functioning for over 100-something years, and they made stuff back then to last. And they end up having the companies ended up doing something to it that they make them last so long in the break because otherwise they're not going to make any money.
CJ, I would agree with that, except for like we would paint the crib with that. And usually when kids are standing at the crib holding on to that top bar, they're chewing on it. I've seen them chew on the windowsills. Kids,
just like horses,
just like puppies or anything else, they're gonna chew on stuff. When they're teething, it's whatever they can find to make their gums feel better.
Well, it was today in 1931 that Thomas Edison got his last patent produced, and then 2 days later he passed away.
Wow.
Got what patent?
His
it
last.
was dealing with some type of. It wasn't a full machine. It was more of like a electrode, or like a not a chip, but like a component.
Maybe that said wire mesh screens for Windows. rare now. Metal siding rare. Copper roofs rare. All could help block RF, EMF.
Copper roofs have made a comeback here around this area, man. It's funny because all the metal and copper roof farms that were abandoned around Michigan, those are the ones left standing. Pretty obvious that that was a superior thing. Even the barns, the ones that are still standing from 100 years ago, they all had metal roofs. Well, nowadays they're building brand new houses with all kinds of fancy, different colored copper roofs and stuff, but they're super expensive. If you were young, though, that'd be the last roof you'd have to buy, you know. So I think it'd actually be worth the money, you know, to if you were building or starting new, you know, never have your roof replaced ever. Those things they last.
Jerry, do you mean the Baron thing about that book that was written in the 1800s about Baron Trump? And there was actually a book. It's Baron. I forget
The trilogy.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
The third book in the trilogy was called Trump, the Last President, or 1900, I believe.
Yep.
because they're messing with stuff they shouldn't be messing with. They're really doing that, and I'm thinking of Mandela effect or whatever, because stuff is changing. I mean, at first I thought it was all bull crap with the Mandela thing, but then I saw a few things where I was like, okay, because the Kennedy thing, right? I always remember 4 people in the car. Now there's 6. No, there was only 4 people in the car when that happened.
Right, Monty.
But if you could go back in history and not actually be there, but maybe watch something take place in history, almost like a television screen, what event or what period would you pick?
You mean I can only watch it? I can't go to Sears in 1967 and buy a few $1,000s worth of GI Joe and then come back with it.
That's phase 2. We got to get through phase 1 first. We got to see it first, then we can touch it.
So if we could go back to a time
any period, any event, any location in history.
Oh my
I would
goodness.
want to go meet Jesus.
There's so many.
So you could go back and you could witness it, but you couldn't get involved or anything, right?
Pretty much like you'd watch it on like a TV or a laptop or a tablet.
Yeah, that would be the last years of Jesus's life.
Me personally, I'd like to go back to that day in New York just to see for myself if there was no things in the air.
Yeah.
Me, it would be
What's up, Annie?
Because you know that footage that they showed about that is that thing, the second one, that's CGI. If no one can see that for what it is, I mean, seriously, that's CGI.
it'd be Hitler. I'd want to see the truth.
Yeah, unfortunately, too, I think he ended up escaping to Argentina with the other ones because he had so many doubles and everything, and they still say, oh well, they found his what was it, that his partial tooth thing he had or whatever, his fake teeth. He could have just dropped that thing and left them.
Yeah. Well, it'd be so many historical events. That's what I'm like. Or maybe it'd be JFK, which could
Yeah, you know who was
possibly be a little
actually
more possible.
you know who was actually there too? It was Bush. Bush was there. The senior was there. You can see there's a picture of him standing there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say.
Kissinger.
And it's weird. How come all of these old people, right? All these old bad people, they get to live to be 100 something years old, and they all end up looking like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars and everything. They do. I mean,
Yeah, they
look
don't.
at what was his name? David Rockefeller, I think. You know how many heart transplants? I think he lived to be 104 or 107. I think. I think he had 5 or 6 heart transplants. Do you think he was on a donor list for that? No, he had the big bucks, so he paid people off to get that stuff.
Well, if you the word live, if you spell it backwards, it spells evil. For people that ain't living right and living backwards, it takes a toll on them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see pictures of David Rockefeller, you just look at him. Just look at his eyes. There's just something about him that he. You know how they say that you can tell a person if they have a soul or not? It looks like he's got nothing there. There's nothing there in him.
Yeah.
You know they were all in a movie together.
Really?
You ever seen the movie They Live?
Yep. Yeah,
They were all in there.
Roddy Piper. Yep.
We've got one that can see us.
It just makes you wonder how he was able to get such a perfect match for the surgeries.
Oh, there's people willingly give up that information. The 23andMe and all those different ancestry sites. You know what I mean? They've been collecting data and boosting the health algorithm for generations.
Yeah.
And collecting your DNA to see if you have the rare blood types and stuff.
Body doubles are nothing new.
Not saying it happens, but I mean, enough would make me believe that it could.
I thought they were banning TikTok.
So, Pat,
I think it's January the 19th. If they don't come up with some type of resolution by then I think that's the deadline. The 19th, supposedly.
Come up with something for what?
As far as a resolute, from the article I read, if they don't come up with a special resolution on the TikTok for the 19th, then it's supposed to be, I guess, banned in America from what they say. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
True. That's I think everybody's mindset. Who knows? We've been, and that's what the lies, deceit, deception, and death. We know who it's caused by. Then that's one thing too that I keep questioning is why? Why would you? Okay, not you. Why would God create the earth and the humans and allow this evil one free reign over his creation and then destroy it?
Because unfortunately they get their time. They do get their time. They have their time, but after that, we win in the end. We will win in the end.
I don't think it's my place to question God's motive, but it feels like a big test to me.
Yeah. Hey, Rex.
And my thing is with all these rich people, you know what? I mean, they've been lied to. Like, oh, we'll give you all this money, give you all this fame, keep you young, you live long, and yeah, but it's a blink of an eye, you know, and end up where you're going. Think about that. No, not for me. No.
Truth count.
People can acknowledge the hourglass, but for some time it's impossible to get them to understand their their place and purpose in that hourglass. You know?
I always remember this quote from one movie. I always remember this. You always remember see the movie Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood.
Oh yeah.
Very
It's
good
been a
movie.
while, but yeah.
I always remember that scene at near the end of the movie when he's talking to the kid and everything. And that's the same thing with me against those rich people, saying they owe this stuff, and the kid says, I'd rather be poor and blind than dead, because he needs spectacles and stuff. I'd rather be poor and desolate than go there. Yeah, no, not for me. No.
Yeah, I'm fully content and okay with being worldly poor. As long as I can do what I need to do to stay spiritually rich.
Exactly.
Cheryl?
Exactly.
If that makes sense. Then it's the money. Well, what do you have to do to get the money? You have to go clock in. You got to clock. Even if you're not working for somebody, you got to do something to make the money. And if you're doing something to make the money, that's taken away from other things. You don't have time to look stuff up or research certain things. So,
And even when you're earning money, all the money it's worthless. It's worthless. You're
oh
just
yeah,
paying and paying and paying and paying and paying for this stuff, and yet they can. And what they're doing, the Fed is completely illegal. What they're doing, they can print so much money, all this money, and send it everywhere else. But yet we're gonna own nothing and be happy. That's the plan.
Oh, Cheryl, sorry to hear that.
Feel better, Cheryl.
It's for you.
hope you get to feeling better.
Hope you feel better, Cheryl.
Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend to lean on.
Check out Watt singing.
Y'all might be a little too young for that. I'll have to send you the link if you need a refresher.
I know that song.
Just call on me, brother, when you need a friend. We all need someone to lean on.
That's very true right there. Oh, no. Wait, did I? No. Right there.
Cindy, you want to go to Jeremy's and have spaghetti?
He's cooking. I just made a big stew, babe. What meat did you put in there? Let's just drive an hour and a half away to eat spaghetti. Yeah. Right, for spaghetti. No, Annie, Jack, you're not in the doghouse. I said hello to you a minute ago, but I don't think you heard me.
You ain't gonna do it all for you, G-Ma. You gotta participate.
No doghouse.
Can't do it all. You just got to do the right thing, even when nobody's looking.
There you go.
All right. As much as I'd love to stay up here with all you fine folks and everything, I have got to go. I've got to go to bed. I am tired, and I gotta remember how to get out of here.
All right. You have a good night.
10-4. May the force be with you.
Always.
Wait, show that. The silent depression is the calm before Wall Street's deepen.
It's like the saying, the calm before the storm.
Yep.
Well,
That's
better bring their best shot. They better bring their best Mike Tyson impersonation.
You're biting?
I have to. I don't want to. Even Mike Tyson said he never really liked to get in the ring because he knew he was going to hurt somebody. You know, he said that he'd break down into tears before some fights because he knew what he was fixing to get ready to do.
Sorry, I forgot I was going to say goodbye and hit the wrong button. So, hey, Bonnie, thank you very much for having me up. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And it's nice to be here with all you. And God bless every single one of you.
You too, Mike.
Touche.
You take
You'll
care.
have a great night.
You too, buddy.
Good night.
Bye.
Getting closer every day, Lisa.
A controlled crash is coming.
Only reason I asked the question earlier about the event and time because everybody says a totally different event or time or place. You know, it's like religion. You know, you could bring up one verse, and you know it could inspire 10 different visions. You know, but I
Yeah.
was watching this documentary on this
Marshmallow
church
Man.
organization in Rome. And it supposedly they came, you know, they have artifacts and stuff like that. But supposedly they came across this one artifact. I forget, what did they call it? Chronovision. And from what I understood from it, I don't think they could see into the future, but it allowed them to see back into the past, the different events. They pretty much described it like looking on a tablet or like looking on a screen, you know, and seeing it happen. I yield.
That's interesting. D, if it's boring, can bring some excitement.
Have that effect on people.
No.
It's my natural Georgia lore.
You know,
a creative mind is never bored. All right.
Say, man, this guy's made for nursery rhymes and counting sheep. Get him out of here.
I don't hate successful, hardworking people. It's the big
I don't think he's talking to us.
Oh, okay. I'm teasing who. I know. But still, there's a link if you want to come up. While you're at notice you had my voice, please.
Let's see here.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? Mute. I need a hose.
You need a what?
Okay. I just needed to get a hose. It was really loud opening the bag.
Get a hold of yourself.
This, I guess the weather change is kind of messing with me.
Oh, yeah. Figure we said 80, almost 90 a couple weeks ago to now to 20 something.
Yes. I think it was just last week we had 88.
That's a seasonal change in a month.
Mm-hmm. But that's the way it was with Snowmageddon. It was 70 degrees that day. Nice. And that night it was 5 degrees. And then we woke up to 10 inches of snow.
That's a lot for your area for sure.
Yes. And no power. And it gets cold quick.
10 inches below the Mason-Dixon line in snow. Oof, man. Yeah, I remember that one in '96. I mean, it snowed enough where I remember me and my mom went out there and we made a little mini snowman on the back of her car. I still remember it.
That's
But
great.
as far as the ice storms, about it maybe once a decade. That's the most I can remember as far as winterized. A real winter, I guess you could say.
That's usually the way it is here. About once every 7 to 10 years, we have a real winter. But this is, I mean, I'm already getting warnings about February. And this is just the first part of January. So it's like, okay, this is not the norm.
If it gets
We're all
cold,
talk about a dark winter.
yeah,
Yeah. Nixon took us off the gold standard, and
What's up, BG?
Reagan did something. Hey, Gigi. They all did something.
oh yeah,
Yeah. Johnson. Yeah.
good old Johnson,
Mm.
Mr. Johnson.
Wolverine!
Yes, hilarious too. Thank you. I will make that after I get off of here. Lemon tea.
Be right back. Gotta get a frosty beverage.
What meat did you put in it? The roast. Is that okay?
Yeah. What is it?
Wait till you taste it.
That needed to be used first. I thought you'd put green beans and
If you want all that, you can add it to it. I didn't know how you wanted it. It's good just the way it is to
I
me.
like all food.
Do you have bread?
No, they did not have bread.
No bread?
The ones that had not. They were going out and it,
I'm stuffed. None of that's bothering me at all. I'm stuffed to the hilt. The shop owner left me some pulled pork in the freezer or in the refrigerator in there, and I cooked it down and added my own barbecue sauce to it, and I'm just stuffed full of pulled pork barbecue right now.
Cool.
So all your food porn ain't gonna affect me at all.
Yes, he was, Jerry. And yeah. Yeah, even people who knew him didn't like him, except for his attorney. His attorney.
Out of like 100 Canadians I've talked to, Bonnie, none of them like him.
Like who?
Trudeau.
Oh, I was talking about Johnson.
Oh, Speaker Mike Johnson.
No, LBJ.
No, Lyndon B.
Yes.
I forgot that's your area.
Made it off of his wife's coattails, I think, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, she was kind of famous on her own, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Family shipping companies. Yep.
All I can think of is the look on his face when he was signed into the presidency on Air Force One after JFK was killed. That was an absolute look of guilt.
Yep. Gigi's asking you a question. Can you see chat?
Oh yeah, I do. I just got I didn't know what she was saying. It was like eBay and PayPal combined. She put the space between the E and the V.
Ark Wild Man, good to see you.
Yeah, it's actually posted on my page.
It's speaking of taxes. For the first time ever, Social Security sent me an email. To click on it, that I had a message, and I go to it, and they're giving me a 1099, and I said, "What?" Never heard of that. And then Kiss Off was
Nine, I
saying,
believe, that's the one you do when you're self-employed. I thought.
yes, but it says to see if your Social Security is taxes.
Yeah, but you also have to reach. You have to be like over $19,000 a year or something.
Well, I don't get that, but so G-Ma Merkel says you have to pay taxes on Social Security. I have never, ever, ever had to do that.
Well, there's actually a clause that states if you don't make more than, I think it's $19,000 or something. It might be $21,000 now, but if you make under that, you don't even have to file.
It's called the Santa Claus.
Yeah, and I've
Well,
never.
I've actually got the document because I was making damn sure I kept that because I wrote them, and I was like, "Are you sure?" You know, because the first year I had a tailoring shop. I didn't make that, you know, and you can deduct everything as normal. And if you didn't make that profit, you don't have to pay it. And I wanted it. I wanted proof, so I actually have that document somewhere.
Yeah.
So, Bart,
Well, it's just I never, because I saw somebody saying that they had to pay taxes on their Social Security, and then I was like, "What? I have never heard of that."
you see what David's saying?
Yes, we don't have a state tax, but we have a government tax, just like Texas doesn't have an inheritance tax, but the federal government has an inheritance tax. So we have to pay that one.
What does that mean? Is it just like the name says, if you was inherited some money, you would have to pay a tax on it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't. Nobody should be forced to do that. It ain't
Exactly.
nobody's business.
Yes. Even if um, you are gifted like a vehicle and you go up to get the tags for that vehicle, you have to put a monetary amount in. And so we usually just put $1. If it's a gift, put $1, and then they tax you for that.
Yeah, I know what you mean as far as that goes. Yeah.
I bought 2 cars for $1 and one for $5.
Yeah.
Doing just that.
It's them deals sometimes, you know what I mean?
My
Well,
daughter,
people I worked for, you know, and they actually needed to get rid of the vehicle. There was, you know, one time I just did it because it was there. I didn't even really need it, you know, and kind of passed it on to somebody else who did, you know.
yeah, they do tax on retirement money, which is ridiculous also.
Yeah.
It
But
is.
Why? You've been
Because your
taxed your whole life
retirement
just to
money,
get that little piece of the pie, and now you're going to take my crust off my pie?
well,
yes,
no, it's more like this. How many times are going to tax you for the same money you made?
Yeah. Yeah, there
yep,
should be a cutoff. If you, yeah. You shouldn't be taxed on something that you had to work your whole life just to get a piece of, not even the whole thing, just a piece of it.
Right. And that's what we had a savings plan. Excuse me. And that was if we took money out of it, it was taxable. Government took 20% right off the top. And then it's considered an income. So at the end of the year, when you do your taxes, they tax you on it again.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest problem. I mean, I kind of get some of the taxes.
And then
but
anything you buy with that money, they tax you on it.
yes,
You make
to
the
be
money, they tax you, then they tax you
double
again for it.
taxed and yes, taxed
And then if
all.
you go around and sell that item you just got taxed on for buying, they're going to tax you again.
Yes.
It's like the old saying, taxation without representation. I mean, we
It's really
acknowledge that
worse.
there's going to be some tariff or some monetary exchange somewhere, but if you don't have any representation, then what good are me paying the taxes doing?
But
Yeah.
it's worse than that now. People have complained about taxation without representation for decades that I can remember. But now it's weaponization of our tax dollars and being
Oh, yeah.
used against us. It's even worse than that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You've seen
And
it in real time.
so China is retaliating about the tariffs. Oh, where did I save that? Like Chinese nationals arrested with gold bars and $800,000.
Huh. Man, when did that happen? Man, we're just walking around with satchels of gold bars. Man,
Right.
I'd like for them to accidentally send us a couple.
My God. Yes.
Shipping on that's going to cost a lot. The wet
Oh,
weight.
they're picking up that tab, my friend. We ain't paying for that one. Yeah. How much would it cost to ship 800,000 in gold bricks?
But I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I just saw that today that China's retaliating over the tariffs.
If it
So
fits, it ships. Well, imagine those flat rate boxes. They'd be like, what the hell is in this?
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, what are you buying these days that's really that heavy unless you're getting a car part or something like that, Everything's made with
Box of
plastics.
lead.
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think about Canada's imperial overlord stepping down? What do you think that's all about?
I
I
don't.
hear he's not really gone yet. He's going to be there a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah?
It's nobody's going to miss him. I've never met a Canadian that liked him. I see nothing but sour comments about that dude for years from all the Canadian folks. So, I mean, good riddance. I think he was. Bye.
He's been in charge, the last decade?
So what are they going to put in his place, though? Do they vote like we do, or is he just appointed?
To be honest with you, I don't know all the specifics of how their voting system goes. I mean, I know it's similar, but I know it's different because they still do the parliamentary aspect of it all, which is pretty much similar to what we have,
Yeah.
But who knows? They may be the 51st state.
Yeah, that's kind of wrong too, because they have a whole bunch of provinces and they're huge. So it's like
Yeah.
they at least be like 51 through 60 or something.
Yeah, it'll just be Canada. Everybody will be Canada. There'll be no more Whatever the provinces are, yeah.
Isn't
Well, I
it
mean,
almost
be
as
kind of,
big as the United States?
it's bigger than the United States, much bigger, and that's what I mean. It's like it'd be the biggest state of all. You know, if it was all of a sudden
Then,
the 52nd state.
and I'm guessing if they have any territories that they're over, well, I don't know if they have any territories. You know, like we have Guam, Puerto Rico, stuff like that. I guess that would be absorbed in too.
That would be under the crown because Canada was under the crown. They're kind of free from it now, but that would be any kind of British colony.
There you go. Yeah, we might end up having 60 states when it's all said and done. 70, man.
That's what
Um,
I
Need a bigger
mean.
flag.
And then they want Greenland, so you got to add that in there.
Oh, you got to add Greenland. Who doesn't got to add Greenland?
in Mexico. Don't forget
Right,
Mexico.
Mexico. Since they've already
Oh,
sent
yeah.
all the people here, why don't we just call that us too?
Why
Yeah.
not?
We would have. And for
Instead
now,
of
we could build a real short wall down on the other side of the Panama Canal, and we wouldn't have to worry about the wall up here so much.
you realize if that happened, that the Mason-Dixon line would be moved down to the Panama Canal? That would be the new Mason-Dixon line?
Yeah, yeah. But then
You'd have to
again, what about
reconfigure everything.
Venezuela and Colombia and Argentina and Brazil? I mean, maybe they're on board with this too, and then we just call it all the Americas.
Sure. I stopped them, Mike.
Brilliant idea.
I know. My George Patton side is starting to creep out. I'm sorry.
Need to copyright that idea.
Oh, I've talked about it before. I've definitely thought about it. It'd be a lot nicer if they all joined us instead of we just take them. It's not.
Would we still have Hawaii and Alaska? We still have Hawaii and Alaska, wouldn't we?
Well, heck yeah.
All right.
Who's gonna
Making sure they didn't get left out in the deal.
We're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about getting more land. We don't want to lose any.
But what about the ones
They
falling
want
into the ocean?
everything.
No, I just want this side of the planet. All them other people can have the other side.
I don't see the benefits. Not to discredit Canadians or Mexico or any of that, but I don't see the benefits of doing that as for them, for us, for any of them. Hillary Stu said, I heard it is safer to have control of our hemisphere for security purposes.
I mean, I'm not talking like an evil new world order or nothing. We could call it a new free world or something. Make it good. What's up, matey?
Oh my goodness. I just can't imagine shoveling snow.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe in that. We can get 70 states, but we can't shovel no snow, bunny.
I was talking to somebody, I won't say any names, and he said his wife was on the roof shoveling the snow off the roof. And I said, oh my.
In a lot of places, Bonnie, if the weight builds up, it'll go right through, especially trailers. People who live in trailers, they got to keep, because it's such a low pitch roof, that the weight will build up. You get a couple feet, you better be up there shoveling. They even got extension rods that you can put up there like little snow plows and pull the snow down.
Yeah.
Huh.
The redhead needs to hurry and get a boyfriend.
I couldn't imagine.
Stop being a victim. Shoveling snow is good exercise. I'm sure it is good exercise.
I actually enjoy it. It's like therapy, Bonnie. I take the extra step. Anytime that I shovel it and put it all in one pile so I can build a fort or something.
So maybe that's when the flamethrower comes in handy.
There you go. Why not?
I mean, of course. That's just one good reason to have a flamethrower.
Well, I remember Dorinda saying that to clear her driveway, she was just going to get a flamethrower. And I was like, that's a good idea.
You can legally buy those now. I mean, they're not military grade flamethrowers. They're not as great as that, but you can still get them.
Everybody in this area has pear burners.
Has what?
Texas.
Pear burners.
What's a pear burner?
It hooks to a propane tank and it's a long metal rod that throws flame.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
one
that's
of
the
those.
Texas State tool.
How
Yeah.
come we
Yeah.
don't?
I don't know why we don't have them.
Propane and propane accessories. That's what they
Yeah,
do.
should have all of it.
Gma, that's one of the reasons I love my truck, because I never had to do my driveway. I just drive out of it. You keep driving over top of it, no sweat.
Harbor Freight time.
For railroad. Well,
We'll have to do an overnight.
What's up,
Yeah.
Echo?
Hey,
I mean, I could physically shovel snow. I've just never done it. Hopefully, I don't have to. I
Apparently,
try
a lot
not to
of
go
people
above
have heart
South
attacks
Carolina
and stuff.
until after April.
Apparently, a lot of old folks have heart attacks doing that.
that'd be me
and
and my daughter.
I'm an old, but I got heart issues.
Because we're not used to it. I mean, raking the leaves, maybe, but not.
No, it's been a
Not
few years since
shoveling.
I've dug any trench.
That's a whole different.
Better
use.
take it easy, Ann, unless you're some spring chicken, because that stuff will catch up with you the older you get. I mean, like I said, I enjoy shoveling snow, and it's like, okay, if it's a threat to me, I'm going to do more of it so I can build up an immunity to it. That's the way I see it.
Don't live.
If I got to shovel snow here on Georgia, I'm definitely going live so you can see it.
The day that the myth became real.
The day that the mythical substance hit Georgia. One
That's
man's
great.
life was forever changed from that point on.
That's a great title, dude. I think you get a lot of hits.
Coming to a theater near you this summer.
Man, you've never even done a naked snow angel. You've never dived into a lake covered with ice. You've never done none of that, huh?
Never.
Why would anyone do a naked snow angel?
Because you
know,
can.
gotta seize the moment sometimes, you know.
Though that just takes lunacy.
Freeze the starfish.
And
Bonnie, one time I was talked from, all right, we got a 6-pack of signature beer. This is in the 70s. I was pretty young. We drank this 6-pack of signature Stroh's beer, which was higher quality beer back in the day. And then we're sitting in a sauna at like 160-degree sauna. And it's like 40 below zero outside, 5 foot of snow, just blizzard conditions. And there's a door that goes directly outside. And I was dared. I bet you wouldn't go right, because I had nothing but shorts on in that sauna. He dared me, and I went backwards into that snowbank right out from 160 degrees to 40 below zero. And I melted right to the ground, for one thing. Right through that snow, I melted straight to the ground. But I saw the world close in this weird, like, everything became a tunnel. Everything was black except for a tunnel of vision that was in front of me. It was like I almost blacked out, and then it came back and started expanding, and everything's so white I couldn't see again, But yeah, that's about as extreme as I'm gonna go, and I ain't doing it at this age.
yeah, we're selling. And we have to rake the leaves because they get mold under them. And so when you're allergic to mold, you just try to keep it from being around your home.
Get you a compost pile going.
Compost, they keep heat. Up north, we'd have a pretty good sized compost pile, and I'd layer in leaves all the time. And that would be the first thing that melted. Before all the other snow is gone, that heap of compost would always, the
Oh
snow
yeah,
would always be gone because it was producing its own heat.
it'd be over 100 degrees in the center of some of them piles.
State of shock. Wimo. For fires.
State of shock. That's a song by Ted Nugent, Echo. State of shock.
You should always keep around your home mowed in case of a fire, and it needs to be about 50 feet out if you have that much.
Rattlesnakes.
There you go.
Fire Corps taught me a little bit.
I was
And
in the Union. I was on fire watch a few times.
yeah, you keep anything explosive away from your house because we do get wildfires here.
The morons trying to burn cardboard on the windiest day of the year.
Okay, and that.
It was
Yeah,
windy here today. It would have been a good day to fly some kites.
it's been really windy here.
That's what started that one that burnt like almost 1,000 acres east of here.
Yeah,
One of the neighbors was burning cardboard without a cover.
and that's why we have a burn ban.
They don't care.
I know.
Oh, even here it's still real dry. We got some showers this morning, but shoot, after lunchtime, about 2:30, you couldn't even tell we got any rain.
Wow.
That's how it was all the time I was in Puerto Rico.
And they keep talking about all the deadlines about picking up all the limbs and stuff, but I just don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Not at the pace it's going now.
Oh, I wanted to see if it showed anything different further out today. Each day I check it. Is there a warm day in sight? No. I guess 57 could be with a low of 33. A little warmer.
Heck, it was even one day, I don't know if it was the night or Thursday, it's supposed to get down in the 30s in Jacksonville.
Is that unusual?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not
More than
necessarily
one.
unusual, but when you think of like how far, from Jacksonville to Maine, all the way to where Carl's at, all the way to where you're at, that's a pretty big area.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about Jacksonville, Florida. I think there's more than one Jacksonville.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jacksonville, Florida.
It's a pretty popular ville.
Yeah, it is, I think.
25.
Another thing you learn about doing eBay, man, is there's so many states that have the same named towns.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee, it's always what pops up on ours.
Like Midland, Texas. There's a Midland, Michigan.
Yeah.
That's where the term fair to Midland works both states.
There's a Midland, South Carolina. Uh-oh.
There she is.
Who are these
Hey,
people?
Sorry. I just
Need
had
a
to
better
throw
screening
together
system.
a whole dinner. I got company coming. I'm sorry, Watland.
What's up, D?
What
I
you
just
cooking?
fast dinner, Polish sausage, and I had baked potatoes, so I just cut them in half and cooked them in butter in the iron skillet, and green beans that I growed and canned. Thank
Nice.
you very much.
yeah, girl.
Yes. So that was great, but they're going to come home and hopefully they can plate themselves up, But sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know what was going on. I just came in
Hey, Lee.
like usual.
Did you put them stakes in the ground yet?
No, sir. Not yet.
Yeah,
I do got some good ones too. I got these perfect ones. They're copper. I bought them for my garden. I bought some copper rods and some copper wire, and I put some out there in my winter garden. I have some things out there. I don't think they're making a whole lot of difference. They're pretty low, high gauge. They're high gauge, so they're thin. And I didn't do any wire around them. I just put some rods in the garden, around some stuff. But those rods, I think they're like 2 feet tall. I think they're 2 feet tall. So I'll
Just wait. It'll work.
But I've taken pictures. I'm going to compare them. I can see with my naked eye how much the ground is moving, but it would be very interesting to note. It started in March, so I think it was March.
19.
Where the tree was in the road and half of the hillside.
Good night, Gigi.
I drove down the road. I'm like, that don't look right. That's not where that tree's supposed to be. It's kind of weird. So my husband back.
Yeah, graboid. I agree.
What is it?
Graboid.
Probably got a graboid infestation. You ever seen the movie Tremors?
Oh no!
I try not to watch those things. Scary movies. I get scared. I
really respect Bert. You know what I mean?
It does. Respect who?
Bert.
Burton. Who? Not Bert and Ernie.
That's the first movie, Tremors.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if I want to. Okay.
Bert makes every prepper look like weak. All right. Bert has everything you need.
Even an elephant gun.
Oh yeah, he had everything.
You know what? He can still get wiped out of everything too.
Yes, that thing came right through their cement wall.
Any of us can. Just do what you can.
And then it was funny because Kevin Bacon was in that movie, but Bert's character was the prepper. And then I don't know if you've seen the movie that came out a few years ago called I think it was Leave the World Behind. And in that movie, Kevin Bacon's character was the prepper and the survivalist.
He wished he was. That's why.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, that's a good idea."
He also got kidnapped by the Guardians of the Galaxy for a holiday special. Did you see that?
See, he's going intergalactic with his talents.
My beautiful weather, my rain. It's raining right now for days and days and days. We lost power twice last week. It was blowing like hell, but now it's not. It's just raining.
And like Navy said, everybody, be careful out there, man. There's ash blasters too. Those are worse than graboids.
I would believe so, yeah.
I was going to have to ask Devil Dog a question. I was wondering if he'd been around.
I haven't seen him tonight.
I could just call him, but I thought it might be kind of fun to talk about my Constitution class that I'm trying to gear up for again. And I'm looking at it, and it's just a lot of reading, too. It's a lot of reading, more than the other book I just did. It was a lot shorter. So I'm trying to figure out, what and how I should do that better, where there's like, I don't know, I have a little breaks in it or something. Just going to be straight reading a lot. It's hard to want to skip any of it out either.
Yes. But we enjoy hearing you read.
I like reading.
It's like our own little audio.
I like reading things that I like reading.
Right.
There's things I don't like reading, but you have to read. That's not the entertaining kind.
I
Right.
like reading. If I'm reading it myself, it's easier to remember it.
Yeah, for sure. Even with the stuff that I've read and streamed, I
Yeah.
have forgotten. So I mean, I look back at some of them, I'm like, what's that? What was that about again? And
That's all right, D. Like they say, an expert forgets more than a novice even knows.
that's a cool saying. I like that. I'm no expert at anything, but we strive, right? We're trying to have our areas of expertise. Some of us have different talents than others. Some of them just hone in on one thing and they do it really, really well, and some people got a lot of different things they got going on. It don't matter. We all have talents, and I really was feeling like I needed to tell this group with this stream how much I do appreciate everybody here and the discussions we get to have, and Bonnie hosting and Gamo and Watt being the side host a lot. And just, I don't say it enough, and I've really leaned on everybody a lot and just taken a very long leave of absence.
You're going to make Watt sing.
Sometimes I feel guilty, I'm like, I need to get back to streaming, but I want to have it good. I want to really do it right, so I'm close to coming back to streaming another Constitution class. And I hope you guys will come and hang out and listen to me read the Making of America, even though I question some of the, what there's a lot of things that people have to get over just to even read some of these history books. You know what I mean?
Yes. Like, have an open mind.
Yeah, and just appreciate the history of these men and women that lived during that time, whether you think Jefferson had slaves or George Washington was a Mason, and all this stuff that gets in the way of people just sitting down and learning it. It's the same kind of excuses they have with the Bible, to just dismiss everything. It's like, yeah, well, it's your law, it's your history, it's your country, and it's our government, and it's ours.
Yes.
Why wouldn't we know it?
Lisa or Andy, if y'all don't mind dropping D's link, I would appreciate it, please.
Thank you.
And Dee, I always appreciate you coming up and visiting with us.
I know you do. Even if I give you a hard time or make bad jokes, I have to apologize. I have to rein myself in a little bit, just lock it in a little bit. That's when I know I got to start streaming again, is when I start abusing my friends' channels and
No, you're not abusing it.
Too much shit and, poking and just letting things out on other people's channels. Thank you for letting me do that and kind of hide away here, and
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. There has been a lot going on in Humboldt. There has been. So, Tibet 7.1.
That's a big number.
That's a big one. Yeah.
Yeah. And we may disagree and still friends.
Yep.
And that's what it's all about.
A few disagreements. Like, we don't even let it.
Yes.
I mean, it's just like, that is not worth really,
Think you have any idea?
If we all thought the same, we'd be a bunch of drones.
Right? It'd be awful boring.
Later, David Ed. Love you a long time.
Night, David.
I saw one of my first videos on my original channel, and it said 4 years ago on it, and it was a message to discriminators. And I remember that one. I remember I uploaded that. I remember I did like 2 or 3 takes for that video, maybe 2. And I
A
realized
message to
I
who?
hate doing pre-recorded videos.
It was a message to who?
To discriminators.
Oh,
It's a message to discriminators. It was only 4 minutes long, but like I think I only had to do 2 takes. But still, it was like I realized, oh, I hate editing. Especially when YouTube takes your channel away, because I hate people whining and crying about their channel getting taken away even more. Just like get another one, figure something
Yeah.
out. They
right.
suck. Figure it out.
That's
what
two more takes than your haters ever took. You know, people will love you. The same reason people love you would be the same reason somebody will hate you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's as
Yeah.
simple as that.
very good truth. Too bad everyone didn't know that. You know,
It's like I think it was Einstein said that the only true knowledge is experience. You know, you gain that experience over trial and error, you know, doing things, muscle memory, building confidence. You get
Yes.
more confident, you have the ability to absorb more, take in more, you know.
Thank you, Ann.
I
Good
want to
night,
see
Ann.
everybody be the best versions of themselves they can possibly be this year. Even the people from Alabama.
Even
Even
them?
the people.
Sure.
I'm trying to be positive. Even the people from Alabama. You know who you are, whoever you may be out there.
Is that George's biggest rival or what?
Some would say.
I can't tell if that was a morale boost or sarcasm.
It was something, wasn't it? It was something.
It was something, yeah. If it made sense, it was something.
Yes.
I think a little bit of that was let out last night. Was it last night?
You got robot-y. Was a little bit let out last night. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you're roboting too. It's got to be my internet.
Mm-hmm.
Gone. Here we go.
I think so.
Check.
Nope. Okay, now it's working.
Okay, good.
It's on and off. It's like, I don't know what's going on with my internet.
Man, we have no idea what's going on out there in the skies or in the seas. But there's something going on out there.
You want to mess somebody up, just order a bunch of clappers and put them in their house. Remember those? Clap on.
Those things?
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Sounds like I would get scared and annoyed. If you hear something, you will likely forget it. If you see it, you might remember it, but you can only understand it by doing it. So true. And good to see you, John Dunning. Jerry, Echo, Lily J. Look at all these good people.
I know.
Kim Haggerty, Chuck,
and all the legends in chat.
Yeah, I would say so. Look at you all. Y'all beautiful people.
I noticed Amir has been absent.
That is true. Maybe being quiet.
Oh, yeah, Echo.
I hear my front door.
Echo. I think my internet.
I agree with Echo. That was so smooth it made me suspicious.
Oh yeah, me too. But I'm thankful for it. I'll take it. I'll take a nice, easy, breezy, breathable day.
Yeah. And yep, Echo, 2 weeks. 2 weeks left.
Goodness. This month is flying. I've got
6th, yeah.
I've got so much work to do this month. And then the flower shop, they're like, Valentine's Day's coming up, and I'm
I see you, Pamela Barone.
Hey, Pamela, good to see you.
Yeah, there's only 51 weeks left in this year.
Are you working in a florist shop, and it's Valentine's Day coming up?
It just sounds like they could possibly ask me for help. The owner can't see, and her only help is one of my best friends that has all the health issues. So
you're kind of foreseeing it.
Yes, because she
asked,
asked.
Wall, and it's looking like you're sitting there at that shop, aren't you?
What's going on, Benji?
She sent me. Well, she asked me to send her a picture of the funeral spray that I made, and so I sent it to her, and I'm like, oh no, I think I know what this is coming. But I have worked the flower shop before for several years. So the owner knows what I can do. It's not like.
It's getting to be that season, you know, once you get to Valentine's Day, and after that it starts getting spring, you know, weddings and
yes,
proms. People need the stuff for proms if they still do that.
Oh goodness, prom. Yes. And yeah. But it's fun. I love doing it. And of course, who doesn't need the money? But first thing is I have to do this business. I have to get everything done for the business before the 31st and get that all to the CPA or whoever's going to take care of it this year.
What? I don't understand what you're saying. Somebody tried to kill you with the gas on? Are you serious?
Man, sorry to hear that.
Do we need to pay a visit somewhere? Show up gangsta style? Motherfuckers.
Regulators? No.
Are you crazy? Don't you go fucking with our people here. We're all crazy.
I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody came after Pamela, she'd just shoot him.
Good.
What the fuck? No. Oh, hell no.
Pamela, you stand for yourself.
We travel.
Right.
The travel tribe.
Who knew bingo night could get that rowdy?
You guys just don't know Pamela like I know Pamela.
No, apparently we don't.
I wouldn't mess with Pamela if I was anybody out there, that's for sure.
Well, somebody sounds like did. I pity the fool.
I pity the fool.
Man, I love Mr. T. I don't remember a time when I didn't think Mr. T was cool shit. He was always high energy, man. He was always like, talk about a sense of urgency. Okay. That's there's always something going on. And you know, we got to get to it. Right? He's crazy.
Got to get going now, fool.
Time to meet Roscoe.
He was probably dealing with bad guys all the time.
Hey, you took on Rocky. He tried to take on Rocky.
Yeah, you know, that's something. It is. You gotta have some big cojones to take on Rocky. Just saying. Rocky's
some would say.
Rocky's the shit. Oh. Remember not that long ago, Sylvester Stallone was talking some shit about Trump, and now he's his best friend at Mar-a-Lago. And how many people are like that? That's just what's making me go, oh, okay, what is going on? Not like the way this looks. You know what I mean? It just
read an old book. If you like reading, D, you were saying that. Read something called The Art of War, and then read a book by Trump called The Art of the Deal.
I got that in my Kindle share with my husband.
Yeah, The Art of War is a good read.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're playing music. I thought they were going to be eating. Matt, my friend Matt's here. The one that likes to play music, our contractor friend. Have to go say hi. He got the hell out of California, but he still has to come and get work here sometimes. a lot of work here for people that want to work, because there's a lot of people that could work and don't work. So if you're a working person, and especially if you're willing to work more than 8 hours a day, I mean, I
That's
just
a
see, yeah,
big issue. It's,
yeah.
it's funny you mentioned that because I just was watching a news article today about that, um, just about the gap and the lack of people in certain workforces. And they had, I don't know how they pulled this average, but they said that the average in between time for people in the current workforce is like 21 to 28 weeks. I mean, heck, that's about half the year. You know, that's 6 months.
Wow.
That's insane. They was breaking down all the numbers and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that does not sound good, no matter how you try to analyze it.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing that even like with the electrical work I do, the linemen. There's fixing to be a big group of those guys that's fixing to retire out. There's fixing to be a big void and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know people who can't work. Pat Evans, no offense. I wasn't
Oh
talking to
yeah,
you. I'm talking to people. I'm talking to young men that are like
able body.
standing on the fucking corner with a sign, and they could be doing a lot of things. So I'm not talking to you at all.
Yes.
Man, it's driving me nuts
Oh,
right now. There ain't no work in the shop. I mean, even the boss ain't got nothing to do. He's starting to work on the shit of his own. It's driving
yeah,
me nuts.
See,
yeah.
even the dog nose is messed up.
Well, he should throw you some work to help him get organized and just do his, help you around. If he couldn't, maybe he can't, but
He throws me all kinds of things, and I'm on calls. Like today, I went and helped to move some couches and stuff in. A customer shows up after work, of course. So, I mean, I'm there for him, and he's been there for me. It's a mutual agreement. I benefit, and so does he.
yeah. And people in this community I know people that don't work, and I try to help them however I can with medicine or whatever, like seniors and people like
Oh, definitely.
there is no hard feelings towards people who are disabled. Like I know lots of disabled people, and they know I'm not tripping on their being disabled for sure. So hopefully, no more tripping on that. Don't be tripping.
Don't be
Yeah.
tripping, man.
It's not me. That's not my heart.
But I like your
Devil trying to get in there. Sorry, Bonnie.
I trip
You know,
sometimes. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, me too. Me
D,
too.
you probably don't even realize it, but I could be considered disabled. All right, because I've had a diseased knee all my life. It kept me out of sports, kept me out of the military, it kept me from doing a lot of shit. That's part of the reason why I sew. I can sit down and sew all day long with no sweat. All right. If I was to stand on a concrete pad for a couple days, I'm going to feel it for a couple weeks. That kind of deal. Because my knee is abnormally large. It's like my left knee is like two knees. All right. And they told me I was going to have to get it replaced and that I wouldn't be able to walk by the time I was in my 20s and all this shit. And I didn't believe them. All right. I just walked more. All right.
Yeah.
And I am limited to what I can do, but I work around it.
Just a little defiant. Just tiny.
Maybe
Well,
so.
that's
I
the
bet you
thing.
your body is a lot like Evil Knievel's.
Yeah.
Was that his name? The motorcycle guy that used to do
Yes,
the
that's
No,
it.
no, no. Now listen, I have
Oh,
never. Only thing I've ever broke was I had my nose broke and I broke a knuckle or two. That's the only thing I've ever broke. So I'm not like Evil Knievel.
okay. Well, but yeah, good. Okay.
And you got to break
Oh,
your nose, all right? Because they can kill you if you got a little piece of bone that's there. You got to get
oh
that
yeah.
broke.
Ever so slightly, yeah.
We don't have to break our nose, people. Nope,
You
nope,
got
nope.
to get your nose broke, or somebody else can kill you.
Not professing that. No. No.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Jesus. I've never broke any bones actually, but except for maybe this is a 10.
I broke a whole bunch of other people's bones. They make noise. They go crack.
No. I'd like to think I might have broke some other people's bones, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I absolutely, definitely did.
It's possible. And
I
I'll do
know I
it
did.
if I have
I
to.
mean,
Pamela
I
Barone.
saw him sticking out of his skin and shit. I know I did that.
Come see.
I used to work with a guy. He did motocross for most of his youth and into his adulthood. Sean Stewart. But man, I think he said he probably broke every bone he had a couple times. He
That
said
shit
it was
was
some rough
painful, man.
protection.
Several times in my life, I've seen in person people's bones sticking out of their body. That shit looks painful as hell. And
Yes,
you'd think it would bleed more, but it's like a bunch of weird
too.
colors, like
Like,
blues and whites
skin
and
is
shit.
open. My skin is open. Why ain't I bleeding to death?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how he was able to move around like he did.
Ooh, the worst
Yeah,
one.
I broke a lot of bones, but not any. None were sticking out.
I've
Thank
seen one
goodness.
basketball player's knee all freaking backwards. Like, it wasn't supposed to ever look like that. And you've seen broken legs, right? Where it's just like that. That bottom half is bent back in a way that does not happen normally or
You
naturally.
guys do not even want me on this subject. I got so many stories about broken bones you don't want to hear.
No, you don't have to explain
No,
No,
we was just joking. We was just jiving.
it.
you don't want to hear the broken bone stories.
And so what you were saying about work, some people classify work as different things. And that's why, because I
That's
mean,
true.
I get tired quick. I still don't have the energy where I want it to be yet, but I know it's going to get there one way or the
Yeah.
other. But
That's men.
and so that's why I do the bookkeeping. And if they did ask me to help with the flower shop, I would definitely do that. I wouldn't be able to stand up there and do that for 10 hours a day like I used to, but
Yeah.
I could still put out a lot of work in, I don't know, however many hours, like 5 hours. I could handle that.
You guys
It's
calling
lucky,
on
that can kill you if it gets their femoral artery in their upper leg. That you could die in moments once you sever that vein. He's lucky. Pretty horrible.
They thought they were going to have to at a car wreck on the highway, but
sorry, Echo.
they didn't have to. Yeah. I would hate to have to. I got this little saw, and it's in a little. It's only about 6 inches long, and
Oh,
my daughter was like, "What are you going to do with that?" And I said, "I don't
you're
know.
like surgery.
Maybe it should go in my medical bag. I don't know."
Oh, I'm gonna go visit with Matt for just a little bit. I'll be back if you guys will still be on here. I can.
All right.
I'll just be a couple
All right.
minutes. I'll come back.
Thanks for coming up.
You call that a knife? No, this is a knife.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm ready. What do you got?
Have you tasted it yet?
Mm-mm. It's hot.
Now, be careful when you're spreading butter with that thing, Bunny.
What are you talking about?
It's not for spreading butter.
There you go.
Oh
There's
my.
nine.
Well, I have a, but I
Heck
don't
yeah.
think it's for that.
Carrot. It's a nice carrot pillar.
That's really hot.
That is a Blackie Collins Special Forces U.S. issue machete. Got
Watch
the
Bunny's gonna come back with a katana.
Oh, what was that movie? It wasn't a movie, it was a series. It was one of those numbers, 1823 or something like that. Y'all know the one.
That was a series.
What was the show about?
I guess it was the Oregon Trail when they were traveling to Oregon.
Oh, was it the this is a newer show that just come out?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's the spin-off to the Yellowstone, wasn't it? Like the prequel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're related. I haven't seen Yellowstone yet.
You gotcha.
I've seen bits and pieces. I haven't seen every episode or much. I mean, I know the general concept of the show.
Yeah. When they had to amputate that one guy's leg, and it was pretty gruesome.
Mm.
The German guy, I think he was German.
But when you think about it, I mean, not really like fear-based, but I mean, you think of like just the loss of power, how quick would certain normal everyday instances could possibly turn into something like that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Having that type of knowledge and the ability to do it doesn't mean you'll always encounter that situation, but having the general knowledge of it definitely helps prevent that flight or fight when it actually happens, you know.
Yeah.
At least have the understanding to remain calm, you know what you got to do.
Yes. Stay away from crowds. The amount of people getting trampled, that's a hard
It's
path.
insane.
Yes. That would be a horrible way to go.
It's like the people that do the running of the bulls. You ever seen that whole campaign?
Yeah.
I think was it in Spain?
1883. Thank you, Henry.
Man.
Poor bulls.
Oh. I mean, it's funny though. You just don't want to be the back of the line.
Are you talking about the running of the bulls?
Yeah, I forget
Yeah.
when they do that. I think it's usually in spring, maybe.
I don't know, but so many of them don't make it, and it's like, why?
It's a heck of a bucket list to check off. Man.
I always cheer for the bull, man. They stick spears in his back and shit. I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, that type of stuff. Yeah, even with the what they call like bullfighting, the matadors and stuff, those type of things. Yeah.
That's crazy. Hey, Bushcraft, good to see you.
My great grandmother got married in. Oh wow.
If you think you're man enough to square off with a bull, you deserve to be flung through the air by a horn, gouged and slammed into a wall.
Yeah, I'm not taking those odds. I'd take the bull.
It's the pancake pan.
Just watch it.
Kim. Yeah. Well, it's everything now. I mean, even monster trucks, I've seen them go wild. And the rodeos, those bulls, oh,
Yeah, those things are massive.
yes. And you never know what they're going to do. Of course, that's their favorite pick because you get more points.
And it's always the names. The bulls, they have the most intimidating names, you know, like
Yes.
Doomsday or Satan Spawn. You're like, man, who's fixing to ride this bull?
Yeah. I will not eat Rocky Mountain oysters. Me either.
I want a bull with sharpened horn caps named Violator.
There you go.
They actually are.
Working on it in the factory as we speak, probably.
Back to ancient Greece. G-Ma makes some mean pancakes.
Oh, I could imagine, yeah. Back during the gladiator days.
Everybody on there like Rocky Mountain oysters.
You know, if you make friends with the bull, they're like giant babies. They'll lay right down on your lap with their head and shit and just want to be scratched. They're like one of the kindest beasts in the world until you mess with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have the Testicle Festival coming up.
The 2025
Mm.
Testicle Festival.
Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yep.
I think that's in Texas, ain't it?
Yep. Right up the road from here.
And she likes them.
About an hour.
Oh, this is a real thing.
Yes, it is. Every year.
Wow. I was joking, but I didn't know. Wow, that's a real thing.
It is.
Echo said they're not bad.
No, if they're cooked right, they're not.
Wow. Okay.
Watt has to readjust his reality now.
I mean, really, this is the Testicle Festival, man. They've got a festival for everything. I know it's usually like in September or August, but not too far from me, they have a chitlin strut. That's the name of that festival. And if you know what a chitlin is,
Yeah.
if you know, you know. You know what I mean?
I'm not super fond of them, but I tried them. What's up, Carolina?
Yeah, I'm not too fond of them either.
I tried haggis. There's a couple of them. I tried a bunch of that stuff, but it wasn't good.
So they're not like pig rinds?
No,
No,
chitlins
no,
are
no.
the entrails left over. That's what chitlins is.
Is what?
It's like intestine and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's the
no.
intestines of the pig, yeah.
I thought it was just the crunchies, you know.
Oh no, you're thinking of cracklins.
Cracklins.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. These chitter, people call them chitterlings or chitlins. Either way, but yeah, what you were thinking of is cracklins. Yeah, that's just the fat, the rendered fat in the skin.
Okay.
Oh, I love cracklins.
Chitlins are hard to even want to eat.
Chewy. Okay. No, I don't like chewy. I like crunchy.
That's why I never liked menudo. It's like gooey to it.
That's what I said. I can't eat menudo. Mm-mm.
Yeah, don't go ordering no chitlins and think you're getting some cracklins.
Remember
totally
that.
different.
You ever make it to Georgia?
Oh yeah, I know not to order chitlins.
I think they do that in Louisiana too. Probably.
What's that?
That's so funny, Gma. I seen you say that in another chat. That's so true too. Tastes just like bong water.
I really like it.
Oh, you saw hair on it. Mm-mm. I like gizzards, livers too.
Yeah, I like fried gizzards and livers.
Not the livers, but the gizzards. My grandfather and I he always had to have the gizzards. And so once he couldn't eat them anymore, I was like, woohoo, I get the gizzards. But then I was old enough to go buy, when you go to a fried chicken place, well, our local ones, they'll give you a ton of gizzards for just $1 or $2.
If I ever get another chicken, I'm going to name it Gizzard, just so I can say Gizzard all the time.
There you go. Like that idea.
Okay. Seems everyone agrees about the menudo.
Yeah, and
I've never had menudo.
The band sucked too.
When I went to church with my friends at 10 years old, after church, and Mom goes, "You want burgers or menudo?" They're like, "Menudo, let's go." So we go to Grandma's house. I starved that day.
Gumbo is good. I've had a few versions of that.
Gumbo, yeah.
The very first time I ever tasted shrimp, I was probably about 10, 11, 12, somewhere around in there. And because that's not something we ever got. And my best friend that lived next door to my grandmother, she took me to her grandma's house, and her grandma had made shrimp gumbo. And she said, just try it. And I said, okay. And I think I ate like 4 bowls of that stuff. I was hurting so bad I couldn't move.
Oh yeah, if it's good, it's real good.
Yes. And from then on, it was, I got to have shrimp.
And that's one of those, I guess you could say, I mean, you could find it in certain places, but I guess it's like one of those regional dishes, you know. You usually find it somewhere along the Gulf. Somebody's got a version of some type of gumbo.
Yes.
From
Yeah.
like the 70s up until the 90s. 90s was the last I saw this happen. But these guys drive around Michigan, several of these guys, and they'd have a freezer with an inverter that could keep fresh meat in the back of their truck, pickup trucks with
Yeah.
like a freezer in the back. And they'd go around and they'd sell these boxed gourmet meats. And you could get like bacon wrapped filet mignon and New Yorks and round
Yeah.
steaks. But they had this box of like, I don't know, it had to have been like 60 jumbo breaded shrimp. And I remember they were like $20 for a box of 60 of these giant shrimps. Man, I was hooked on that for years. I would just
I could imagine. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that I think that was the one that really hit me hard when they told me no more shellfish, no more seafood, no more chemical iodine, no iodine, period, whatsoever. I was like, oh.
Man. Yeah.
yeah, I worked at it's a big golf club. That's where they have the women's PGA tournaments and stuff here in Lake Orion, Michigan. Started off as a dish dog and then a prep cook. And next thing you know, I'm line cook and stuff. But we had to clean truckloads of shrimp. All right. They would come in fresh, and we had the main job really cleaning those shrimp was to watch for a green one. All right. Because every now and then is what they said, this is what the explanation was, is they get caught up in the net and they would stay there longer than necessary.
Yeah.
And they could kill people. If you cook that shrimp and served it to somebody, it could actually kill them, at least make them deathly ill, but it was one of the things. And there was another thing I remember about that job, cleaning thousands of flipping shrimp, is that it was caustic to your hands. Your hands would start to hurt like you were working with concrete or something. It was like they were just so caustic that it made your hands ache, man.
Huh. Something from the shrimp?
Yeah, like it was an acidic effect of handling that much shrimp.
Huh. Yeah, I was about to say, when you're dealing with, any type of food item on that type of level, eventually, if you did love it, you might hate it. But I know how they do it, those PGA events. They go all out.
Oh, yeah, that dude I worked for was a millionaire, man. I worked, like I started as a dish dog, and there was like 3 guys working the dish room. And all of them were replaced by me. And finally, it was just me working that alone. And I was happier that way, and I could handle it. And I ended up cleaning and polishing everything, even the drains underneath everything. I had it all sparkling clean. That millionaire, his name was Mr. Ardledge, he used to come and drop me $100 bill. He walked by, goes, "Look good, Carl," and drop me $100 bill and walk off.
Yeah.
And like I said, I climbed that ladder quick. That's the place that they blew up the pipes when I taught him. Well, when I told him about, muriatic acid.
Yeah.
Grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. When he gets back,
Man.
be excused a second.
I love a boss that will see somebody putting extra effort into something and compensate them duly. You know what I mean?
Yes. And that's unusual to find.
I was like, those exist.
Yeah. I haven't had very many.
Yeah, I've heard of processed sugar stinks. Pamela, you ever notice that? There's a sugar factory here in Michigan I was talking about not long ago. Just smells horrible. All that sugar beet pile mountains of sugar beets, and it just smells like pig manure or something.
Yeah.
Kim, that's the way I am. I was working at a restaurant, and if I just touched it, even after cooked anything, my hand would swell up and turn purple. And
Jerry, the main lodge to that golf club was old, all right, big giant lodge, and he had ancient old cast iron pipes underneath of it that were clogging up. We were constantly fighting to keep the drains clear. So I told that millionaire, I told him about muriatic acid and how well that works to clean pipes. Well, on my day off, he had some of the guys there pour acid into the drains, and they didn't do it right. They poured it all in simultaneously, and the pipes ruptured underneath the building, and there were reportedly fountains of shit coming up in the kitchens and all over the building, 3 foot high up in the main kitchen. A geyser of shit came out of the pipes, broke all the pipes up, and they had to close this place down for weeks. It took I think it was in the paper and everything, but he spent like $6 million to upgrade that kitchen. They put in an elevator and shit that wasn't there before, but boy, he didn't listen, man. He had people who didn't know what they were doing, and they put too much of that shit in there, and it destroyed the place.
Huh. Cricket chips is shelf food. Okay, no cricket chips.
No, thank you.
I don't want to eat the bugs anyway.
I'm back. Y'all been warned.
Okay, Pamela's asking a question, and it's in several.
I'm back.
Anyone else, woman,
Carolina, hello, love.
losing a lot?
It's like reading code.
He
Here,
asked a question. Did he write it in chat? Or are you just reading it? I don't understand. What's happening? What is happening?
Pamela's asking if anyone's ladies is losing a lot of hair. Do you think it's radiation?
Oh.
No.
Wouldn't that, even if it was, I wouldn't want to be thinking that, to be honest with you.
I have noticed mine's coming out more in my brush, but so I changed shampoos because I just thought maybe it was the shampoo. I don't know.
And
I just get a new beard piece.
I do have 2 wigs. I guess I could start wearing it.
I don't
Go down
know.
to the wig shop and get a new beard piece.
I don't know, man. Dating a bald chick might have its pluses. You could have a redhead one night and a brunette the next. You could have a blonde the next. I don't know if that would be a bad thing.
Well, a woman doesn't have to be bald to wear wigs and
No.
sick, because if she's sick and her hair's falling out, she's probably not.
And actually, there's some pretty hot bald chicks in like Star Trek and shit too.
Yeah, they're just so hot.
There you go.
Okay, D.
Yeah.
Y'all keep it up. Well, I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. You want to hear a funny story?
Let's hear it.
Harmless, funny thing that happened to my husband today. So, for some reason, a product that I ordered went to our work, and so he opened it, but he opened the bag, and then the product got everywhere. And it got all over his hands, it got all over his desk, it got all over the door handle. And he was a little bit nervous at first because he didn't know what it was. And he's like, "What? Did somebody poison me?" You know, he was just like really freaked out. And it's orange, but it's this pure curcumin product. Got it for Joe Tippin's cancer protocol that my friend Justin shared on his Humboldt Truth Teller channel. It's like a 3-minute video, and it's basically this product, a little tiny bit of this, benzidol, which is in most all dog wormers, and then a few milligrams of cannabis oil. And that together is a protocol for fighting cancer. So he said he had a couple of videos of that. One guy was saying how his mom had these things like tumors or whatever, and he had his mom taking it for a long time, but then she switched doctors, and the doctors found out she was taking a dewormer. The lady told her doctor her kids were making her take dog medicine, you know, the way she put it. And so then she stopped taking it, and she was dead like a few months later. But I was trying it for our dog. We had to put one of our dogs down on New Year's Eve, our little red dachshund, our little Toby dog that we had for a long time. And not that he wasn't that old, but he had a bad tumor in a bad place, and he couldn't even, it was just time, you know. So, but I started him on this regimen like 4 days before it was his last day. So it was just too late for him, you know. But I think that it's an interesting protocol, and I would try it if I was fighting cancer. That's for damn sure. Tell you that. Dr. Tippin's. I think that's the name. I know a bunch of you have probably seen it. I mean,
Probably somewhere.
Yeah, it's been around a while. I mean, dewormer.
That type of situation, you want to make sure the person is as comfortable as they can be, for sure.
Yeah. It's not Ivor. It's fenbendazole. It's different. Ivor's probably fights a different type of cancer. There's all different, you know, it just depends. I mean, cannabis alone can fight some cancer. Ivermectin can fight some cancer. Probably this protocol, fenbendazole. A lot of things make it seem like we're dealing with parasites anyways, you know.
Oh, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. You start looking into that type of stuff and the parasitic entities, yeah.
We don't take anything to detox, but we do it for our animals.
Yeah, you think about it that way, yeah. What do we do? You know, I mean, if we know, we know, you know, if we know of like, you know, certain herbs or certain combinations of things, you know, along that lines, but, you know, as far as something widespread, it's just not talked about.
Maybe I smoke so much weed that they get stoned and forget what they're doing and wander off.
Could be. You could be onto something.
Protocol was for doggies specifically. That recipe was for doggies. So I'm sure there was another, you know, like the milligrams and everything. It was for a 10-pound dog, which was perfect for.
Dee, did you know that farmers used to regularly, like once a month, give their animals a little pinch of tobacco because it would keep the worms out of them?
No.
Yep.
But I also heard the old timers used to take a little bit of borax every day.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
There's another cocktail: borax, baking soda, and what's the other ingredient?
Jerry's got it right there. That's well said. Going to the doctor is the leading cause of death.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
just that fact of knowing, knowing a time or knowing a time frame. I could imagine that would put, even the strongest person, it puts something on you.
Mm-hmm.
Lily bathes with borax.
I mean, heck, you think
Oh,
about it, even with the pets now, I don't know if it's always been a thing, but you hear about the pets having like human things, arthritis,
yeah.
kidney issues, heck, I don't know. Maybe they can get diabetes.
No,
I don't know.
Oh, my sister had a cat that had diabetes that she had to give shots to.
See,
yeah.
there you go.
Leukemia.
Well,
Yeah,
that's got to be the food. That's got to be the diet.
Yep.
There's no other reason for that.
I mean,
No,
it's
no, Echo. We had a stray once that, I set a 3/4 of a joint down, right? And I went to go get my joint and it was gone. And I looked fucking everywhere for that joint. And that's when I realized this dog we just got was knocked right out. Laying on the floor, non-responsive. I lifted his head, his tongue falls out of his mouth. He was out, alive, but out. All right, it totally kicked his ass.
Don't. Okay.
the train coming in at the perfect
They may
moment.
not
That's
have the
funny.
same receptors, but they do use a lot of THC and CBD for
It
animal
wasn't even
care.
that good a weed. It
People
wasn't
around
even that
here,
good a weed.
people around here have the dosages down and everything for animals. At some point, people need to start trusting more in the plant medicine than in the pills and the surgery because they're butchers and they're big pharma and they don't deserve to be trusted. They don't.
You go back 100 years, to 100 or a little over 100 years ago, and it was highly grown and stuff. Even the hemp industry, that was one of your biggest global industries at one time. Think about how much of that got wiped out. And then you had the what was it? The Marijuana Act. What was it? 1933 when that was established, which made it illegal across the federal board. But you think of how much of that was grown and used before then. Even
Well,
like
now,
what they call like snake oils. A lot of that stuff used to have extracts. Cannabinoid extracts and stuff like that. They had certain understandings about that stuff, but it's just one of those things that gets shamed and put down, so people don't talk about it. A couple generations, you forgot how to do it. You don't even know how to make moonshine no more. It's just lost.
mhm.
I yield.
I brought something for you, Bonnie, for your stream about arguing about God.
Okay.
It's from the Iroquois Constitution, and I just wanted to read a little bit of the beginning of it.
I'm very curious about the Iroquois Constitution.
The Iroquois.
Iroquois. I never heard of that.
Oh yeah.
Iroquois. It's a widely spread Indian tribe.
Oh, okay.
Now, I can't recall. I thought that it was around the 13th century, but I'm not really sure. But this is the beginning. It's just really cool. And I do have some highlights I'll look for after I read just a little couple paragraphs. This is the very beginning of it. The Great Binding Law. 1, it says, I am Dekanawada, and with the 5 nations, confederate lords, I plant the tree of great peace. I plant it in your territory, Adoradha, and the Onondaga nation, in the territory of you who are firekeepers. I name the tree of the great long leaves. Under the shade of this tree of the great peace, we spread the soft, white, feathery down of the globe thistle as seats for you, Adoradha, and your cousin lords. So basically, what I learned from this was there were 5 confederate nations, and what's really interesting is that they call it the tree of, or the long leaves. What do they call it? The tree of the great long leaves. And so, but Confederate is used over and over. They keep calling it a confederacy, is the one thing. And then they lay out a lot of how they do their politicking, how they organize and how they keep the generations in the tribes of power, and how the women elders have a big significant role, which I know Echo shared about many times also. And so here's number 2. Roots have spread out from the tree of the great peace, one to the north, one to the east, one to the south, and one to the west. The name of these roots is the great white roots, and their nature is peace and strength. If any man or nation outside the 5 nations shall obey the laws of the great peace and make known their disposition to the lords of the confederacy, they may trace the roots to the tree, and if their mind are clean, and they are obedient and promise to obey the wishes of the Confederate Council, they shall be welcomed to take shelter beneath the tree of the long leaves. We place at the top of the tree of the long leaves an eagle who is able to see afar. Then it goes on and on and on, and it's $2.50 on Amazon Kindle for a download. So that's what this is. And I'm still in the like 30%, maybe 60% of reading it. But it's really wild, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. And what you're describing, I swear I've seen like a animated something that was similar to that
Oh, wow.
about the
cartoon?
tree.
Uh-huh. Probably.
You know what it made me think of?
Huh.
Y'all may or may not have seen the movie, but it was one of my favorite movies that I can remember as a kid. It was called The Indian in the Cupboard.
Mm,
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember that movie?
Yeah.
no.
Make a long story short. This little boy, he received this little lockable cupboard, I think, for his birthday or something, and whatever he put in it came alive, and he had this toy Indian. And the connection to what you was talking about is the Indian in that movie. He was an Iroquois Indian. His name was Little Bear.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me think of that movie. But yeah, he put the Indian in the cupboard and locked it and opened it, and it came alive.
I think I might even have that movie.
On VHS.
What? Really?
Yes.
Well, we had it as a kid because when it came out, it was like a lot of well, not a lot, but like how some of those movies were at the time, it came with something. The original VHS on that one, it had it didn't really lock, but on the side where you would open it, it had like a little where you could put a key, and it actually came with a key, and it came with a little lanyard that you can put around your neck.
Wow.
Hey, Front Corners. Good to see you.
Can I read a little more? This is interesting too.
Yes.
Okay. When the lords are assembled, the council fire shall be kindled, but not with chestnut wood, and Adoradah shall formally open the council. Then shall Adoradah and his cousin lords, the firekeepers, announce the subject for discussion. The smoke of the Confederate council fire shall ever ascend and pierce the sky, so that other nations who may be allies may see the council fire of the great peace. Adoradah and his cousin lords are entrusted with the keeping of the council fire. And then it says, you, Adoradah, and your 13 cousin lords shall faithfully keep the space about the council fire clean, and you shall allow neither dust nor dirt to accumulate. I lay a long wind before you as a broom. As a weapon against a crawling creature, I lay a staff with you so that you may thrust it away from the council fire. If you fail to cast it out, then call the rest of the Union lords to your aid. Almost done. I just want to finish up on this one part that I thought was so cool. The Council of the Mohawks shall be divided into 3 parties as follows. And then there's a bunch of names that I can't pronounce and I don't want to butcher, but then just hear what it says. Then there's the second party. But the third party is to listen only to the discussion of the first and second parties. And if an error is made or the proceeding is irregular, they are to call attention to it. And when the case is right and properly decided by the two parties, they shall confirm the decision of the two parties and refer the case to the Seneca Lords for their decision. When the Seneca Lords have decided in accord with the Mohawk Lords, the case or question shall be referred to blah 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 some name. So that was kind of cool too, and it has all their like roles, everyone in the tribe, the elders, what they do, how they keep the lineage, the names, who's the fire keepers, all that like government kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. Jerry, something like out of 2,600 treaties made with the U.S. government, they broke 2,200 of them. So almost all of the treaties that were made with the natives, where they were all broken eventually, almost all of them.
No doubt.
Something like that. Those numbers are close. They might not be exact, but they're close.
And that was sure.
What's up, Moon?
So that was their form of government, though. It was in
the 5 nations
council in right.
Yeah,
and we've talked about that, like even going back to that, even so that, of course, everybody would argue about who the council is, but I always understood it was the elders.
Yeah, they have the whole structure in here. I just like this part about the medicinal. Let's say they give thanks to the earth where men dwell, to the streams of water, the pools, the springs, and the lakes, to the maize and the fruits and the medicinal herbs and trees, to the forest trees for their usefulness, to the animals that serve as food and give their pelts for clothing, to the great winds and the lesser winds, to the thunderers and the sun, the mighty warrior, to the moon, to the messengers of the Creator who reveal his wishes, and to the great Creator who dwells in the heavens above, who gives all things useful to men, and who is the source and the ruler of health and life. Then the Onondaga Lord shall declare the council open. The council shall not sit after darkness has set in. And that just goes into the formalities. The fire keepers shall formally open and close all councils of the Confederate Lords, and they shall pass upon all matters deliberated upon by the two sides and render their decision. But Confederate, that word Confederate, it's so funny to me, because when you read stuff like that, you're just like, oh, that's why they had to shit all over that word all the time. Maybe that's just me thinking that way, but it means something good, but the Confederate flag to so many doesn't. They see it as a racist symbol now, and it's just like, that's not what it means, I don't think, but it doesn't matter, because once a smear campaign is done against something like that, or history's lost, and it just becomes this thumbnail thing.
Yes. And
imagery and words like that, Confederacy, basically it just boils down to a group of like-minded individuals coming together for a cause,
Yep. And I have seen a picture, I don't know if it was at the church or but I've seen a picture of Black men carrying the Confederate flag in the Civil War.
They fought too and died even.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I know some myself here in Georgia.
Do you? Yeah, right on. When, the truth is, when we all can have the same information and decide on it, we're still going to may disagree on some things, but I think we would be a lot more united if we had the truth and we were presented it in a way that wasn't just to shock us and to make us afraid and to just follow a storyline and be scripted and all the bullshit. I know we're all exhausted of just being played like that,
Yes.
like a pinball. Pew, 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 you know. That's why we want to make something happen. I'd rather live, you know, look into history, look into who self-governed, how did they do it. It is not easy. It's hard. It is really hard, and people are starting way late. And you think you're just gonna, you know, what, show up at the courthouse with your pew pews one day and just start, you know, doing that? That is not prepping
No.
intellectually. You know, educating ourselves, because no one's going to give you the education you need to overthrow them. We know this already. They hide the truth. They hide us.
Yeah.
They hide us. They don't want us to be united. They worked so hard to keep us all divided.
Oh,
And
yeah.
still, my
Every
friend
every
told me,
topic that they can throw at us, yeah, they'll find some way.
my friend Justin gave me a creepy analogy the other day about, like, you know, in the Hunger Games, how they had their little dome and they're just watching them all, and people get the parachutes and everything. And he's like, Dee, what if it is like that for us, you know, and they're in Antarctica, when that's why nobody can go there. I'm just like, I know the Truman Show is way too freaky close to home. Like, you know, every square inch is surveillanced. You know, we're being watched. Like, the more we become awake and aware, the more that becomes the reality of just how much
Yes.
we've been monitored, more than we're monitoring them. That's a fact. We know that for sure.
That's what I've been saying for a couple of years. This is like the Hunger Games. It's
Yeah.
Been a long train of statutes and limitations.
Think about that a lot too. Yeah.
That's our
Yeah, your district performed poorly this quarter, so we can't send you all the relief that you need for this quarter.
yes.
Maybe your district can perform better next quarter, you know?
That's when they started
I have to see that, huh?
when they started doing the FEMA regions. That's when I was like,
Yeah. That's
okay,
right,
this
yeah.
is sounding more and more like the Hunger Games. They're
Yeah.
dividing us up into what those regions can provide.
Camps. We're all in our camps.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Guess I'm gonna have to watch that movie too, huh?
Yes.
Have you seen it?
No. Is there more than one, or is there just one?
It's several parts. I don't know how many parts. I've only seen the first part of the movies. I don't know how many parts there are.
Of the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
There's 3 movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've only seen the first one.
I read the books and I saw the movies. Very scary when you think about it. And they say our national forests are already used like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You think of thousands of square miles. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, we're not out there. We don't know. Yeah.
How many cameras do they got up in the trees in those forests? And think about all the young girls that go out there and go hiking.
Yeah.
The movies they put out there to inspire them to go hiking, like Reese Witherspoon and that movie Wild. She went out on the Pacific Crest Trail all by herself. That's just like the perfect bait, you know?
Oh, yeah.
We'll just throw this one out there now. And then how many people went trending with doing exactly that?
Well, one good thing that came out of that is that's what got my girls wanting to do archery. And that's a good skill to have. So I was all for it. They were in competitions and everything.
Well, yeah, that's where we're at. You got to glean the good from the bad, you know?
Yep.
They can watch me wave my middle finger too. We've put ourselves out here, especially on this format. I don't even need to say it. But the other day I had this weird red scope on my wall, like a red, like you'd see through a scope on a pew. It was like 2 feet wide, 2 feet tall. It was big. And I was laying in my bed and I just looked at it for like a second and then it was gone. And I got up, shut my curtains. I was like, oh my gosh, that freaked me out so much. Probably a drone. You know, there's drones all up this canyon here. I'm on a mountaintop, so they're all up and we're in the flight path. You know what I mean?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But it just gets you, it's really will freak you out. I remember Liberty Cowgirl telling me after the Vegas shooting and Mandela Bay and everything, she came home one time and she seen a laser poking in on her apartment, you know, blue. She got her shit out of there and never went back. She went back one day.
Yeah.
It's freaky when you see lasers in your house.
A few years ago was saying they got home and there was lights going through their house, but nobody was inside of it. I can't remember, but it was a white light. It wasn't like red or blue or anything like that. I don't know. Can't remember if it was red or
I agree, Kim.
somebody.
That's why I'm here. I'm not hiding out. I certainly didn't hide out. But the more I researched, the more I went, my God, they know what we're doing way more than we know what they're doing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I learned. That's a
Wait,
scary.
what are we doing?
Oh, we're doing it.
They know more about us than we know about them. Our own military and people that have technology and use it against us. You know, it's kind of scary. The whole AI robot thing is terrifying.
They're having maybe just think of something else. They're having, was it the world's biggest tech convention in Las Vegas this week?
Are they?
I think it kicked off today. I forget the name of the convention, but yeah, I saw an article. It's the world's biggest annual tech convention.
Hmm.
Howdy, Emma.
They had this robot on there, and they were showing like previous inventions that kind of didn't go nowhere, which the guy said majority of the stuff that comes out there don't never go nowhere. It's just more just a showcase really of what could be. But they had this pod that was about as tall as a washing machine or dryer stack, and you put it in the top, it washes it, dries it for you, then you take it out, and in the lower half you put whatever it is, a shirt or pants, you put it on the thing, it folds it for you and it spits it out on the bottom all folded up.
Oh wow.
And I'm
See,
thinking, that is insane.
It is.
yes, it's just going to make
Have you
people
ever seen-
more lazy.
Have you ever seen the magic table? What?
Oh, I don't know.
So there's this guy, he does this video. He sits at home. Anything he puts on the table magically disappears. He can put laundry on the table and the laundry magically gets done. He can leave his beer cans and whatever on the table and it magically gets cleaned up. You ought to watch that sometime. I mean, it turned out to be his wife, and she was pretty pissed off that he thought it was a magic table, but it pretty good video.
I have to check it out. Yeah, I wouldn't even have known about this convention. I just randomly ran across a video about it today.
What convention?
They're building 2 huge tech complexes here in Texas.
Nice. 2 of them, man.
More. Yeah, 2 more in Austin, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's like 4 miles long.
That's like their hub for that type of stuff, I guess, in Texas.
Yeah. I have never liked Austin. Even when I lived in San Antonio, I think we took a field trip to the Capitol. And I was like, why would anybody live here? And I've thought that ever since. It's a whole different world.
Yeah.
Everyone says the big cities are the same, but the difference between Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, I can see it. They are not the same. even if they are going all lefty, I don't think they all are, but
Yeah,
just the mindset, the culture, everything is different.
yeah. I can say that even for different cities here in Georgia, it's like that, you know.
Hmm.
Atlanta is it's nowhere near what most people would think of Atlanta, you know, as far as that. It's a lot different now, but it's not like that in every city, you know. You have certain ideas, those ideas travel far and wide, you know, but yeah, you get more rural, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. From Atlanta to Augusta to Savannah to Brunswick. I mean, yeah.
And you're stuck in the middle. Pat's in the middle of Fort Worth and Dallas.
I like
And
it.
Fort Worth is, or always was before. I don't know if it still is, but um, cowboy country. Like Dallas is more. Um, well, they got the fast track. They're they're very updated. I guess is how you'd say it.
Oh, yeah,
But
more modern.
yes,
Oh, yeah. It's
I
tough on those cities like that. Even, you know, your smaller cities, the more the bigger cities get advanced, it transfers that burden to your smaller cities to catch up, you know?
yes, and that's Austin was always like kind of small, and so when they built their roads and how to get around Austin, it was horrible. It was, you know, San Antonio kind of has these loops around it, circles, and so it's easier to get where you're going in San Antonio. Then it's got some that just go straight through it, but Austin is a mess. It's,
You think it's come a long way, you know, Stephen Austin, of course, you know who the city's named after. I mean, it's a big change from now. I mean, heck, I think he was dubbed the father of Texas, wasn't he? Stephen Houston.
Sam Houston or
Yeah, I was
Steve
thinking Sam
Austin.
Houston.
Okay, Sam Houston.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got Stevie. I might have been thinking about Stephen Hawking. Similar, but totally different. Yeah. But yeah, I think they gave him the nickname the father of Texas.
Yeah.
But yeah, to go from thinking of that era of society and culture and even men now, it's totally different.
Yes. Stephen Austin is the father of Texas. My daughter just looked it up.
Okay. I had half of it right.
History lesson.
Somebody was picking up what I was putting down.
Yeah. Big X. There you go.
Said one day I was gonna go on Jeopardy, but ain't got Alex Trebek no more, so I think I'll can that deal.
I was going to try for Wheel of Fortune when they were in theater.
Yeah.
Kept shooting up the kids.
Yeah, I think Tammy wanted to go to do that. One of those that were close by.
I remember when I was a kid. Oh man, what was the name of that movie? It just made me think of it. What was it called? Tall Tales. You ever heard of that movie?
Yes.
It was like I don't know if it was a Disney movie, but it was like it had John Henry in it, Pecos Bill, Paul Bunyan,
Paul Bunyan, yeah, I remember
and
that.
it made me think of the Pecos Bill guy. You know, when he get to doing his lasso and he'd make a tornado. I said,
Yes.
man, Texas is wild, man. What's going on out there?
Well, that's whenever Chi was talking about coming to visit. She was like, I don't know. Y'all got everybody shooting each other. And I said, no, that's not. But you all carry guns. And I said, that doesn't mean we're using them.
They only do that on the weekend.
Yeah, I remember that movie. Yeah, I think it was called Tall Tales or something like that. Pretty good movie.
Oh, oh no. We got my daughter got a video from our friend from Sweden, one of them. And oh my gosh, it is beautiful there right now with snow all over. And
You said Sweden?
yes,
Oh, I
sweet.
bet, yeah.
And she keeps on, I miss Texas so much. I miss all of y'all. And so I sent her a couple of videos because they used to come around Christmas and stay through New Year's. And so I was showing her what the lights look like now.
They look the same.
Okay, yeah, they look the same.
I bet they get some snow in Sweden. Man.
Yes. Yeah, that I think that's why they would come and spend Christmas here because it is warmer. They
Yeah,
get like
don't
a
blame them.
month off, and they'd usually go to LA also. Kind of surprised me that they'd always go to LA, but
I don't know about the people, but yeah, it would definitely be warmer for sure.
yeah.
I don't know.
Night, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah. She's got Texas things hanging around. Used to send them.
Yeah, I bet when it's spring and summer, I bet it's beautiful over there. I can imagine.
It is. They do a oh, I can't even remember what it's called. Summer's Eve, I think is what it's called. And they have the maypole. They put they make flower wreaths to go on their head, and
Oh, like a summer solstice thing or something
yeah,
like that.
that.
Those things.
Yeah.
No,
Come on, Kim. No, it's not pagan. They're very um, Christian oriented. That I mean, they are really strict about attending church, and
no,
Don't mind me. I'm just cleaning my junk drawer.
I hear you.
my, my grandma, she always had a bunch of photo albums. If anybody knows what photo albums are, you probably have to Google it. If you don't know, uh, but she had all these. At one time, she would travel around with my granddad when he was in the army to different places, and she had these pictures. I think they were from Holland. Oh
Hmm.
man, it was nice over there, and she'd tell me about the flowers and all that different type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's a
Wish I can
bunch,
remember all those stories.
bunch of places that are just beautiful that I have no clue unless I see pictures or something like that. Then, but they usually only show you if you look it up. They only show you the hot spots, and so that's
Tourist area.
yes, that's why I like getting pictures from her because it's always like life.
Yeah. the hole in the wall spots, you know, the off the beaten path spots.
No echo. Excuse me. I didn't even think about that.
Summer breeze makes me feel.
Summer scene.
So you seen that video about the baby Grand Canyon? You watched it?
Yes.
That's pretty cool,
Wait a
wasn't it?
minute, wait a minute. The Grand Canyon hit a baby.
It is
It
beautiful.
did. There's a it's the nickname is the Baby Grand Canyon. It's a state park in Southwest Georgia. Pretty interesting.
Yep.
What's up, Two Blood?
So, in the way it was created, like Georgia used to be part of Africa. Maybe the whole East Coast was. I don't, but they
Probably at some point, yeah, with the what they call it, the continental shift.
Yes.
And something like that could easily happen. You think of the Great Flood scenario.
Yes.
You know, if everything, you know, was how it was, I mean, something like that could happen. Texas bluebonnets. Oh, yeah. Those nice.
Indian paintbrushes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Indian paintbrushes. I got some of those seeds.
Yeah, they should grow there.
Oh.
Because I can grow y'all's plants here.
Yeah, I think we're in the same growing zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in 8B. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, pretty much what you would get, we pretty much would get here as far as weather. It can change, differ a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope we get more rain this summer. We didn't get none last summer. That was the biggest setback, you know.
Do y'all have bluebonnets?
Oh, I could grow some. We can make it happen. We could establish the bluebonnet population in Georgia again. I'm not opposed to that.
Everything's better with bluebonnet on it.
It's like there's like this family that not too far from here, and I don't know. They've been doing it every year since I can remember. Every year, you can just guarantee they're going to have a field full of sunflowers, and they do. It's nice. It's just it's field as far as you can see. It's just nothing but sunflowers every year.
I love to see that. 2 Block.
It's
Good to see
cold
you.
in South Louisiana too, huh?
Yes.
I don't know about it.
Yeah, that's another thing Lady Bird did. She has a wildflower farm in Austin, but she was made them throw seeds out on the Texas highways, bluebonnets and all the wildflowers.
I agree, G-Ma. I was just reciting that jingle. Everything is not better with bluebonnet on it.
I think it's more of a South thing, but do y'all have the flower, like the passion flowers that grow? We call them maypops. They bloom this real beautiful flower, but they have these little edible pods on them. Have you ever seen those?
I haven't heard of it. Are you looking it up?
Yeah.
I've heard of them.
I'll send you a link. They're the most beautiful, interesting flower. It's almost like an orchid of the South, almost. Real distinctive. That's how we always know when the summertime's here. The maypops, they'll start. You start seeing them blooming.
Oh, those are neat. No, we don't have those.
We do not.
Man, those are pretty cool. They grow wild here everywhere. Could be the swamp and the river. That may be what they kind of feed off of. I don't know.
I have to swap seeds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you could get them. I've never looked them up, but I imagine, yeah, There are the varieties of seeds you can get for that.
We have a wild seed farm here, and there's quite a bit that we can get from them, the seeds. And then
Yeah.
there was my cousin started some kind of a granny group. I don't know what it was. And
Granny
she's
group? You mean like Granny Brigade?
not quite. And she's up in Alaska. And so we would do a Christmas swap. And one of the ladies sent me a bag of all kinds of mixed wildflower seeds from her area. And I still
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
planted.
I don't get on the fake book much, but one of the features I like about the fake book is certain groups that you can get in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in some of like the local gardening groups and the Georgia gardening groups. And when it comes that season, I mean, I know it varies upon region and, availability. There's a lot of factors, but there's people and they're always having, seed swaps, or they got extra seeds. Does anybody need any tomato seeds? Or, hey, I started too many tomatoes. Does anybody need any tomatoes? Just let me know.
Oh,
Check
wow.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're going to have to try to make it a little weird now because Virginia's here.
And I was
All right.
just putting the link for it.
Initiate Operation B. Let's do it. Yeah, check into that. Like I said, I don't get on the fake book much, but those little features are like the marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, there's people always giving out stuff. Hey, I'm putting this out by the road.
Yeah. We have a lot of people that do that just right around us. Mm-hmm. We did that with my living room furniture because daughter was doing the floor, and I said, just put it by the road and put free on it. And it was gone within hours. I didn't even post a picture of it or anything.
Oh no, yeah, you just put it by the road. That's the universal sign of, hey, come get it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. They wadded up the free sign and threw it in the yard, took the furniture.
Oh, and if it's metal, the junk man with the trailer will definitely get it within an hour.
Mm-hmm.
There's been several places I lived where if there was anything I didn't want, I could put it out to the road and within like an hour it'd be gone. I mean, wood, you know, anything. Old broken TVs, there was somebody that for everything, they would snatch that up. Like they had like little paths, I think, that they took every day before garbage day looking for the stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know a guy, but I seen a guy, and I asked him one time when I seen him. He would always ride around, and he wouldn't get certain appliances, but certain appliances he would, or like cords and like old TVs and stuff. And this was like, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And he said he would get all the little components and, break them down, and, he knew what was in them, like the old microwaves or the old TVs and stuff. He would get all the little metals out of them.
Yeah, I've seen mountains of debris where Chinese sit there and take all the electronics out of things just to get the rare metals. I mean, it's
no shoes on and no safety glasses, just breaking down thousands of TVs.
Yeah, all kinds of electrical devices, laptops and PC, all kinds of stuff.
Virginia Roots, you should come up here.
King Arthur bell pepper. Right there. All right.
My presence is being requested in the other room.
You have been summoned.
They're playing worship music and they want me to be with them. I said no.
Gotta hype them up.
And then I came here, but now I'm feeling guilty, so I'll have to go in there. It's not every day I get someone that's playing some good music in my living room, so.
Exactly. You'll enjoy it.
I have to go do it, but if you guys are still around later. Oh, there she is.
Hey.
Yay!
Virginia.
Replacement is here. Although no one could replace you or me, Rose, really.
That's true. I don't think they'd want to.
No doubt.
But you're a good
No
girl.
objections.
Everyone will enjoy you. Much love.
Thank you for the reading, Dee. Much
Yep.
Good
appreciated.
night, Dee.
Have a good
Hello.
night.
You're-
You, especially today, because I told
Yes.
you.
Oh, are you leaving me? Dang it. Right
Gotta
when I
go.
Happy
But
New
what?
Year.
Did you want to ask me something or something?
Oh, no. I was just like, dang it. You're leaving right when I got up. I always enjoy your
I know it was not because of you. I was telling him I have company. I love to hang and chat with you. If you guys are still on later, they're not going to last long. They've been drinking bourbon and they're playing.
Wow.
So there's only so much that can happen. You know?
Virginia. Hey, Virginia. All right.
Hey, Carl.
Love y'all. See you later. Night.
And that's the rest of the story.
That's the rest of the story.
I just thought of a random question. How long do you go into the new year before you stop telling people Happy New Year?
That's a good question.
Like the next day.
That's a
I
good
was going to
day.
say, I haven't been saying it, or am I supposed to be?
I don't know. That's just a random idea I just had. I don't know.
After the first, it's not new anymore, you know.
'Cause I think today is National Take Your Christmas Tree Down Day, so I don't know. People always
Right.
have a date for everything.
Well, you
Does it
know,
still
the 12
have that new car smell?
yes, the pine trees.
Yeah. Artificially little trees.
Did
Little
you
baby
guys know
trees.
the 12 days of Christmas actually starts on Christmas? Christmas is not
Yeah.
the 12th day. So technically, we aren't
Go
even
through today.
through that. Yep.
Think that
I
it goes through the day or today's the last day. Yeah.
Yep.
I did just recently get a refresher course on that, Virginia. I had forgotten.
It's also Three Kings Day.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
We Three Kings. I worked at a golf course for a while, and my manager, he owned the pro shop, and he was the restaurant manager, and he would say Happy New Year every day of the year. Didn't matter what month, made no difference. And I asked him one time, like, why are you doing that? And it's because some of the, he would say it to the worst asshole customers, and in his mind, he was saying, go fuck yourself. But he would wave, go Happy New Year, but in his head, it was a code. So anytime he told someone Happy New Year, like in September, I would laugh my ass off because I knew what he was saying. You know?
Kind of like Frosty the Snowman. Every time he got reconstituted, he'd go, "Happy birthday!"
Pretty
You know, like metaversally speaking, you know, if you had a friend that was in a coma for 6 months and they woke up, would you feel obligated to tell them Happy New Year or no?
Dude, would you even tell them what day it is? I mean, that's
I'd ask them, see what they
right.
say first.
Right.
They might have just came back from the future or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be a shocker. Mardi Gras
Right.
season.
Oh yeah, Mardi Gras just kicked off. Yeah.
I thought it was warmer weather when that happened.
I don't know why they picked that day. Somebody lost a job behind that one, I'm sure.
Elvis's
But
birthday tomorrow.
I mean, people are still doing it, you know?
Oh yeah, they can't get there quick enough.
Yep.
I mean, I imagine at a certain point in someone's life, it probably would be a cool, interesting experience, but I don't know. Not so much now for me.
Right.
Does hibiscus grow wild there? Wildlife?
Not to my knowledge, but that'd be something definitely to look into, especially for its properties and benefits. You know,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. You know, like tea or stuff like that. Certain tinctures.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. They do make like hibiscus teas and Huh. Yeah.
Carl, what are you munching on?
It's a hibiscus cookie.
Oh, I thought it was a hamburger.
No, pulled pork, barbecue pulled pork.
Well, okay. The
Those are just
barbecue
favorite
bun.
cookies. It's so like giant cookie.
They make hibiscus beer around here.
It's a giant bun.
There you go. It's even better. You get two of them. They come in a pair.
Did y'all hear that? They make hibiscus beer here.
Oh, I didn't hear hibiscus beer. That I'd give it a whirl. Why not?
Yeah, I tried it once.
You had me at high biscuits.
It's not hibiscus, Carl.
Yeah, not hibiscus.
God's favorite at the winery we all worked at.
And everything lavender. Oh my goodness.
Ridiculous.
Cookies and everything. They just put it in everything. They just dump it in everything.
Oh, two blah. It's 80s and then 20s and the next days. And like attending parades or going to New York for the ball drop or Mardi Gras or whatever. I might have done it like 20 years ago, but nowadays I feel like big crowds are a bad idea. And I mean, they've always been a bad idea, but still, I'd be less likely to go to some major event like that now. It's crazy
Oh,
out
yeah.
there.
Especially after what just happened.
And I don't know anybody that might go.
I don't think it was as hyped up this year as it's been the last couple of years as far as people in New York. I don't know. I can't speak personally, but just from like even the ball dropping footage, it wasn't really like it was showing a lot of people. It kept showing the same people.
Yes, I noticed that too. And
I mean, I'm sure there were millions there, but not as many as years before.
so I wonder if the latest event in New Orleans is going to affect the Mardi Gras. That would be kind of
probably not affected, but you best believe the security presence and officers is definitely higher for sure.
Yeah.
I'm more curious why a 30-something-year-old prosecuting attorney, DA, or whatever he was, killed himself there in the office in New Orleans the other day. What's up, Hawk?
There's been a lot of that happening.
Hey, Hawk.
I didn't know about that case. I'm gonna have to look into it, but it's been happening.
Yeah, they said it happened, but they don't tell you why.
Interesting.
I sent somebody an article the other day. I don't remember who I sent it to, but it was a judge somewhere. It was, matter of fact, it was here in Georgia. Where was this at?
Yes, I saw that. And he
Did I
killed
send it to you?
himself with his chambers.
Yeah,
No.
I want to say it was Lincoln County, County, Georgia.
I think so. I
And
got it.
supposedly he sent a email or a letter or a text message or some type of correspondence to the governor here in Georgia, Brian Kemp. And yeah, he went into his chambers and yeah.
Huh. Was he involved with a high profile case or anything like that?
I need to do more. I need to look more into it myself, really, because I was looking into it the other day, and then until the topic brought up, it just made me think of it again.
Right.
I didn't see that part of it. He was 72 years old. Oh, they just had an election and he wasn't reelected. And so they're making it sound like that's the reason why.
Yeah, I don't.
But I can't imagine a 72-year-old man being that upset about losing an election.
Right.
No, not to throw your whole life away like that. No.
No.
Or reputation.
He had several children. No.
You know, there are isolated incidents. You know, things do happen. But yeah, when you start hearing about several of them like that in a short span, it does sound interesting for sure.
Do you think the Vegas explosion and the Nolan situation are connected or coincidence?
Connected. Sorry. Go ahead.
There's a lot of similarities that could, I mean, I guess you could say they were, you know, a lot of things, but it's hard to say, you know. It's hard to say. They seemed, I don't know, there's a lot of connections. That's for sure. There is a lot of connections.
Oh.
But they even had, here where I live at, on the local news, I was watching it the other night. And they had agents. Agents came into town because supposedly the guy from New Orleans, one of his ex-wives lives here, or her family lives here, or something. They had to send somebody out to talk to him. Yeah,
Interesting.
and I think they both had similar training at the what was it, Fort Benning?
The same.
Bragg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bragg. Yeah.
And I just seen another article that said that, of course, they try to throw in a drone connection with them, something with the drones or something, but I don't know.
Yes.
It's hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
Hawk said that rumor mill is Judge had been having sex with young'uns and was going to be investigated, but you never know.
Yeah,
I could see
you never
that.
know.
Yep. There could have been a lot of local gossip or something, and he knew he was cooked, you know?
Yeah, if you're dealing with that, yeah.
Yep.
What's up, Lady Smith? I tell you what, man, that hot sauce just warmed me right up.
There you go.
Do y'all hear that when it happens? That brrr.
I don't think so.
Yum.
I was just
Yum.
I just made a noise because it warmed my whistle. You're hearing?
That was his ears steaming.
No, it's like
cartoon.
And for some reason my computer's really hot, but it's up where it gets air. Huh. Oh, I can't wait till April.
Is the fan working correctly? Like if it's hot and you're hearing a sound, it might not be the fan. Is it like it's not cooling down at all? Is it hot by the battery?
It's hot underneath where like the air would come out.
Okay. I'm thinking
it's
it's
like a laptop.
Yeah, it's a laptop. And it's just on one side. The other side.
Put you two pencils or 2 pens underneath. That'll give you a little gap where it could breathe a little more, maybe.
Yeah, I've got a book under it. Like, so the back of it's tilted up. Oh, sorry, Hog. Down there waving.
We're leaving in the basement.
Yeah, it's got like a little bit bright now. I'm seeing spots everywhere. Yeah, now understand that was rumor mill, but that rumor came out of Kings Bay, Georgia. And it was from a person who works as a military police officer down there who made the comment. So I wanted to clarify,
Thank you.
that is the rumor mill, but it's the rumor mill in the law enforcement in that area.
The local.
Yeah. So it's I wanted to make sure that you're that was clarified. And
that's not far from me. I need to look more into that myself. I should have more info for you.
Yeah, I would. I'd like to know if there's more to it than what the mainstream media is putting out about it. It's way too often that they cover things up with just little things, nuances, retirement, things like that. No, a lot of this stuff comes back to haunt them years later. And I think that's something that we're going to progressively see more and more of. one thing that we got to remember is that a certain board told us about a suicide weekend,
Yep.
and we still haven't had it.
Wow.
Okay, so that still has not happened. So what is what and when. I have a feeling that because time is getting very short on their side of this, that I think we're going to start seeing a whole lot of that activity going on, either leaving the country or unaliving themselves, one or the other.
I see that. I mean, the
All I can hear now is that Leonard Skinner song. There's things going on you don't know.
Mm-hmm. 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 And Bonnie, yes, I was hearing the hoo-hoo.
So you heard it?
Yeah, very clearly. Especially if backstage, you can hear it really clear.
I don't hear a thing.
Yeah, because it's because we don't. When you're backstage, it does something with the microphones. I'm not sure if it's a balancing thing that's going on, but man, the woohoo comes out big time.
Sorry about that.
No. It's actually good to know. Because if I ever heard my stuff doing that, I would automatically, just I would look into figuring out what it is. So
yeah.
So if you're like ever in the woods at night and you hear, you'll know it's me.
I'll be looking for my phone first, and then if I don't find my phone, then I'll be looking for you, Carl, and I'll be sending the dogs.
Sending the dogs. Uh-oh.
Make it even more fun. I done told them, as soon as I meet them dogs, I'm going to just lay down on the ground in a big pile of German Shepherds.
Yeah. What is that? Mary Freeland's asking, where is JFK Jr.? That's a good question. That's a good question. I always said, it'd be great if he's still alive, and it'd be awesome if he made an appearance now, but at the same time, how long would he be alive if he came forward now?
And how old would he be?
Well, there's this guy, man. I showed Hawk. There's this guy. He swears up and down that he's JFK Jr., the real one. He got switched out like a child. They had a fake, this. I've been watching him. He's the real JFK Jr. He's on YouTube. He's very active, and he completely is convinced of himself that it's him.
Well, isn't that kind of like the guy who said that he's the king of England? What is it, Gregory Howlett?
I don't know, Hawk. I just see the stuff. I'm not even going to judge anything. I'm just there to observe.
You never know anymore. These days, you don't know. I mean,
no, you don't. And Bonnie, you sent me a link just the day before or something about this guy. He's like Homesteading is the name of his channel.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Now this guy, I saw him years ago on YouTube. When he was set the camera up in his yard while he was doing menial task, chopping wood or whatever it is. And he'd come back to the camera. Did you see it? He was right there. He was right there. Did y'all see it? And some people in the chat be like, I saw it. And here I was with a computer. I'd blow this shit up, and there wasn't nothing there. And he was like playing out like there was a Bigfoot in his backyard for like years. Okay. And he had people mesmerized over this. And there never was nothing. Never once did I see anything. That guy right there, boy. I don't know what to think of him neither.
I just saw a thing about a man and that was local, saying he was Jesus and his wife was, or I don't know, but he was running around totally naked, carrying a chihuahua, saying he was Jesus. Then the police had
That
to
poor
come.
chihuahua.
There was something between him and a woman, and the woman was
She would come up asking her father.
yeah, asking if they had seen her father. I guess he was her father. Oh,
And then
He would be more like 66 years old, Mary.
showed up saying,
John Dunning, that was me.
"Can you
Was
get
that
out
Chihuahua
to
though?
with his chihuahua. That was on New Year's Eve a few years ago.
yeah,
It was
a year
post
ago.
on like the local scanner Facebook site.
That's right.
Well, now, I saw that your title is "Why Do We Argue About God?"
Yes.
Well, let's throw some controversy in.
Oh boy, here we go. I almost forgot what the show was about.
Yeah. So there are two people in the Bible that never died.
Ezekiel and
Enoch.
Isaac.
No, Enoch.
No. You're thinking of Enoch.
You're right.
Enoch and Isaiah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they both went up to heaven, and other people witnessed them going up to heaven. Okay, so but there are two people in the Bible who did bad things, and were basically told that they would walk the earth forever.
Elijah.
One of them was Cain, sent to wander alone with the mark that no one can approach him and no one can kill him. Okay. And the second
can he still be a murderous bastard?
It could,
he's Sasquatch.
There's a good possibility of that. Okay. Because if you can't go in and get a shave and a haircut, how would you look after a couple of thousand years? But the second person,
I'm getting there, Hawk. I think I'm going feral.
The second person who never died was Barabbas, who was set free for Christ crucified.
Oh wow!
Wasn't he the thief?
So that would explain Bigfoot and Yeti.
Yeah.
What about the swamp ape and the Wendigo and I mean they're all over the place.
You're just making stuff up now. No, it's
they're interdimensional. I don't think we can rule out interdimensional beings, which would be outside of our own quote time. You know what I mean?
I could see that. But I was going through the books, and I was reading about what was happening to Barabbas after he was set free, because he continued to for months he continued to fight the Romans, and then he was caught and he was sent to the salt mines, where he worked in the salt mines for 30 years. And the guy who was running the salt mine wrote in his journal, okay, that Barabbas had not aged a day.
Was he the thief that was on the cross?
No, Barabbas was the one who killed the Roman soldier at the time that Jesus was going around whipping and turning tables.
We started confused.
Okay, so when Pilate said we can set free Barabbas, or we can set free the King of the Jews, Jesus, and Barabbas was the one who got to go, and Jesus ended up being crucified. So it's like, there's a very fine line there, but yes, he was an insurrectionist, Kim.
That's funny.
But wasn't Cain covered with hair? Wasn't that?
Yeah, Kane was a very hairy individual. He was described as such.
Yes.
And you know, you think about it, you know, you don't get a shave, you don't get a haircut, and pretty soon your hair grows out all over your body. Now we get hair on our arms and on our legs and our armpits and so on and so forth. Well, just imagine if you couldn't get a shave for 2,000 years.
And if you're
Now
running
I got
around
now
out
I
in
got a
the
Jerry Giles song in my head. I'm a wild man. I'm a child man.
No, Moses died. Moses walked up on the mountain and died up there. But who was it? It was Archangel Michael, I believe it was, that battled Satan for Moses's body, or for Moses' soul, I should say.
I've
I
seen a
can
couple, Jerry.
like with no haircut, you know, and then he travels around here and there. But there's more than one Bigfoot. There's more than one creature out there that fills this criteria. But the idea that maybe it's someone who never died that, you know, has wandered all this time, that's a new one. That's very interesting. Maybe that is
Well,
one of them.
they ain't friendly, and they're popping in and out of reality using portals, and nobody can catch them. I'm tending to think those are demons.
Okay.
Well, Jesus said to Barabbas that he would live forever.
But is that a
Well, one
curse?
of them might be Barabbas, but the rest of them, you know, could
You
be
know,
demons.
and Cain was told that he would walk alone on the earth. You know, so I mean, it's just it's just something to think about. And you know, I mean, you know, maybe one day somebody will catch Bigfoot and give him a shave, and we'll find out who he really is. But it's
Well, what about all the portals the Pope just opened and the continuing activity with CERN type structures? You know, that portal ritual took roughly a week. It wasn't just one day. He opened several over a concise period of time. What if that worked? What if it always has worked?
I kind of looked into that, you know, and it was really a ceremonial opening of 5 different doors within the Vatican. They aren't really portals, they're doors. You can call a door a portal if you want. I mean, it's like, to me, that news story was like trying to scare people. That's all that looked like to me.
Okay.
pushing the biblical narrative. You mean?
Yeah.
I don't know
You
what
know,
to
like
think.
those big bull statues and all that weird stuff you see. They seem to like, I think they like try to use the symbolism of the of Revelations even to like scare people.
fall. Yep.
Anti-Ajax says, not gonna happen. I live with Sasquatch doing world championship hide and seek training.
Yeah.
But I mean, you think about it. If Cain is still walking the earth and there's 8 billion people on the planet, it's going to be kind of hard for, you know, a fellow to be walking around. You know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. You know, a lot of people probably haven't lived that life, but I can tell you, in my youth, I know I could cross a state without being seen because I did it. You know, it's you have to take your time. You have to move at night, sleep in the daytime, stay away from populace. You know, it can be done. I know it can be done. It's just, you know, it's not a very good life. It's pretty difficult.
So, Hawk, right before you came up here, I was asking if you guys think that the Nollins event and the Vegas event are connected, and it ties in too to the judge that we were kind of talking about when you did come up, right? Do you think those things are, you know, coincidence, timing? First of the year is a great day to do something wild, or do you think there's interweaving with that.
I don't think that there's a connection between the judge and the other two incidences. I do believe that the other two incidences are connected. Primarily the car rental place that both of the individuals rented cars from is a very unknown company.
And the Clintons own it.
And Chelsea Clinton is the chief, I believe she's the chief operating officer and the CEO, and is also on the board.
And apparently, there's literally hundreds of car rental companies.
So there's many to choose from, but they both chose this one.
Yeah, that in particular one. That's just it's as to the other connections, they were both stationed in Fort Bragg. They were both at Fort Bragg at the time that Ryan Routh, the guy who was the second attempted assassination on Trump,
did you hear the latest inconsistency, Hawk?
What's that?
Did you hear the latest inconsistency? They've noticed on video the guy sitting in the Cybertruck who apparently killed himself before the bomb detonated. His face and head is intact, and they see movement before the bomb goes off. In other words, there's video evidence that he was alive still. So that doesn't fit their narrative either.
Yeah, with a Desert Eagle shot to the head, absolutely no way on God's green earth that man would have been able to detonate the device. And and there was a video that was put out a few days ago that basically pondered two questions. Did he detonate the bomb first and then shoot himself, or did he shoot himself and then detonate the bomb? Well, either which way, one would have canceled out the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
And wait, what was the other connection before Carl said that?
What was that?
The other connection you said?
Was that they were that both the Las Vegas and the
New Orleans
were both at Fort Bragg at the time that Ryan Routh, the guy who tried the second attempted assassination at the golf course
of Trump,
was logged in to Fort Bragg.
Yep. Now, Fort Bragg, Bonnie, is the head of Psychological Warfare Division, right? That place was started by a very famous Satanist, in fact, that wrote the book on psychological warfare for the Army at the time. There's some creepy connections. You go into that.
But that the three are connected. Whoa.
And psychological warfare spot is also where people who work in intelligence train. And I'm leaning toward the what if that wasn't even his body in that truck, if there was a body in the truck. I think a lot of people fake their deaths, like circle back talking to Kennedy Jr. I don't think he's going to emerge. I don't think we're going to see him present himself at the top of the Grand Canyon. But I do think it's very possible he faked his death. And
you mean on the head of George Washington?
Right, exactly, at Mount Rushmore. But like, think about the connections here, though. Even with that, all Clinton associated. Hillary was not his friend, and he knew it. And he had the resources and a motive to fake it, So, but I mean, I don't think it's going to be a grand presentation that he resurrects. It would fuck people's minds up too much, because I think a lot of people have faked their deaths. I think Elvis faked his death. But like this Vegas situation, I'm not convinced it was the dude we're being told was in it, because as John Dunning said, the fire burnt everything but his ID cards. Now that's pretty reminiscent of 9/11, isn't it? The fire.
Did you see how well burned the car was and the contents?
Yeah, and another thing was that there was a lot of conversations in regards to the fact that Teslas can be operated autonomously. Well, one of the requirements for that vehicle to get from one destination to another while the person basically is in sleep mode is that there has to be a hand on the wheel.
Yeah, except for in summon mode. There's a mode that you can summon the vehicle. Apparently, you don't have to have hands on.
So, yeah, and Four Corners made some value point too. There was also no flash from the Desert Eagle 50 caliber, and tinted windows or not, I'm sorry, but a 50 cal puts off a hell of a spark. Well, and a hell of a noise. There was no silencer attached to that weapon.
Right.
I don't think there's anything that happens anymore that doesn't make us all go, what the fuck?
Yep. Yeah. Mary Freeland says, remember the so-called IDs and passports found at the Twin Towers?
Yep.
Yeah, planes completely disintegrate entire buildings, but hey, we got a passport.
Yeah, this piece of paper made it.
Did you know that James Comey was the head of the FBI and head of the investigation of all the 9/11?
Yep.
He was the district New York head of the FBI.
Yeah, he was the Southern District of New York. Yep.
Well, the thing, so Lady Smith saying that it was found on the floorboard. The thing that I think about with that is a very large weapon. I mean, a Desert Eagle 50 caliber, is that what it was?
Yeah, it is a 50 caliber, yes.
That's
I've shot them, man. They'll come right, if you don't grip that thing, it'll come right flying out of your hand. It probably would have gone through the front window.
Yeah, with a big kick. You're saying it would not land on the floorboard, Lady Smith? So it's found on the floorboard, would not land on the floorboard. All right.
Well, if he was holding between his knees or something pointed up, it's going to be on the floor real fast.
Mm-hmm.
And the AT&T building wasn't a bomb. That was a direct energy weapon. We proved that. We showed video of that, proving that it was a direct energy weapon that fired into the roadway.
I was going to say, because it exploded out.
Yep.
And that was in Tennessee, right?
Yes, it was. Yep. Yeah, I believe it was. There
was two things that happened in Tennessee. There was a building that was full of
Christmas Eve or Christmas.
Yeah, the building full of ballots that blew up. Remember? And then there was another incident where there was a van with a bomb in it that was stopped on the road. I remember it closed off traffic, and it was like a situation.
Yeah, that was actually the same situation. They believed that was the guy who planted the bomb that caused the problems with the AT&T at the AT&T building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how quick did that go away?
Yeah, you notice there was never any arrest or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
how
like
many news flashes have we had since then? It's hard to remember.
Mm-hmm.
They give us an unbelievable story like that Vegas shooting, and then it just ends. Like, it's over. We told you what happened.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, like we're going to forget because, they're erasing our memory or something, possibly in Minecraft. But
yeah.
Right.
We don't forget.
We have a lot to filter through. I think they want us to forget by throwing out so many distractions, and we've got to let the cream rise to the crop because it's out there. There are nuggets of truth out there.
Oh yeah.
truth nugget. Sounds like a late night show.
I'm just thinking that people are getting sick and tired of the consistency
Sorry, Sorry about
people are sick of the confusion,
Mhm.
and they're ready for disclosure. They're ready for the truth to come out. Period. We've had enough. We've had enough. Everybody's had enough.
Yeah.
We're tired of the games. It is time to begin a new reality, and where everybody gets to move forward, except for the bad guys. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen soon.
14 days, 2 weeks.
But no, believe me, it's going to take months. It is.
Well, I actually think it's already beginning, but it's going to be. I expect immediate signs of what's to come.
Yeah,
and
I think that a lot of it has to happen before Trump goes into office. So I think that these next 14 days are going to be extremely busy days.
Mm-hmm.
Because they do not want to lose power. Trust me. This morning when I played, when we live broadcasted the certification of the votes, okay, it was a pleasure, and I got a warm fuzzy feeling inside, sitting here watching Kamala Harris have to read the result. And I couldn't help but giggle a little bit, just a little bit. I muted myself so that it wasn't come through. But believe me, other people were probably giggling too.
Yes.
I expect immediately they're going to close that border in lightning fast time. I expect that they're going to reformat these agencies like the FBI. I think Cash Patel means business. I think that the disclosure part is very possible. I think that could start fast. I mean, when I say fast, I mean within days. But I think it's going to continue on. I mean, it's like you can't stop when you're winning. They'll just start it up again. I have never look. 8 years ago, nobody even believed that there was a deep state. I mean, some of us did, but generally speaking, the majority did not even believe in it. Now their throats exposed, man. Everybody knows who they are and their games, and they do an event, and we're all questioning it. And I see it all over the place. So I think the game has changed. I think accountability is right around the corner. I really do. I think a reckoning is coming. I keep saying it. I believe it. And we'll see. I could be wrong. I'll be bitching. I'll be the first one out there saying I'm wrong, and I'll be complaining. But I don't know. I got warm fuzzy feelings inside too, Hawk.
Yeah. The reason for the rally, I believe, on the 19th is because of the fact that the inauguration is going to happen at the White House. It is not going to happen at the Capitol building. So that means that the millions and millions and millions that would gather on the Common, or what is it? What do they call that?
The slip. I don't know what it's called.
Dang it! I can't think of what it. That because of the fact that it's going to be a closed inauguration, and it's basically only the people who can fit on the lawn there at the White House are going to be all that gets to see it, other than watching it on TV or whatever. So I think that Trump wants to have a day to spend with the people before before the next day of the inauguration, and not having those people there, because there were enough people on the damn, I wish I could remember the name of that big field where it's got the big pool.
Oh, yeah, I know I can't think of it neither.
Yeah, I know. The name is just.
Is that the Washington Monument?
Yeah, Washington Monument's there, and then it's got the big veterans pool there.
Oh, the lake.
Pennsylvania Avenue, but it's
The
lawn?
We're all.
Well, yeah, it is. It's a giant lawn. Absolutely, the reflecting pool. Correct.
Yes, that's the one. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
It's right outside of it.
So during the first inauguration, that was filled. The entire length of that was from back to front was completely filled with people there for Donald Trump's inauguration. They don't want that again.
How often has something like this happened, or has it happened? Have they ever moved it?
There's been there have been a couple of times due to construction at the Capitol building a couple of different times that it was not held there. And I believe that was the 70s. I believe it was the 70s, and I believe that there was also one in the 50s as well. I'd actually have to look it up. But it's only if there's construction going on at the Capitol. And that was the reason that they did it. There was another time that it was done in New York. At the stock exchange.
Going on, chessboard.
Yeah, I think that was the inauguration of the stock exchange.
Thank you, Jack.
National Mall. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And Jack, do you have Hawk's link, please, for Four Corners? Our chessboard.
Oh, you don't want to listen to me, Four Corners. I don't know anything.
Good to see you, Ricky. You're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Ricky.
I don't see a Ricky.
Four Corners report is Ricky. I know it's Ricky.
You just had to put that out there, didn't you? Mm-hmm.
We have all known him for years. That's what's up.
There's always a Ricky in chat.
I don't know, but I just had visions of Virginia with pom-poms and a little skirt.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
By the way, how's my puppy doing?
Dude, she is exactly
Thank
like
you, Andy and chessboard.
Does she look exactly like her father?
She looks exactly like her mother. Her facial expressions, her emotions, and every now and again you can see the Baron Blast come through. But I just see Lucy when I see her, and she's actually, to me, she's small, kind of like I mean, when you have them as a puppy and then they get bigger, it's like I just still see the baby. But yeah. I mean, she's big, like she's a walking fucking muscle. She's very, very strong. Her tail wag can knock me over. But you know what I mean about comparing to Lucy, Yeah. That mannerism, that way, that energy out of her, the body shape is very similar. She is so sweet. She is such a sweetheart.
So a child attachment.
Oh, absolutely.
Have you yelled at your child yet? And the dog got in between the two of you?
Dude, they are absolutely so in love. She has bonded with him day one. And there's her patience with him is remarkable, because trust and believe, if any other person, I can't tell you how many dead rabbits I find in my backyard from her. She just finds them. They come in, they're dead. Like, she'll be aggressive when she has to be, or if any stranger comes up and around her, she is perked up and her muscles flare, and she will put out that bark that'll raise your balls back into your cavity in the pelvis, right? But with my son, it's just
100% sweetie pie, gentle as can be.
He is her leader. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yep.
So your son is now how old?
He's almost 8.
Okay. By the time he's 12, he will have that dog doing things that you won't even be able to get the dog to do.
I don't doubt it, dude. I don't doubt it. They communicate. There's just some kind of bond there, especially with a kid, man. And especially with someone like him, like, it's a spiritual level, because he's not good at demands and words, but there's a spiritual understanding, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I'm glad it worked out. I really, really am. At first I was kind of worried that she was going to attach to you and you alone. But it was like, you know, that's why I always ask, you know, it's my curiosity as a breeder, you know, your intent was to surprise your son with it, you know.
Yep.
And it's now your son is surprising you. With how well their relationship has grown, and I think that's awesome. I'm so happy.
You know, Angel is the only other female. I've got 4 males in this house, and so we do have a certain bond. It's there, but it's not the same as with my son, you know. But I think we have a mutual reverence for being the only women energies in this home, you know.
Yeah. She can tell when you're grumpy and tired of men's shit, and she'll hang out with you a little bit more.
Oh, you should see her face. Her proverbial eye rolls are everything. Like, you should. Yep, absolutely.
So you're teaching her bad habits. Okay.
Yeah. I sneak her away from the husky sometimes and give her an extra piece of meat, or, you know, if there's some, you know, a treat from the kitchen, I will take her away and I'll scoot her outside and shut the door away from the other dog, and I'll give her some love. You're like, here you go, bitch. This is for you, you know. And she goes.
Yeah. So it's cool that bonding is there too. You know, it is important. It's the relationship with her and your son though is my biggest joy though. You know,
the main thing is a protector. I literally consider her an angel for many reasons. I mean, she was born days after Ron died, and that's why I named her that. But she has been an angel for him to break out of his shell as well, you know, because my husky is a narcissist. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He is selfish. He's needy. He's, you know, he won't shut up. But
he's mouthy.
All like that. But Angel was different. She helped him blossom. Yep.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. I really am. Yeah. Jerry, I agree with you. I believe that dogs do go to heaven. I believe, you know, I believe that every creature has their own kind of soul. You know, humans have a soul. I believe that our pets have souls. I believe even the food that we eat came from an animal that had a soul.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
Chessboard put a link for this for me to share. I did one January 6th video earlier, if it's okay.
Yeah, you won't get no for it. Yeah, you can get away with playing it. It's Dave was just playing a whole bunch of January 6th stuff that he recorded that he's never released before.
Cool.
You know, so he was there on January 6th, 2020, and he never showed it because he didn't want anybody on his door.
Yes.
Sorry, guys, go back to sleep, both of you. Sorry, Gabriel. I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. Gabriel just popped his head up like, They're loving the camper. They're absolutely loving it. They're like him.
Well, as I said before, Hawk, I saved like 150 videos from J6. I watched that shit go down live. I watched it on a couple monitors and a whole bunch of open tabs, and I was watching everything I saved. Almost everything I saved was removed.
Yeah, funny how that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, hit that play button.
All right, you ready?
Yep, you're ready.
Okay. Since the January 6th attack on the US Capitol, when supporters of Donald Trump stormed this building, trying to prevent the election victory of Joe Biden from being certified. On the anniversary. Oh my God. Oh God, Sam. Oh.
Yes, it was.
All right, you ready?
Yep, when you're ready.
Okay. Since the January 6th attack on the US Capitol, when supporters of Donald Trump stormed this building, trying to prevent the election victory.
Tell it like it is.
On the anniversary.
Don't be ashamed. Let your conscience be your guide.
Oh God, Sam. Oh.
That's funny.
I think that was Aaron Neville. Tell it like it is.
Tell it like it is.
Yeah.
That was funny. The one I showed earlier was he was one of the prisoners. He was a airborne ranger, now a history teacher, and he has a book, and I can't remember what the book was called. But he's down there with the J6ers that stand on the corner. And so he was reading what he had written while he was in prison, I think. And, but you know how they have the hecklers across the street that keep on harassing them when they're down there every night?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And they're standing there in snow, and it's just, they still, every night, it doesn't matter. And one of the women just started screaming. You would have thought it was a demon. She was just.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that again. That was earlier on in the show. You don't even want to hear that one. Hey, Hawk, while you're up here, I got to ask you, how I just found another one. A partially used RSO I found in my junk drawers. How long does RSO last? Is it good no matter what?
Well, it depends. They can go rancid. Depending
Well,
on how.
It ain't like it tastes good in the first place. So how would you tell if it was rancid?
Well, you take it, and if you get high with a really weird high, then you know there was probably something wrong with it.
I would say measure it by your butthole. If you get the shits, it's bacteria.
Measure it.
Oh, man, a really weird high sounds kind of good, man.
Right. Yeah.
It's like the space cocaine from Up in Smoke.
Right. Man, that's a great movie.
Hugs, Annie Aunt Jack.
Yeah, 103 Peacocks put off an
Yeah.
amazing.
My neighbors, when I was renting, had 2 peacocks, and man, anybody was coming down that road, you knew it, and so they didn't get.
Had neighbors with those. Those are annoyingly loud. You think a rooster's bad? Wait till your neighbors get a bunch of peacocks.
And that's what I wanted to get if I had moved out to my mother's. I was like, we're getting peacocks because they are really good watch animals.
What do we think about the lightning the other day? I believe that there were 4 locations that were hit simultaneously. It was the Washington Monument, the Capitol Building, the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
And the 4th one was
Monument, Capitol, Empire State Building, and there. Yeah, I feel you. Like there might have been another one.
Yeah, I think up in New England.
Chessboard said World Trade 1.
World Trade
Just makes
Center.
me wonder if the Tower of Babel got that kind of lightning.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, and they were simultaneous. So, you know, they all happened, you know, in that within a 60-second marking period. So that you know, that in itself is highly unusual. Do I think that there's a significance to it? I believe that there definitely could be a connection between them.
You mean like God's a really good aim, like when he took out the George Floyd mural?
Yep. I read an article about that, and of course it was written by not a patriot, and they said, of course the truthers will say that this was an act of God. Well, when did lightning become not an act of God? Are they admitting something? Right.
Well, the timing is interesting with in Louisiana, it was a Ford Lightning F-150. In Vegas, it was an electric truck as well, right? So there's kind of like this consistency with power like that, energy like that.
Whoa, man, the internet runs on electricity too, man. You just blew my mind.
Well, it's like death's close to you. They come in threes, right?
Sure, yeah.
You know, I mean, we hate to admit it, we hate to acknowledge it, but generally, you know, they come in threes. The distinction of 4 lightning strikes kind of actually made it even more peculiar. You know, and then again, you know, the Ford Lightning pickup truck, you know, and then New Orleans happened at the same time. Yeah, you know, there's a lot. There's a lot of things that it doesn't make sense to the human mind. It boggles it. But I believe to our creator that it's a flash in the pan, literally a flash in the pan. You know, it's like this is your final wake up call. You know, is basically how I look at the the 4 lightning strikes. Is that I believe that was the Lord saying, okay, guys, this is your last call. This is your last chance to straighten up and fly right. You know,
What
I
in the
think
world?
that,
The dogs are trying to tell somebody something.
yeah, it's no, the sirens are going by like crazy. They have been for the what's today? Today's Monday. Going on 5 days now in a row. We've had uh, heavy traffic starting at about 9:30 p.m. Going to the coast, and then at about 3 o'clock in the morning, they're all coming back.
What do you mean
Um,
by traffic? Like air traffic?
no, I'm talking about I got that highway right outside
Yeah,
the farm.
right.
I'm talking sirens, fire trucks, ambulances.
Huh.
I've seen military emergency vehicles. They've got the single revolving. Remember the old revolving flashing light? You know, um,
Mm-hmm.
they have those on there. It comes out on a little like a little pipe that's got the wire in it, and it's mounted up there. And
Huh.
I've seen 5 ton trucks. The 5 tons have been going by, and we had
That's
something
no.
come through here Saturday that I couldn't even open the door to the camper to step down because all the dogs were right there, but everything was shaking. You know, it was like uh, I've never been in an earthquake. I've felt tremors. From stuff that's happened down at the base of the Cascades. But this, I mean, the trees were shaking, the buildings were shaking, the camper was shaking, and yeah, it's and the thing is it's like I look up, and try and find out any news reports of anything going on, and there's absolutely nothing. I'm sorry, but you don't have that many cop cars, sheriff's cars, and that's the thing is there were cop cars out of Salem, you
Oh
know,
wow.
which is 37 miles away. Okay, there were my
Mhm.
sheriffs, which are 8 miles away, and then there were state police, which is over 60 miles away from here. Okay,
Yeah.
and they are all flying in the same direction, ambulances, everything. No fire trucks.
Hmm.
That's the only thing that because the fire trucks they've got a distinct uh, siren, and the what is that horn combination kind of thing that goes on in there. Especially if there's either oncoming traffic or there's traffic in the way. So fire trucks are very distinctive. That's the only thing that I have not heard going past.
Yeah. Did you see what Aniette Jack said?
No.
Um.
Glasses on. Did you catch what I said earlier about Don Jr. is in Greenland now and Denmark just mysteriously changed their coat of arms? Could be interesting for years. I will look into that. I do know that Donald Trump had conversations with the leaders in Greenland, and there was an offer made
Yeah.
for $1 trillion for Greenland. And the thing is that Greenland is worth quite a bit. It has the largest ruby deposit worldwide.
Does it come with a seed bank?
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think that everything that country has would come with it. It's interesting that Trudeau is now stepping down, and their government is basically in lieu until March.
He said, okay, here's the thing though. Did he not say he would step down if they found a replacement.
Well, he said no. He said out. He says, I'm letting you know that I am resigning. I'm only staying until they have until the end of the election. That they're
so until, not if, because what that does is it shuts down their whole government for a minute, and it's the Canadians that I know are not happy about this. Even though when I first heard the news, I was like, fucking awesome. Trudeau stepped down. Cool. I looked into it a bit, and I was looking at what some friends in Canada are saying, and it's actually a bitch move in their perspective. And maybe if anyone in the chat is in Canada, is this a bitch move? Is it until or if? Like, well, that's where it's still gray.
It's that laws that they were talking about are basically put in on hold. And then legislation that the people wanted reversed, that they were also getting ready to vote on, are now on hold. A lot of the, I guess, a majority of the governmental agencies are now on hold, meaning no funding, and funding to the Canadian people, I believe, is also now on hold.
Right. And for a socialist nation, that means what about their benefits, their health care?
That means that everybody is going to suffer there.
Exactly. And that's why I'm kind of like, man, this is good news. But then I also see the double-edged sword. Canadians themselves are going to suffer.
Yeah. Now, hold on. I just saw that somebody just made a comment in regards. Yeah, that one there. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. I have no idea how to say that. Tipped to replace Trudeau. You know, from if I'm not mistaken, the guy is a very clear English speaking guy, and he is has been challenging Trudeau pretty regularly in the parliament, or whatever you guys call it up there. I don't know a whole lot about the Canadian government. I'd actually like to see you guys become part of the United States. I think it'd be kind of cool to have you as the 51st state. Well, actually, it'd be more like the 52nd or the 53rd, because in all actuality, we've had control of North Korea since since the 60s. We've
yeah, but Hawk, like we were talking earlier, it'd have to be like the 52nd through 66th state or something. It can't be one state that big.
Yeah. Plus, we got, and then and then the other day, you saw that that woman who stood up in Congress and said, "We'd like to know why the Samoan Islands and in these territories aren't getting a vote in Congress." Well, this is the thing, is that you were compromised upon, each of those countries was compromised in some way or another, which allowed the U.S. to be able to gain control, whether it was through our own acts or means, through the CIA or the FBI or whatever, or even military intelligence. I'm sorry, South Korea, correct, Jack, yeah. It's North Korea has been under CIA control since the 60s. That's what I should have said. And whereas South Korea is under U.S. military control and has been for, since the 60s.
Yes.
Now, don't our territories get a little bit of say somewhere? Guam, Virgin Islands, Samoa, Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Where is their voice? Because they aren't fully a state. They're not pumped into the elections as we describe them normally, right? But I know they have some kind of voice. I honestly don't know where or how much of a voice.
Yeah, it's they get to they get to speak where it comes to territorial disputes. I think it's pretty much it for right now. However, this the incumbent Puerto Rican governor, you know, from the conversations that the incumbent has been having with Donald Trump and their relationship, I could see Puerto Rico becoming the 51st state.
Okay.
On record, you know, on record, I could see Puerto Rico becoming the 51st state. You know, because of what Puerto Rico went through, you know, during Trump's first administration, they had the hurricane that did extensive damage to Puerto Rico. And Trump sent a whole crap load of supplies and funding. And the people who were in charge at that time took that stuff and locked it away in warehouses. And the people ended up finding it, you know. But there was an extensive period of time between the time that Trump gave it to them and they had possession of it, before the people actually found all the supplies and stuff like that. So
yeah, but don't you remember when he was throwing paper towel rolls? Come on, man.
And when they say that though, like some convenience was taken from them then, and look how long they've been without power. Are they still without power?
I believe that they're currently without power.
Yeah.
But they go through periods of time where they'll have power for a period of time and then the power goes out again. You know, it's sorry, but these systems that they're depending on to create energy just are not doing the job.
Anytime I ever had to send anything to Puerto Rico, it costs the same as a U.S. shipping fee because it was considered a U.S. territory, like what Chessboard's saying.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. It's that's why they don't get a voice where Congress is concerned. They get to be involved in the discussion, but they don't get to be involved in the votes. You know,
right?
And that's where the problem comes in, because you know, sure, you get to have your say, but if nobody gives a damn about you, then your say, you know, isn't going to be an established vote for you. You know, and I believe that needs to change. You know, I believe that all these little countries that we have picked up along the way need to not only have a voice, but to be able to enact an action as well. You know, it's you know, it's the woman who stood up in Congress the other day. She said, "Oh, there's 4 million people between all those outlying territories that we have control of. That basically somebody gets to come and talk for them, but they don't get to vote for them."
Right.
You know, and that's kind of, you know, in a way, yeah, it's 4 million people who are in fact disenfranchised from being able to vote. You know,
they're in limbo.
Yep. You know, and you know, then the most important thing is anybody listening to what your plight truly is? Because there is no vested interest for any of these people to vote in your favor.
All right. You know where the vested interest is that I think the territories, Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, and U.S. Virgin Islands are the ones that I know of. That is where our politicians do a lot of their nasty fucking work because there is no oversight. I know for a fact Nancy Pelosi has a bunch of shit on Guam, and I lived there for 3.5 years. She basically uses slave labor for whatever she's doing. And she's not the only one. I'm just using her as an example to prop
Well,
up.
her husband owns multiple businesses there, so it's
Yes, they do.
manufacturing business there.
100%. And they do this with all those territories because there is no protection for basic wages, for labor laws, you know what I'm saying, all of that stuff. That they don't have it. They can get fucked in the ass, no lube, and have no voice, no rape kit to turn in. Nobody cares.
She just says it.
You're not kidding.
I apologize.
Just believe me,
No, I love it.
my chessboard, if my pockets were lined with money, I would not be sitting here on YouTube right now.
Hey, Billy.
What's up, Jones?
I mean, that's a good point. Puerto Rico would be another welfare state voting Democratic. I think that would be true of a lot of those territories. Even Hawaii goes full Democratic, and it's not necessarily the hearts of the people. It's that they rely on big government. They literally need big government, so they keep going blue.
Yeah.
And the thing is the Hawaiian territory in itself, as a state, okay, with the shipping, being directly in the shipping lanes, should be making 4 to 5 times more through their ports than what they are.
Yep.
The government is sucking it dry, and the people of Hawaii are not benefiting from it.
Nope, they're not. Not at all.
And they're not happy.
Oh, but hey, we put a military outpost here. We have bases here. So you're making money from that. What are you talking about? Because all the people, that are stationed on the base are going out and they're spending money. They're paying state tax and they're paying federal tax. There's more money going out of that state than there is staying in that state.
Where it should be for what they do. They're on the world stage.
Yep.
Yeah, they are bastardized big time. When my mom was born there, it was still a territory. It wasn't a state yet. And that place has been bastardized by the whole Pacific Rim forever, whether it's China and Japan or the US or whatever. We got our hooks in, and we didn't enter World War II until Pearl Harbor happened. But it was an opportunity, was it not?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
it's like, well, look at Alaska. Okay. Alaska, had the opportunity to sell their oil to the big companies, right? And the state make major revenue from it. Okay. But they didn't do that. They actually give that a good chunk of that money to the people of Alaska. They get an oil check. You got to live there for a period of time, and then you get an oil check.
Yeah, you get residency funds.
Yep. And you think about that, and it's like, you think about these vast resources that are all over our country and offshore. Why are only the oil companies making profit from this? Why are the people not, making profit from this? Because that oil isn't just in a straight up and down on that one piece of property. It's a vast ocean under the ground of this stuff. And I think that, states like Texas and Arizona, New Mexico, places that have these big oil rigs and everything. I would love to see something like that happen for Texans, and other states that do those big oil, that have the big oil places. Same with natural gas. Michigan is a prime example. Michigan is like the second highest producer of natural gas in the United States. Okay. Think about the funding that could be going to the people from that. and how much farther along the state would be if that money was actually going to the people from the state instead of getting, again, funneled out, sent to the lobbyists, and put into politicians' pockets.
Yes. But they've shut all our oil rigs down in Texas.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
one thing. Whenever we were traveling, I
14
was
more
like,
days.
why are there no pumpers? And one of the girls at the store asked her, and she said they've all been shut down, and it cost that town jobs. It you could see the depreciation of the town because of it. And
Yep.
I said,
And
so
the
a
suppression of
Biden
people.
deal. And she
They've
said,
done
well,
that to the whole country. If it's good for us, they're going to kill it.
Yeah.
yes.
That's what they've been doing for a long time.
They've got 14 more days to do their worst, you know, and then after that, it's going to hit the fan. You know, and I don't mean for the average citizen, shit hit the fan, grab your go bag and head to the mountains. I mean shit hit the fan for the political circuit and for the oil industry and for the gas industry. I think that that's going to be a huge thing because I believe that that is going to be a day one action. I don't believe that it's going to take 2 or 3 days of him being in office for him to have an executive order issued to turn them all on. But here's the but of this: these plants that have been shut down for a longer period of time, every single nut, bolt, everything is going to have to be gone over, serviced, everything. Because I don't believe that this is going to be a situation where they're just going to be able to flip a switch and turn them all back on again. You know, there's going to be.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a stack of executive orders on the first day.
Well, I don't think it would take much to get our pipelines going again here, or the oil rigs. They're just capped off.
Yep. Yeah, it's a the lobbyists have to disappear. The lobbyists have to go bye-bye. They need to be locked out of Washington D.C. If they show up there again, they should be prosecuted for basically for bribing politicians. You know, if you went and bribed a judge, you'd end up in prison. If you went and bribed a cop, you'd end up in prison. Okay, it should be the same damn thing about bribing our politicians as well.
Yeah,
well, it depends on if you're a Democrat or a liberal. They get away with it.
But again, they rely on federal funding, and that circle jerk is the problem.
That is the problem all the way around. Even our local, where we are, depends on the federal funding.
That's what's messed up the education system so much is they made the school food programs federally funded. You know, you serve this or that, or if you're low income, you get lunch tickets. I had lunch tickets, and where I was at, we were so poor, it was those old tickets, and they would rip the ticket in half, and you use the other half the next day. The little paper tickets like you get at arcades or whatever, right? And like, now the same thing with federal funding. If that school in any state, I don't care where the fuck you are, if they're going to get money out of the government to feed the kids, to get resources and books, to, you know, there are circle jerks with paying the teachers. Now, every time I pay property tax, probably 70% of it goes to schools.
But
the federal funding, they're double dipping, y'all. They're double.
Yep. It's the same. All the property tax. I mean, all of it goes to local. So why do we even need the federal funding? And that's what I've been going to the city council meeting because they've been working on an emergency plan for the past year, and I have been asking for this plan. Well, they finally sent me a draft. It's 172 pages. I haven't read it yet. I haven't had time to just sit down and read it. But so they're saying that what they're waiting for is FEMA approval. And I even was talking to the sheriff, and I was like, why would we want FEMA to come in here? And he goes, well, we don't want that, but it's the funding. Well, if you're getting the funding from them, we have a right to come in there for whatever.
They're gonna have conditions that are placed upon you in order to get that FEMA funding. Conditions and restrictions
and control. The end game.
Exactly.
So, all right, guys, I got to go to bed. I got to be up early. But thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Later on.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, good night. Stay warm.
Yeah, I will. Oh, believe me. I just finished before I sat down with you guys. I just finished hooking up a new propane line onto the camper with the new splitter to hook up two propane tanks, and it's working great. It's working real good.
Nice.
So, yeah. All right. You kids have a great night. See you all in chat. Bye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Jeremy says bye.
Hi, Pickle.
Oh, wait. I got to smoke one bowl with you guys before I go.
Yeah.
Safety meeting. Got to have a safety meeting.
Safety meeting.
meetings are very
Safety first.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, John, sales tax, you get taxed on every fart, literally at this point, because global warming.
And it's not just a single tax. They keep over and over and over. What was it? Earlier we were talking about, I think it was the Social Security. So I've seen where these other states get taxed for Social Security, and I thought, that's crazy. Why would you? That's money that you have put in throughout your working life, and that's probably counted in your federal taxes yearly when you do them. And then whenever you start collecting it, they're going to tax you on it again.
They sure are. It's if it's considered income. So if you have a really small amount, like let's say $200 a week, so that's like 10 grand a year of Social Security, that's probably going to fall under the income guidelines where the IRS makes you pay again, granted, again, right? But let's say you've got that $200 a week, but then you also have required minimum distributions for 401ks, or let's say you might have a Roth account that you have to start cashing out, and then they're going to pile all that up and tax it as a whole. Does that make sense? And I ain't saying it's right. I'm just saying I think under a certain dollar amount, like if you really, that's all you've got, maybe like 10 grand a year from Social Security, I don't think they're going to tax you out of that. But if you have anything else, anything they consider, quote, income, like I said, maybe a Roth or 401 or whatever, that's where you'll end up in the bracket where they hit you again.
And that's, I think it was GMA was making it sound like it was nationwide laws and stuff, but I have never had to pay taxes on my Social Security. But I just got a letter from them saying that they're going to send me a 1099, or they did send me a 1099. And I'm like, what the heck is this?
Was 1099 for Social Security?
Yes. And
Oh, that's wild.
yeah. And so, but I've seen people say that they were taxed on food, and we are not taxed on food.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing we're taxed on is tobacco, alcohol, like, you know, at the grocery store, if you were to go into the grocery store, and sodas, like
Right.
any kind of soda products. And that's
Prepared
it.
food. Some like us, they tax on prepared foods.
Well,
Prepared.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have that, but
Something
yes.
that's my understanding.
If it's been prepared, not if it's in the deli, like in the cold section, it's not taxed. But if you get it at the deli, if it's warm, there's tax on it.
Well, see, that's the same as the EBT guidelines. You can get a Papa Murphy's pizza with a food stamp card. I've done it. I've had food stamps twice in the last 20 years. When I needed it, I did it. You can get Papa Murphy's because it's raw. You have to take it home and bake it.
And bake it, yes.
But if you go to the deli and get an 8-piece fried chicken, you cannot get that with EBT. But if you go in the same deli to where it's the cold chicken that was from yesterday that was fried and put in the refrigerator section, then you can get it. Right? You know what I mean? It's kind of another aspect of the circle jerk of taxes, because in Washington, we do not have tax on food. Even if it's Pepsi,
right.
If you go to the grocery store and get what you need, there's no tax on any of the food. You will get taxed on alcohol, tobacco, and like paper products. So if you go buy paper towels, diapers, or something, they tax you on that. And we also do not have a state tax. So when I do my federal taxes, there's no state tax. And there are a few states that don't have state income tax to add
we
in.
don't.
Yes.
We don't have state tax. And that's what I was saying with the inheritance tax. Texas doesn't have an inheritance tax, but the federal government does.
That shit is so messed up. The inheritance taxes, some of that stuff, you guys look into that. Look into how to leave shit to your kids so that they don't just have to give it to the government to accept it. It's really bad.
Turning guns, I'm going to check into that because that makes sense. Except for it was sent as a text, and so my phone number is one of my forms of identity. And
you know what? That's true, Bonnie.
But I had to log in to Social Security to see what the message was. And it was in the Social Security site.
Okay. But that's a good point, Billy. He's right. He's right. Certain agencies, they're never going to text you. So be really, oh, dude, that is such a good
Ford
point.
said he's been getting one since he started collecting.
You know, you got to be aware, everybody, they'll also make up a fake website. So you go and you type in your information on the website. You just gave them everything.
He read that. Well, see, and that's what it said too. Come to think of it, that they were connecting to another site now. Shit.
Yeah, I hope they didn't do anything bad.
I need to
make a phone call.
I need to call them tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, make a phone call because I've been seeing more and more headlines about these sophisticated scams on people.
I have
to make a call, girl.
Dang it.
Just in case. I mean, it could be totally legit. But
Bonnie, didn't you make this mistake a year or so ago? Something like this?
I don't make mistakes, Carl. What do you mean?
I thought you signed into or answered an email or something you shouldn't have like a year ago or so.
That was my mother.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And
And
yeah,
she had to clear out her computer, her phone, her everything. Well, she got a new everything.
dang.
New computer, new phone. Came and hid out at my house for a few days.
Right. They're getting better and better. I get emails sometimes that are like, the sender says Home Depot, you know, spend your $10 credit before it's gone. You know, you have something, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, right? Well, if you
Yeah.
hover over the sender, you can see the email address it's being sent from, and 99.99% of them are from some like weird mixture of letters, like XYR2157 dot iCloud dot I'm a scammer. And I just put them right in the spam folder. But they're getting better and better with the what it looks like the sender is. And
Chessboard's still saying he's always got a 1099 every year.
okay,
I'm still gonna call him tomorrow and see what's
yeah,
up.
I would still like double check. Why not? I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to listen to terrible elevator music while you're on
Oh,
hold.
I know it takes forever to get an answer, but
Absolutely. Put it on speakerphone and then do
yes,
whatever you're
keep
doing.
Yeah. That's what I do. And 9 times out of 10, right when you got to go to the restroom is when they answer.
Yeah. Oh, you're so right.
Dang it.
100%. That happened to me so many times.
Excuse me.
Do you guys feel a buildup? I think we're circling back in a big circle. But all right, so the drones, all of a sudden they disappeared after the new year. And like then there's other events and weird developments. And there's like a buildup of tension, I guess. And I'm not sure if I'm just reading too much into it, because there have been good things and bad things. So do you guys feel that like a buildup of, or are we just like
To
anticipating?
me, it's a countdown. I've been, counting down the days because
Maga
Okay.
Page, good to see you.
Hey, MAGA.
Yeah, there's definitely a feeling of something building up.
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't know. But yeah, it's funny how you don't hear anything about the aliens anymore either, do you?
Mm-hmm. Nope. The last week or so, now all of a sudden we got to look at something else, and that
Yeah.
makes the radar go off. Like,
Yep.
we're missing something, y'all. I mean, we're not, because the truth is somewhere in there. I'm just trying to decide for myself which narrative are we supposed to be paying attention to for those of us that really want to know what the truth is going on, right? And I mean, there's plenty of distractions that are entertaining, but is there anything happening that forebodes the future?
I don't know. I'm just ready for it to happen at this point.
It's been happening.
Yeah,
No. What I've seen going on, I've said it all. I feel like they've been getting away with murder forever. All right, and this is all going to catch up with them. I think it's why they tried so hard to stop him. They indicted him, impeached him, accused him, tried to kill him. And you see these people jumping ship now. I think that they're really worried. I think something's coming. I think we're going to finally see the other side of this coin. It's like, how many people have been waiting for accountability, for someone to actually pay the price for their crimes?
I don't think that they can get away with this shit forever. I think the time is coming real soon. And like I say, I think I'm going to see immediate. They're going to close the border. They're going to start deporting all these illegals. I think a lot of shit's going to be happening here. I do.
I think it's going to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen overnight. And
Well, I don't mean it overnight, but we're going to. I don't think. It's going to continue to happen. It can't all happen overnight. There's a big mess to clean up.
So the powers that were trying to get in, they know they lost. I think they always knew they were going to lose. I think they propped up Kamala on purpose, knowing she would lose. I think that.
When you say they, you could be talking about a psychological warfare thing.
That's
where
exactly what it is.
The good guys got in there and fucked them all up. It could be something like that.
I think the whole Biden administration has been a stopgap. They knew back then people needed more time to get their heads right. It was just too fresh out of COVID. There were so many theories going around, and that 4 years did America a favor as far as people stopping and thinking, going, okay, wait a minute. All right, I see now, because now we have results of a lot of negative things. Now, I think the next 4 years is also a stopgap. That's where I
we do this all day, because I honestly think that if Hillary Clinton would have won, we'd have been in a whole different point by now.
Yep, but don't you think it's possible that the extreme side of the left pendulum, because I don't think all Democrat people are evil, let's say the extreme side of that pendulum, don't you think they knew they needed to buy time?
Yes.
Somehow I think it's all connected.
It is.
And I think, it could be like a domino effect. Once the truth about the Diddy shit and the Epstein shit and all these strange events that have come out, if the truth of that starts coming out, it'll be like dominoes.
Miss Minder Sue says sometimes you must show the people. And I agree, like people needed to absorb everything, because we got hit with a lot a couple of years ago. A lot.
Good night, mega picture. Yeah. Yeah, and I think
we're all here to witness this in history.
Mm-hmm. I mean, have you seen people wake up, Bonnie? Like, do you think, would you have a more positive outlook back then, looking at how many more people needed to kind of suffer the consequences of the state we're in this country?
Well, I think people need to be held accountable for the evils they let happen. That's what I think. I mean, they allowed these borders to stay open for a reason. They stole the country for a reason. They released a bioweapon on us. They persecuted patriots. What haven't they done? They gave us a poison cure. They tried to exercise full control over us, like we weren't even free at all. This shit's gonna end. You can't keep this up, and I'm telling you, man, something's gonna give. It's gonna be glorious.
Virginia, what was your question?
Do you think that you've seen more people wake up in the last few years? Like,
right.
We're headed for positive change right now, hopefully, right? Now, do you think it would have been as accepted, like John said a minute ago, the paradigm shift? I don't think the paradigm shift was there in 2020. I don't think that people were there yet. What have you seen in people? Do you think there has been a paradigm shift in the last 4 or 5 years?
I believe a shift was there, and that they successfully hit it by using the media and all the entertainment branches.
Okay, going by my best friend that is so far over there. She's the one. Her news is from Good Morning America every day, and she took the juice twice. Booster works. She's had COVID. I don't know how many times. Like at least 6. Yes.
Been excessive.
She's had blood clots in her lungs and legs. And so now I'm seeing her like, all right, I'm pissed. I got this and I still got COVID and what the heck? So is she more open to when we have conversations now? Yes, she sees that there's a problem. She still won't admit that it could be what we've been saying, but she definitely sees that there's a problem.
Apparently, John Johnson knows more about it than all of us because he's convinced they will never release the Epstein. I don't know how anybody can be convinced and speak in absolutes about anything anymore. Oh, the only reason I say this is you can only, it's like that Johnny Cash song, you can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time.
Okay, well, John Johnson said, hold shit, I gotta go back. Here we go. Epstein list will never be released. All right. And I've heard a lot of people excited when Trump comes in, the Epstein, the Diddy, all these lists, all this shit is going to be released. Here's the thing, you guys, it already is released. We've all seen the fucking lists. You can find them readily on the internet. We all know who's involved. We all know what they've been doing. Trump has to play the game, and doing something like that in a grandiose way just because people expect it is not going to serve him for the other stuff he's trying to do. He's got much bigger fish to fry, much bigger fucking fish. The Epstein list, Diddy list, tell me y'all don't know who's on it. We all know who's on it. We all know what they're doing. We've all seen shit from the dark web. We've all seen clips from redacted emails and whatever else. All right. It's not
looky there, Bonnie. Looky there. We got another person telling us what we believe.
Yeah.
Wesley Curry.
Sorry, but
now taste the food.
You're wrong.
Branded Omni Bar Marks. I don't understand what Wesley is saying.
It's gone.
Well, my point is the info is already out there. And so when I look to Trump as hopefully doing some good, the proof will be in the pudding. I hope that he makes changes in the structure of our checks and balances and make sure that actually happens, because accountability is the bottom line. No one's held accountable for shit in our representatives in any way. I hope that that's where he can get us going. He's only got 4 years. He's not going to spend time on a dick sucking lip dude in jail that we already know what he did. We already know.
Right.
And I'd rather see him deal with the FBI corruption and the fucking nepotism in all of our system.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just, it's already out there.
That was sexy as well.
I love you, Carl.
The evil has to be dealt with one way or the other. And I understand that. But I think that people see it in different ways? Or is it all, I mean, is everything out there evil? Is it all just...
Obviously not, because look at us, right? And look at what you see. There's a lot of good in this world. Only the
Yes.
evil gets advertised. All right, they don't want nobody to see the good. That kind of stuff's gonna change, man. That's what I meant. It's like the media, and I say it's a wide term. You know, entertainment industries, all of them, they've controlled the narrative. That's very clear, or it should be to you, that they've been in control of what they want us to know. All right, and that's falling apart too. And now that we know, if you look at the maps, it's ridiculous how much of the country is red compared to how much is blue. That's reality now. They can't hide. The veil's been lifted. They can't. Toto done pulled that curtain back. All right, and it ain't gonna go back to that now. It's going to just be more exposure. They can't go back.
It's obvious most of the country is in support of change, and the blue pockets are very much federally funded areas. I don't think disclosure or exposure is what is going to drive this country further. Okay, if they come out on January 21st and say all the aliens are real, and diddy diddled, are any of us going to be like, oh, finally, I'm so shocked they did it, right? No. What I will be shocked by is actual fucking change in our government, period.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so the idea of exposure, all of that. No, but why does that matter? Why does that matter? How does that help my young child when he's 30 and I hope he's not in a fucking war? If we all admit, if Trump comes out and says Diddy is a pervert, how does that help any of us? Our grandkids. I am passionate about this because I think we need our priorities straight on what Trump may or may not do for this country. Fuck the list. I don't care. We know who's on it. Keep my kid out of a senseless war for your
help to know, because it will help. It'll expose that stuff is real, and it'll open eyes to prevent it from happening more. It may still happen, but it probably won't be happening on the scale that it was happening.
Hopefully not, but we all know. If you look at the red on that map, it is clear. Everybody knows. And that's a much different map than 2020 or even 16, right?
Yes.
So I think it's out there, and we're so censored. How do we know everyone doesn't know and get it?
This administration that's still in control for the next 2 weeks seems to be doing everything it can to rub it in our face or do something that is not beneficial to us or the country. That's all I see. I see nothing. And, the administration that's coming in, they've assembled a team to right that wrong in a lot of places that have never been touched before. Education system, the agencies, deportation, border security, all this stuff could happen. And now that it's all been said that they're going to do it, if they don't, I know I'm not the only one that's going to be up and upset. All right. So now they're committed to these things that they say they're going to do. I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be glorious. And I think that we're all here to see it. And I'm keeping a positive mind about it because I've already gone through years of fucking negativity and crap. All right. That should never have happened.
We're all weary of that, Carl. I think that's the main connecting point between each of us is we're tired of something, whether it's what they're doing or how they're doing it or who's getting away with crimes completely unpunished. And I feel you on that, dude. It's absolutely exhausting. And it's kind of
Well, it's
scary
like
too,
today,
because
for
the
instance.
accountability is
When
not there.
It's like today, for instance, when she had to certify Trump. You could see it on her, the disgust of her, having to do this. But really, what could they do? Because the whole country voted for him.
Yep.
It is very clear that we know they are the enemy. So I don't think they had a choice. So we're a whole lot more united than they wanted us to know. They really tried to hide that from us.
So at Chessboard, the link that he just put, in 1950, the U.S. released a bioweapon in San Francisco. This was one of hundreds of bioweapon simulations carried out in the 50s and 60s.
True stuff. I've looked into it. And I
Yep.
know COVID. And I mean, I've told people, I've talked about this on other panels and stuff. I knew a lady, I still know her. She raises cattle in northern Michigan, and she was treating her cattle for COVID years and years ago. I was asking her what the hell those tubes were. I saw that shit a long time ago, but when COVID hit, 5 years ago, they didn't seem to mention any of that. That wasn't the pertinent information. They wanted to seem brand new and fresh and worry everybody. This is all a bunch of malarkey, and we all know it, and most of us know it. And a lot of us are just sick to death of it. I mean, today, the first death of the bird flu or whatever it was I saw on the news, it seems like they keep waiting for one to catch and take off or something. Because for months now, I've seen bird flus and monkey flus and who knows what kind of flus. All these warnings about shit coming out, like they're waiting for one to stick so they could use it to control us again. I don't think it's working.
It is working for some, and I think it's kind of a spiritual, psychological Darwin Award situation.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are buying it. They keep getting boosters. They keep getting scared. Fear is the tool, and it's killing them.
There's what you just said in chat. No expectation, no disappointment. I know that's real.
Yep.
But it's not like I'm really reaching. I've been paying attention to what he's saying. All right. And, I think he means business. We're going to find out in a couple of weeks.
Quoting a song called Hey Jealousy. If you don't expect too much from me, you might not be let down. All I really want's to be with you, feeling like I matter too. That's actually a song quote.
Man, we got Watt singing on the panel tonight, and now a Virginia Root singing on your panel tonight.
It's awesome.
I'm curious what Ricky has, but Ricky dipped. Damn it, Ricky.
What?
What do you?
Don't be all bitching at me. I just got here, guys. Come on.
No, I'm asking what you think.
Oh, jeez. Well, obviously it is, like you said, fear. They control the masses with fear. They're doing that right now, actually, okay, so you know how Antifa, is trying to disrupt the United States, and how they use all these factions to disrupt other countries? Well, they're doing it right now in South Korea. If you go to YouTube and go to AP, there's live video feed of riots taking place.
Yes.
And it just reminds me of Antifa and their bullshit. And as far as the masses are concerned, yes, they're controlling the masses through fear. When they came out with this last COVID deal, I turned and looked at my wife and I said, I don't think so. This is bullshit. And I started doing the research and looking into it, and I didn't have fear. because we're old enough. Oh God, you old fuckers out there. We're old enough that Moose Man. We're old enough that we've seen them do their thing over and over and over again. And Carl said it. Oh, by the way, great show the other day. I think it was yesterday, Carl. I got a chance to get over there.
Thanks, man. I don't know. I don't know what. I just go with the flow, man. It's not really even a show.
No, it was great. A lot of love on your channel over there. Same here. Anyway, let's see if I can shorten this up. Right now, they're using their fear campaigns against the United States, and they're ramping it up because they know Trump is coming in, and he already said there's going to be arrest made. Now, if any of you guys follow Q, quit doing that. Just saying.
It's a good thing Hawk left already.
Oh, Ricky, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey, Ricky.
Look, I follow Q, but I don't follow him as in I follow him. That makes sense? Holy shit.
Look, I'm also aware of Operation Trust, so it's always bothered me, and I've always said that.
Yeah, I got an alert from Q that said that the one judge that was prosecuting Trump was hung at Gitmo. If you're following Q, stop it. Just quit.
There's grains of truth.
Bullshit.
There's grains of truth in everything, all right? But it gets widely interpreted.
The best
liars. There are
always
interesting things that come out of it. I'm just saying it is definitely Operation Trust. Yeah.
And that's the thing, Virginia, is the best liars always add an element of truth for authenticity.
Yeah, so you got to better it out if you have the discernment. But if you're looking at the average 99 IQ person, they're not figuring it out.
There's no way. Listen, there's no plan in my entire fucking life I could make and say, okay, it's going to work just like this, exactly like this on this date, just the way I say it's going to happen. That's some bullshit right there. No plan survives first contact. All right. I've been saying this for years. You guys know I've said this. You can. It's like a game of chess. You can plan your 10 moves ahead all you want. All it takes is one move from your opponent, and all that shit's out the window, and you got to think 10 more moves ahead in a different direction. And that's the way life and battle and psychological operations all work. Unless they really do have a fucking time machine, because that's the only way you're going to see the future.
I checked into this time machine thing. Okay. And I was really serious, man. I was going to go out there in my garage and see if I could make one. Probably.
Dude, I dare you. I triple dog dare you. Do it anyway.
Probably wouldn't work. I'd probably hurt myself. But I was really looking into this. And the one thing that stopped me from all the time machine bullshit was, how in the hell are you going to go forward in time if it hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, what if the world ends tomorrow and you go forward in time and miss a whole day?
Yeah, but you're looking linearly. You're looking at only a straight line going right across a plane. All right. When you consider the fact, when space-time is concerned, even if there's only like 0.01 degree of arc, it still ends up a circle. Time is not linear.
Yeah, and any good driver knows you never go straight. You just go forward.
Forward. There you go. Yes.
Yeah, I'm creating time travel right now as I'm sitting here smoking a cigarette. I'm time traveling. Whoop whoop. I like it.
Suppose.
I wish I could time travel and get all the laundry done.
We're in multiple places at once.
Now, as far as, we've all heard about the book, about Trump and all that. I don't mean to jump in there and interrupt. I'll make it short. Well, I do believe in angels, and the Bible says that angels walk amongst us.
Yep.
And I do believe that that is a possibility. I don't believe that he traveled in time or anything. I think that is possible. Fuck, heck, that book about Baron Trump or whatever.
Ingersoll Lockwood, the last
Yeah,
president.
yes, that
Read it.
freaked me out.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah. The scenarios and the people and the names, it's like, whoa. I'll give you that. Sure.
And if you, okay, to piece all this together, wish I had my big walls to piece it all together. If you go back to the beginning of America to now, there has been some kind of it all falls into place too easily of what they have done. So could there have been a plan for over 100 years?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. Could it be that each one is a part of that plan? It's possible. Everything that has happened is just too predictable.
I don't know. I thought I met a couple angels in this life, but it turned out they were just really pretty.
Man, but we can connect our presidents to kings going back to more or less 1066. They love to find a way to William the Conqueror or even the Dracula. What was his real name? Dang it. Somebody in chat will know.
Vladimir.
But thank you. Yes. Or Vlad the Impaler.
Yep.
So it's kind of a trippy thing about they are all related. And even Trump, they tend to say, well, he's one of the few that wasn't. It depends on which grandfather or grandmother branch you start going down, because it becomes exponential each generation of genealogy. So I'm sure.
Well, if you go back far enough, Virginia, we're all related.
We are. Absolutely.
Yeah, but this is like direct. And so.
Or Hollywood actors are directly.
Even look at Melania. Nobody kind of mentions her much.
Girl. Now, Melania, she is beautiful. She is very intelligent. I think she speaks 5 or 6 languages.
Yes.
But we only see what we see.
That's a sure lot different from yesterday when I was here, and that was certainly a man.
Oh, dude, I can't rule it out. If you look at some old modeling pictures, because she was a model in maybe her early 20s, something like that, there is a substantial Adam's apple going on. I mean, I'm all about the looking at people as reversos, because I think there's a lot more of them than we want to think.
All right, well, I hope it's a body double we see with that Adam's apple, because I gotta admit though, I don't find her womany. She doesn't look appealing to me that way.
And every time I get cracking jaw,
it's like Cher or any of them. There was nothing that attracted me to them visually. So later on you hear this shit about them. They're either evil or they're not even women. So it makes sense to me when I finally find out, you know.
I believe that Michelle Obama has one of the biggest dicks in the world.
Yeah.
You have seen so many. I've seen, man, and looking at pictures of them when they were young. You know, Michelle, Barack, and Bill Gates went to college together at the University of Oregon, and there are
Remember what
pictures
Joan Rivers said right before she died?
of who?
Remember what
Oh,
Joan
yeah.
Rivers said right before she
Oh,
died?
yeah, Joan Rivers. Yes, she's like, we know it. We all know it. Yeah,
Wow, you do
absolutely.
a good impersonation of her.
I loved Joan Rivers. I absolutely loved her. But yeah, I think things are far more nefarious and weird. Okay, so Carl, you're an artist, right? And you can look at some of these women and kind of cock your head, so to speak. You cock your head a little bit and go, huh, that is some job. That is, can you see that neck though? You know, things like that. The frame, the build, the anthropology, the bones don't lie. The
I
plastic
see
surgery.
all of that. I see
Okay.
all of that. And
Now
and I
I know you do. So, can you tell me a well-known female that you think is for sure a biological woman? And when you see this, someone we all know, okay, a celebrity in some way, who do you
think her
look at?
name's Sophia Vergara. Sophia
Her
Varga, I
name
think
is
is her name.
Lois.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She was the one on that sitcom, right?
Mm-hmm. She was
Family.
Al Bundy or something. I don't even know the show. I just seen her. She plays like Al Bundy's wife on some other show or something.
Oh, Peggy.
Peggy.
No. On a new show, he's not playing Al Bundy. He's just playing a part of her husband.
Oh, the one. It's called something family. It's
I don't know.
Something
yeah,
like that. Yeah.
Watch TV.
yeah. I didn't watch it, but I know what show you're talking about. She was the most highest paid actress on a sitcom at the time that show was on.
She's a woman. There ain't no masculine nothing there.
Okay, okay. All right. Anyone else? A female celebrity that you think is a real woman for sure? Yeah, Modern Family. Thank you, Billy. I knew someone would have it. Shit, it was nuts.
Does it have to be recent, or can I go back in time?
Go back. They've been doing this
Al Bundy.
thousands of years.
You mentioned Peggy
Okay.
and Al pops it.
I mean,
That's
there's
probably
no
Al Bundy.
question. It's like Betty Page. I mean,
Okay.
that was 100% woman. I could go like Sophia Loren. I had somebody trying to tell me she was a man, and later in her life, it almost looked like a different person. But when she was young, I seen enough of her to know that was no man. Because there's
Yeah.
plenty of that picture out there, right? And
Well,
that was
they
a
use
fine.
corsets. I mean, you got to look at the bone structure. I look at the jaw.
Oh yeah,
If
those
you
high
have a male
cheekbones,
skull
solid
and a
cheekbones.
female skull.
Yeah,
Hey, I have a pretty square jaw and high cheekbone. And
that's right.
I'm a woman. There's nothing down there.
Well, I absolutely believe that both you and Virginia are women.
We are women. Miss Minder Sue, I think you're right with Roseanne Barr. I believe that's a real woman. Yeah.
I know Echo's all woman. I know Lady Smith's all woman. I haven't met Miss Minderson yet, but let's see. Let's go through this.
Well, I showered with Lady Smith this one time, and I promise you she's a woman.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'll just leave it at that. Y'all can pray.
What do
I showered with Lady Smith.
What do y'all think about Jamie Lee Curtis? Hey, Eric.
Dude, that's a man. That's a man, Maury.
There was something that she was never on my radar either. Something about her that's off to me. And I mean, she's well known for her rack, because she showed herself. I think her premiere movie was one of those horror movies. I think it was Halloween or something. She played a nurse.
Yep.
And she got famous for her rack because she, but she was never that attractive to me. So I don't know if it's because she is an all woman or if it's just there's something off about her. But
Jamie Lee
to me,
Curtis might be an actual hermaphrodite. So when we talk about how Hollywood inverts people, they absolutely do that. And politics, all of it, they're everywhere. Now, there is a true biological medical condition where you do have both testes and maybe a uterus, and you might have the hormones and grow a little bit of boob. Okay, but it's very,
I
very,
knew a
very
person like that
rare.
in real life.
But no, a true hermaphrodite is
Yeah,
rare.
I knew somebody like that in real life. I know they exist.
Yes, they do. Now, who is it? Hold on, let me scroll back. Jamie Lee. Okay, Jamie Lee Curtis. Actually, I saw a news article the last 2 years, somewhere in there, and she came out and said that she had the hermaphrodite gene set, that she had those traits, and it didn't get like blasted on the news because the trans thing covers it all up and whatever. Jamie Lee Curtis is the only celebrity I've ever seen come out and say, I was a born hermaphrodite. And you realize that her aunt was Scarlett in Gone with the Wind, and her mother was the girl in Psycho, if I'm not mistaken. Because the Psycho,
Jessica.
it was
Jessica.
Curtis. Her father was Tony Curtis, but she's
Yeah,
actually
and
Lay.
Jessica.
Her name is
Some,
Lay. Janet
yeah,
Lay.
Jessica. Janet Lay.
And the
Okay.
reason for Lay is Vivian Lay and something. Okay, and it was her aunt in Gone with the Wind and her mother in Psycho. Her father is Tony Curtis. That's where the Curtis comes in, Jamie Lee Curtis. But the Lee is actually Lay for Vivian Lay, and the one in Psycho that it's slipping my mind. But they're all, that's her family. Yep.
Well, I know one thing is you guys, and this conversation has messed up all my wet dreams for the near future.
Thank you, ER. It was Janet Lee. Janet Lee is Jamie Lee Curtis's mom. Okay. And Vivian Lee was Janet Lee's sister. Thank you. Yeah, the chat. Thank you, chat. Yep. That's it. Boom.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I understand, Billy.
Remember that movie called Pat? You remember a movie in the 80s called Pat, Virginia?
Pat, like with a P, or a cat with a C?
With the P, P-A-T. That was the movie. It was a Andromeda character. And they made a movie out of it.
They made the movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I do remember Pat. Absolutely.
So the odd thing that they keep saying is totally off balance now. If all of these women are men, because they were, what was it?
You got to do a Crocodile Dundee on all of them.
Was it 8 men to every woman or 8 women to every man? Which do I have?
Women outnumbered us the last I knew.
Okay. Well, so if...
Just the way I like it, Bonnie, I'm surrounded.
But if half of them are men, then that kind of makes the odds change a little there, doesn't it?
Well, she walked up to me and she asked me to dance. I asked her in a low voice. She said, Lola. Hello.
That's right.
That's my poor daughter. I gave her that nickname until I really listened to the words to that song, and I said, I will never call you that again.
Yep. It's wild.
Yeah.
I do remember that stupid thing, Virginia. I remember thinking, oh man, they are certainly eroding away the morality of our culture, aren't they?
Yes.
It's not
Purposely.
new though.
No.
Part of their plan.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of my exes. My exes live in Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, and you know that song. Anyway, one of my exes, she had a sister, and her sister was named Patricia. Everybody called her Pat, and I
Right.
swear, if she was Pat from Saturday Night Live, if I ever met anybody. I mean, anytime, anytime we'd go over there and visit and have barbecue, it was like it freaked me out.
Like, do you want a sausage? I make the best sausage. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and as far as a
Must-
female saying I'm a female, well, I'm with Moose Man. I want proof. You know,
Right.
Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, I want to know.
Not
You know, some of them out there that you can tell them to go fuck themselves, they actually can.
I don't want to hear that. You're freaking me out again. There goes the nightmares. Jeez, buddy. Come
Just
on.
accept it, Ricky. It's all about acceptance. Yeah. Yes, ER. The Kinks. Low, 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 low. That is the Kinks.
Hey, Ricky, I notice you keep coming back.
Oh yeah. I'm taking notes too, by the way.
No doubt. No freaking doubt. Even if you look at the song Walk on the Wild Side and you listen carefully, it's trans prostitutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take a walk on the wild side. And the color girl would say, doop, 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 doop. But if you really listen to the lyrics building up to that, it's trans prostitutes. I shit you not.
I
Y'all are
don't
ruining
doubt
all
it
my
a bit.
music.
Go ahead. Ow.
Well,
and the color girl sing.
Doop, 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 doop. That's what they do. Hey, Monty, you know it's true. Girl, you know it's. Girl, you know it's. Girl, you know it's true. That
Okay,
too.
I think you just switched decades or something on me.
Well, that too, you know. I watched a Bengals video, Walk Like an Egyptian. I watched one recently. You go back and look at that, okay? The lead singer was passable. Still a dude. Still a dude, all right? It's all about the Adam's apple. But the lead singer was passable. You look at the backup bass player, guitar, drums, whatever, okay? Back in the day, none of us had the eyes to see yet, all right? Go watch a Bengals video right now and tell me you do not see men in makeup in
You
those
don't have to tell me. I already knew that back then.
It's obvious, dude.
Why do you think they keep the little cute brunette out in front all the time?
Yep,
in all
she
the
was
videos, they put
more of a female stature. It was a passable face structure, right? No, that's a
So
man.
the
More.
Bengals were dangles too. Dang
The
it.
Bengals were dangling, girl. The Bengals were dangling. Probably packing, you know. Right, Miss Binder Sue?
King Tut.
Yeah. It's wild. Sorry. The 80s rock, but they were all. But this goes back to Shakespearean times. It goes back to Roman times. The men were the only ones allowed on stage. So Juliet was always played by a man. That has
Did
never
you ever
changed.
catch that in that song? I think he says, King Tut went to Arizona. King Tut.
Ooh, interesting. Went to Arizona.
Caledonia, went to Arizona. King Tut.
King Tut went to Arizona. Thanks,
So the
Lonnie.
song that's going through my head is "It's the End of the World as We Know It."
And I feel fine.
Yeah, I feel totally fine. That was a big song in the late 90s because they had to build us up to Y2K, you know?
Look at this chat is so fast. Willie Smith and Minor C. Where I was going with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause in the desert, you can't remember your name. Cause there ain't no one for to give you no fame.
La, la, la. Yeah, the desert on a horse with no name. Wasn't that the band was like the
America, that whole album, man. It had
There you go.
Sister
I know
Golden
that's what
Hair.
that is.
Cause
Yep.
I understand you've been running from the man that goes by the name of the Sandman. He rides the
Yes.
sky like an eagle in the eye of a hurricane that's abandoned. The whole album rock. Tin Man, Sandman, Sister Golden Hair, Horse with No Name. That was full of this.
Yeah, but you know, some of this music I've always been into, man, anything going back in radio, even, you know, the 40s, 50s. Now, we look at it now, and you can see where some of that cultural change was being ingrained in, you know, the acid rock days, the hard rock days, the classic rock days, then punk rock, and then hip hop, and then, you know, and then grunge, and then all these things start layering in, and we all know them and we all love them, and then we look back and read the lyrics and go, whoa, fucking the Beatles even had some pretty interesting concepts. You go read it out. It was very much programming. Yes, Pink Floyd chessboard. Pink Floyd was a big one, the acid rock. But the Beatles are a lot darker than I think. You know, they get like the I want to hold your hand, right? But then if you go and listen to later albums and look at the album covers, there are a few album covers that are really freaking dark. With
They removed one of the album covers. It
the
was full
bottom
of
part
dead
with the
babies.
dolls.
Yeah.
The babies, and it was like bloody dolls or some shit, you know? Or if you look at Sergeant,
There's a warm gun. Bang, bang, choo, choo. When I put my finger on your trigger. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it's Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, but I could be mistaken, but I think that's the cover that has Aleister Crowley, and it has like all different historical figures where, okay, you know, we don't have to read anything dark into it. There's all kinds of figures. But then when you see it now compared to then, it's like, yeah, Miss Minder Sue, they're kind of creepy now. And I loved Abbey
It
Road.
wasn't
It's
just the
my
Beatles.
favorite albums of all time. But when I
It
go
wasn't
back
just
to
the
listen to it,
Beatles.
I'm like, whoa.
I mean, think about like Jim Morrison. Hello,
Yeah.
mother. Yes, son. I want to. Hello, father. I want to kill you. Remember, you know, and then you find out who his father was and the involvement of the Vietnam War, and it gets really weird. Right?
You
I
would
mean, there's a bunch of that shit that
yeah,
we didn't know about when we were listening to it as kids and shit growing up with it, but now you look at it, it's, living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. I mean, there's so many verses in those songs that make you go, wait a minute.
yep. There's a lot in there.
Yellow Submarine, yes.
I remember people singing that as we all live on yellow masculine, yellow masculine, yellow masculine.
We all live. Yep.
Yes, we sang that on our school bus.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9. What the fuck is that?
Lucy in the sky with diamonds. That's Lucifer, Venus, the morning star, the star that led the 3 wise men to Jesus. All of that is the same concept.
I once knew a girl, or should I say, she once knew me. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill.
Moose Man needs to be lubed.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, Lady Smith knows. But I think we have to take things for what they are. All right, we know there's programming and music. And for a little while, I could not listen to any songs, watch any movies. And to this day, I don't watch any TV show or like news network. But sometimes we've got to take it for what it is, which is entertainment. So if you like a certain album and you enjoy the music, then listen to it. Just don't, have the discernment of, yeah, I could see there could be a dark force in some of this, but
the lyrics were like, I mean, you got to analyze them. Even as a kid, I was like, what do you mean she came in through the bathroom window? Protected by a silver
spoon. Through the bathroom window.
Protected with thumb and wonders by the banks of her own lagoon. What the fuck did that mean?
Well, I get that, but sometimes music is just to help you drive down the road. And sometimes you go back and look and you're like, oh shit. Like Full Monty.
Yeah, I used to do it for a little got more. Just keep trying to get a little better than before. You've been dancing with Mr. Brownstone. He's been knocking. He won't leave me alone. No, won't leave me alone.
You know what it means, but when you're a teenager listening, it's just a song,
Yeah.
Knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me. This is fun.
Dude, it's wild, isn't it?
All these different.
But I still think, again, sometimes enjoy it for what it is. There's some music.
Yes.
You listen while you're working and do what you're doing, but obviously there's bad that can be taken.
You don't do a whole lot of Elvis. You don't.
Subliminal
messages. The messages when you would make the record go backwards, or
backmasking.
Oh yeah, of course we did all that. I even wired one backwards so it would do it on its own.
Yep. That all came out of the Tavistock Institute. The backmasking of Beatles were a big part of that, Led Zeppelin, and there are some musicians I can still listen to and get down the road, but there are some that I used to love that when I hear them now, my body feels like ice. And one of them is actually Led Zeppelin. I used to fucking love Led Zeppelin. I would play Led Zeppelin all day, knew all of it, loved all the breakdowns. But in the last couple of years, I switched the station. Like I can't, there's something in
What the fuck
there.
is wrong with you, Virginia?
I'm just saying, I get it. Like I love Zeppelin. I've listened to it for years and years. And there's a couple of bands and a couple of ones where I can't just find the entertainment value, where it actually like raises all my alarms in my head, where like I don't want to listen to this. And Led
I
Zeppelin is one.
understand. I cannot listen to Conway Twitty at all.
No,
I
that's
kind of get that one. I understand that way more than the Led Zeppelin.
No, it's not even because of the music. It's the lyrics.
Yep.
Echo, did you ever see the video parody of that song? I'm the cat in the box. There, once you see that, then you can replace all those lyrics of Man in the Box with Cat in the Box, because it makes more sense.
I just feel like they're using a frequency, a combination of lyrics and a certain musical frequency. And I feel like Echo knows what I'm saying. Like, I really do.
Yeah.
I think Echo knows exactly what I'm saying. That it starts, once you become originally aware of it, you can't unknow it. And it's visceral. Certain frequencies of music become viscerally painful. And trust me, I love
Well, I had some that reset me, man. And I mean, I've said this before on panels. There's a song that if I'm stressed out, I need to relax, mellow out. There's one song that does it for me every time. It's not the live version that's on Double Live Gonzo. It's the Amboy Dukes version of Hibernation by Ted Nugent. And something about that guitar just relaxes the shit out of me. That's
Right.
therapy.
No, I can feel that. I think all of us can be relaxed by a certain instrument or instrumental or whatever. But I really do believe they're playing with frequencies. I think that sound affects us a lot more than we acknowledge. Whether the sound shatters diseases like the Reich machine, or the sound and frequencies that built the pyramids, or the humming in all of our ears, some of us anyway, all around the country. Like sound and frequency affect water, and that's what our body is made of. It affects your mood, the degree that they send it to you, the hertz, all of that shit,
Perfect example is that is what Bonnie played earlier with that gal screaming. That it's like, yeah, it's a perfect example. Frequencies I don't like.
I even asked the musicians at Indies one night, if they pay attention to the frequencies when they're writing music or playing music. And they were kind of like, well, I have it set at whatever. And then I think Clay was up there that night. And he said, him or Andy, that's one for the rabbit hole, because he does the rabbit hole one.
Right.
So I never really I don't think that they pay attention to it that much, but maybe since more is coming out about the frequencies, they might start.
Can you hear the music coming? Can you hear drumming? I want you to join together with the band.
Yeah, Monty, I see you. That's how LRAD works. It's the frequency aimed at a human body, and it can make you feel hot and nauseous. And absolutely 100%, dude, these things exist. Whether they're being exploited, I don't know. But why wouldn't they? You know, we already know we're exploited with media and medicines and anything that controls us, money, pharma, what have you. So frequencies, I really do think that to weaken us.
I've seen where other people have caught it, and I've seen it actually. I've seen a news report about it being found, but I taped something on the VCR a long time ago, like 80s, and I stopped it once on a commercial and caught the image of a subliminal message in it, frozen in a single frame. All right, that shit's real. I've seen it for myself. They do use subliminal imaging in advertisements. If they do it there, that means it has to be successful. For them to waste their time adding that to something, it must be working. If they could do it in advertisement, do you think they would just stop there?
Absolutely not. It works. They do have it for crowd control, Monty. There was, if you guys know, the conspiracy show with the former governor of Minnesota. He was a wrestler. Dang it, what was his name? Anyway, he did a thing 15 years ago, easy, talking about sound weapons.
About Jesse Ventura.
Yes, Jesse Ventura. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. That's what it was. Jesse Ventura conspiracy theory. And he had a show, and a couple of his episodes got, they would not actually put out on the channel, whichever, I don't remember. But he was talking about the sound weapons and how they have these big trucks that put off a certain frequency, and it's crowd control. They used it for crowd control. And
well, not only that, but I've got somewhere I saved it. I posted it before, but there's Army training manuals, videos on it. All right, that shit's real. They've had it for decades now.
Yes, you can see them driving around Japan.
Yep.
A whole bunch of people want to leave right now when they turn those on.
Night chessboard.
Night
Now
chessboard.
imagine how can they amplify that, and
bless you.
You know, how can they distribute that to where there are people feeling the effects of this, and they don't know where it's coming from.
Well, that's it. If you don't see the truck, you're not going to know where it's coming from. But at the same time, it's okay. Crowd control. What could that be? Could it be a prayer circle around the flagpole? Could it be a protest, a peaceful protest, or could it be a riot? You know, we don't know what their plan is to do with those. Excuse me. But from what I understand, it's painful. And
it makes people think they're losing their mind, or they're, you know.
Yes.
I trained for this for decades by standing in front of Ted Nugent's guitar amp. I'm ready.
But like, what if some of this drone shit, or what if the technology, keep in mind this Jesse Ventura show was easily 15 or so years ago, and that was just what the powers that be were admitting on a TV show.
Right.
So
the episode that really got me, Virginia.
How much better is it now?
That was right around, I think, the year 1998, 99 or something when he started doing that. But the episode that really got me was when he was investigating the coffin liners. Did you see that episode?
Which
were all
episode?
over the country. They were coffin liners, is what they really
Oh,
were.
with FEMA. Yeah, the FEMA.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And that was a
That was
long
one of
time
the
ago.
episodes. Yep.
And I actually had seen stacks of those myself on trains and in
Yep.
yards. And that was tens of thousands of coffin liners that were, nobody knew what they were going to be used for. You know, it was like everybody was quiet about their true purpose. And
I think
since,
that
I
was
mean,
right when Obama came in, and it was a
right.
big conspiracy. It was about 17 years ago. 17.
Okay, all right. Well, it was a while ago. Anyways, what it was is you could actually fit 5 or 6 bodies in one of those. It was meant to hold a full decorative, you know, coffin. You bury that inside of that. But if you didn't put a coffin in it, you could put a lot of bodies in it. And those things sat for a long time at several locations, and a lot of conspiracy theorists and YouTubers and stuff would go there and verify that it's actually still there. And we never got an answer for that either. I mean,
Right.
it's like, seems like that Jesse Ventura stuff was a little bit before that, though, really, come to think of it. But I remember during Obama's administration, the government reportedly bought a whole bunch of a new government contracted, in other words, made for the government, these fancy guillotines. All right, all metal construction, like they were made for mass use. All right. In other words, our government bought a bunch of guillotines, custom-made guillotines.
Yep, I've seen them.
Yep. That was under Obama too. The guillotines and the FEMA coffins.
I just about a year ago.
I haven't
They've been
seen
there
anything
for a grip.
of those in a while. What's up, Cola? Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff that makes you go, hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you wonder the intent for sure.
He told them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So I'm looking at Gospel Warrior.
This seems familiar.
Keeps
He's
believing.
narrating.
Yeah. What does that mean? Well, Lady Smith, long game is absolutely what's happening. We model after China in a lot of ways, and they do 8-year plans, 10-year plans, 100-year plans. They've got this shit laid out, and the heads are sort of irrelevant to the overall goal. And I think we're in a similar boat, and that's what makes so much uncertain is we love to quip about the 5D chess, but what does that really mean?
The
If
5
Trump,
foot what?
the 5D chess, they always say Trump is playing 5D chess.
Fifth
What does that
dimension.
mean?
Well, there's actually a game where you can play multiple games of chess boards on the same tier. You never seen them play that on Star Trek? Spock played
Yeah,
that.
well, I
You know?
get what it means, but what does it mean for us?
It
And
means
why 5D?
there's a what it means to me is there's a side of this that you can't see.
How do we discern who's on the good side or not when it's 5D?
Well, if it's truly a military thing, for instance, you're not supposed to know. If we don't know, then the enemy don't know. All right, that's those are like the fundamentals of warfare. You know, it's you confuse the enemy. You keep them off balance.
Who's the enemy?
Exactly.
Well, obviously, this is, you know, it's pretty clear to me that we are the enemy of our administration. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like our own government views us as the enemy. So there's something really wrong there.
Yeah. Miss Minder Sue doing their best to keep us safe. I think some are.
They call us deplorable, garbage. Think of how they've treated the American people. We the people. What are we the people to this regime they call a government that's in control of our lives? What are we to them?
A threat?
Yep. Useless eaters.
I don't mean war. We're still a threat. If we use the Constitution as it was written originally, that makes us a threat. When Trump stood up there at his inauguration and said, I give the power back to the people, that's what he meant. If Obama had to ask the assembly for their opinion about Syria and then followed the assembly's requirement, it's powerful. And that's what he gets so frustrated about, because it works. It's powerful.
You know, look, this Minder Sue, there's apparently 22 million government employees, including all law enforcement and military, compared to 360 something million Americans that are, you know, real Americans, not including any illegals or anything, of course. So the percentage of the government compared to us is quite small. And they're not all against us. There's good government. There's, you know, they can't all be bad. So there really isn't. It's ridiculous that these people have this type of control over us. I'm talking about any type of bureaucracy, any kind of red tape. Tell us what we can and can't build on our own land, and what you can or can't drive on the road, or all this stuff. They shouldn't be up in our business like that. It's just a revenue for them that they feed off of us. That's not productive for our society. It's counterproductive, in fact. And it's like the experts say, this government would be much more efficient running on 10% capacity of what it is now. In other words, you can remove 90% of this hoopla and it would run smoother for everybody. You know, we've been shystered for a long time.
We have. Agreed.
And I absolutely believe in God. But why would we depend on him to come and fix this?
You ask God for strength and to aid you in what you do. You can't just ask God to fix something for you. He's not going to come down here and fix you, all right? You've got to ask for, you know, the ability or for him to use you to do something. You have to ask for that, and he helps you. He's not going to do it all for you.
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
Now that I'm back and it's freezing outside. You know, when Jesus left, everybody was sitting around a campfire, and Jesus says, "Well, I'm leaving." And the apostle says, "What are you talking about? What do you mean you're leaving?" And he says, "It's better that I go." And they said, "No, it's not. They'll kill us. They're going to kill us if you leave." And he said, "No, it's better that I go, because when I go, I'm going to send unto you the Paraclete, the teacher, the one that walks alongside of you, the Holy Spirit." And he says, and he also said, and this is very important, he said, "Go in my name and do the things that I have done, and better things and bigger things," or whatever he said.
Right.
And the church has forgot that. Everybody has forgot that. All power and authority has been given unto me, therefore go in my name and kick some ass. But they preach that and they teach that in the churches, or in the buildings, I should say. But they teach it to people to pray for $100 by Friday for themselves. They don't teach us that we, the people in the United States, have a covenant with God, and the Constitution is to protect our God-given rights. Now, I'm not saying everybody, you got to make that commitment. You got to go up there and say, "Hey, yo, if you're God, I need to know you now, and, accept Jesus and all that." But what I'm saying is, it's us, it's we the people, and our power through him. But nobody talks about that. Nobody teaches that. I get up in the
Well, I
morning.
don't only talk to God when I need a favor. I'll tell you that. I don't agree with that song.
Yeah, I get up in the morning and say, "Hey, yo, good morning." He said, he's the father, "So you're my dad?" He said, "Yeah, I'm your dad. I knew you before you were even born. I know what you're going to do tomorrow. I'm the creator of this universe, and I'm your father. And you sit next to me. You sit next to you sit at the right hand of the Father." It's like, why all the religious bullshit? We got to step away from that, and we got to call them out. We got to call them out for the religious bullshit that they preach.
I think it's the zealots. It's not having a belief system or a religion or whatever. Like I hear you in your overall thought, Ricky, but like we got to look at the extremes. That's what's causing discord. Is the furthest zealot extreme, left, right, certain religions, extremists. They are the ones, right? Your average everyday Jewish person, even Muslim person, if they are not extremists, they're not a threat. But we only get shown the people who are off the rails. Zealotry. Yes, please.
Like the people that have been coming into these chats and saying, I don't believe in God and I'm blasphemous, or that I'm going to hell or something. And, they don't even know me or what I believe, but they're telling me that they know better than me.
Right.
That's, like I said earlier, it's a big red flag to me. You're
Yeah.
you're judging me before you even know me. That's not your job.
But Carl, they're speaking to you.
The thing is they've taken away the relationship and turned it into religiosities. I don't care if you're Baptist, Methodist, prejudice, whatever. The enemy has done a great job at taking away our relationship with the Creator.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's a good point. Yep. Yep. And the enemy is within. It's within the churches. It's within the government. It's within our families. It's everywhere. I see that in my family quite a bit. There's religious folks that, when it comes down to it, don't have the best character. As far as, like, some of the most judgmental people I know are staunch Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Angry accusers, that's
Yep.
the way you treat people. Treat me as you'd like to be treated.
Yeah, golden rule.
Yep. Yes. And I've seen it. We've all seen it. I've called pastors out on it. Pastors, preachers, and naysayers, whoever they think they are. Back in 2016, I went to two different pastors and I told them, I said, so your sheep are, I said, so people are, and he got red. He didn't like me after that. So people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, right? And he said, well, yeah. And he quoted the scripture and we went through it. And I said, so if you're not telling your people what's going on with our government, would that also be the same thing? And he turned red. And I said, you're called out. I said, you need to stop it. You need to, you're a 501c3 and they got you by the nuts because you can't talk about politics and you can't do this and that and the other. How that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. How? He shed his blood for all sins, was buried, and rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That's absolutely 100% correct. He was the lamb sacrifice for us. Anyway.
Okay, now, don't you think that's being manipulated and bastardized, so to speak, in that uber zealot religious points of view are a form of control?
Absolutely, 100%. Yes. Look, I have a covenant with the Creator through the blood of the Lamb. And he said, I will never leave you nor forsake you unto the ends of the earth. That means that any sin that I commit is already covered under the blood of the Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
Period. But that also means, I don't know how to put it in words. It also means.
But where is the accountability? All right, sins are covered. You can theoretically, most sins, there's only a few mortal sins. And where is accountability in there, though?
I agree with what you're asking. Where's the accountability? Okay, so I'm covered in the blood of the Lamb, so now I can go sin. No.
Right. But a lot of people use that as a scapegoat.
The thing
is to be more Christ-like.
Well, that's where the relationship comes in, where you're listening to the Lord, you're listening to the Holy Spirit. You've got that still, quiet voice in the back of your mind. And he's telling you, don't do this, don't do this. And then you do it anyway. And he says, dumbass. But he still loves you and forgives you because we're human. We're even though we're created in his image, we still have this flesh thing. We have
He knows
that.
we're not perfection.
Correct. We got the flesh. And to overcome the flesh, you have to be in the spirit. To be in the spirit is to be in the Word of God and study the Word of God. And the Word of God is powerful, sharper than a two-edged sword, dividing asunder the soul and spirit and joints of marrow, or joints of meat. We're
Okay,
all
I
gonna
agree with
screw
that.
up.
However, what Lady Smith is saying, you're responsible once you know. If you repeat the behavior, knowing the result, it doesn't give you that choice. Okay, like that's the whole idea to me is you can't absolve yourself. You can't go and be a murderous, rapist, coke dealer, and then go, I'm gonna repent so I'm good.
And then go back and do it again.
Involves accountability.
But if you're that kind of person, you are full of evil, no doubt, right?
Yes. Yep.
Those are all harmful things that you are going to do to someone else. Those are things that will alter someone else's life. That is where, to me, the sin comes in. If it's someone else, then that's where, but thankfully, we have a forgiving God also. And that's where you repent.
I've met people like that. They're born again, they're Christians, and they have fell away. And one particular person, check, I'm still here. Okay, one particular person said, I've done all these things, all these wrongs, and I am separated from God. And I said, no, not really. You're just a dumbass. Your strength comes from God. If you step away from God, then you lose your strength. You become a what's it called? Dumbass. Anyway,
backslider.
But the thing is when these backsliders turn away and go towards God, that's where they gain their strength to resist the devil. All power and authority has been given unto me. And that's the most important thing is to walk not only in the Lord, but with the Lord as your best friend, your confidant. And once you lose that, I'm telling you, the enemy will attack. Remember, you're the light of this world. You're the light of this world. As soon as you are born again and filled with the Holy Spirit and you're walking with the Lord, you're a great big light, and the enemy is going to come and attack you and steal your joy. The joy of the Lord is my strength. So the first thing he's going to do is start tempting you, and then once you screw up one time, he's going to keep holding that against you until he steals your joy and you have no more strength, and then he's got you.
Yeah, who's feeling your joy though? Who's feeling the joy? Again, I come back to accountability. If you know the consequences of an action, don't repeat it. There's no excuse. Even if you're not a godly human being, right? If you know the consequences of an action and you repeat it anyway, without any regard for social, moral, physical,
it's just like a criminal. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, love the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding, and that's what I go with. He said to me, if I ask anything of the Father in Jesus' name, I'll give it to you. And I said, I ask that you just take me over, because I'm not capable of dealing with all this by myself. And you said, if I ask anything, I'm saying, take me over. you know. Just take me over, lead me and guide me and use me and do whatever you want. And I stick to that. I stand at that.
Love, love, love. All we need is love.
All you need
Oh,
is love.
Love.
love. Love is all we need.
Love is all you need.
We're the warriors in this day and time.
Yeah.
You know, the believers, we're the warriors. We're the ones that are supposed to walk out into public, into the face of the enemy, which is right now, the face of the enemy is big time our government, no matter where you're at or what you're doing. We're the ones that are supposed to walk out there with the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, you know? I'm not saying go down to city council and preach at them, but, you know, say, hey, yo, Dad, help me expose the corruption within our city council or whatever, you know? Lead me
I
and guide
want to
me.
go, but Ricky, I go with what John is saying. Jesus was an example. He set the bar, be a good example. And I think that's the best way to lead is being a good example.
Yes.
People mirror people that they look up to. We see that with children immediately. They mirror their parents, right?
Yes.
And so I think not to set that of, well, God has absolved me of this. I can fuck up over and over. No, learn from your mistakes and be a good example in the future. That's the example I think of from Jesus, was setting a good example, a good precedent.
Yeah, and a good example he set was he went in and turned over the tables at money changers. And, you
Yeah, but
know,
he
that's
wasn't violent. He was a radical. He was radical in
he
his
was
ways,
pissed
but he
off.
wasn't violent.
He whooped some ass.
But
He
he
whooped
was
some ass,
preaching
and we should be
Paul.
doing the same thing. All power and
But
authority
he
has
had
been given unto me.
compassion. You know what we need to do is the compassion that he showed to the lowest levels of society. And I think
That's
that's
why you
why,
help them off the ground once you whoop their ass.
yep,
Well, I
yep,
agree 100% with the compassion. Okay, I'm
Yes.
gonna love you, but I'm gonna call you out. I
Yes.
love you as a person, but you know you're an idiot. You're a dumbass. You're done. We're tired of your bullshit. You know, I think the scriptures are. If you see your brother sin, go to your brother. If your brother doesn't repent, go get a friend and go to your brother.
mhm.
If
Yeah.
you're if he doesn't repent, go get all your neighbors and go over there and kick his fucking ass.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
if you're going to say it, be it, and live it.
Be excellent to everyone.
Yeah, y'all see my point. It's a hard subject, you know.
I know.
Uh,
And that's why I'm like, why are we arguing?
Wait. We were arguing?
No, last night.
We was arguing last night?
The man that came into chat was arguing,
Oh
was
no, I
was
call that
calling
trolling. I
names.
don't call it arguing. I call that trolling.
It whatever you want to call it. He was at first. I was on the same page as him, and then he flipped and started calling everybody idiots and names and
that's my
And that's
saying
job.
why I call it trolling.
saying
That's
we
my job.
didn't know what we were talking about. And so it's like, I was ready to tell him, come up then. If you think we don't know what we're talking about, what's your view?
Yeah, I'm not even that worried about it. You know what I mean? I've already set in my ways. I'm good.
Well, Carl, I think conviction is good, but I think it's also good to hear other points of view. And even if someone is
Yes.
a troll, sometimes they do have something to say. Like on Ron's, Carl, you know this, and Ricky, you do too. Sometimes there were people that would come up there just to ruffle feathers, just to be a freaking asshole.
That's when they lose me,
We're talking about.
Virginia.
But now
That's
and
when they
then,
lose me. Because
they,
that's the red flag right there for me, is when they're upset that I'm not believing what they're believing. And that's happened to me in all different kinds of things on this
yeah,
platform. It's happened on multiple subjects where people, they start calling you names, or they get pissed off, or they, start questioning your faith or whatever it is because you're not agreeing with them. And
yes,
I don't want everybody to agree with me. You've never seen me get shitty because somebody didn't agree with me. All right. That's
yeah.
fine. But if somebody's getting upset, like, that's, to me, it's like, that's a controlling, narcissistic attitude that I don't want nothing to do with. I'll cut it right
Well,
off.
I didn't see last night, or I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about, but I'll just say that
Right.
sometimes we can learn something from people who challenge us, and it might be challenging what you believe or challenging your perspective on XYZ, or sometimes the
I
way
agree.
it's
I agree.
kind of fucked
Until
up,
they start telling me I'm going to hell. All right.
Well, yeah, that's unnecessary for sure. Which,
I'd
yeah,
agree with you to a point.
yeah,
Because they don't always, but some of them take it too far. That's what it's like, whatever. I'm not going to waste my time on this now. That's where
right.
it goes. I mean,
Oh, they're out there, and absolutely, you can tell the difference.
And
I've learned a lot from
not,
people that challenge my point of view, but I believe you. If this was someone that was obviously intentional, I get it. Yeah.
but it's not trolls. I mean, there's people in the community that we have had disagreements. And so there was 3 videos I pulled up. In fact, I forgot to do that, to drop the links. 3 different views of exactly what we're talking about. And
Eric.
it's so
right. To me,
interesting to
Bonnie,
me that people can see things so differently about God, that it's like, how can you have so many views if this is the way and the life? How can there be so many different opinions and views of what it means to be Christian, what it means to be spiritual, what it means to be even in a religion? It's it just amazes me. And that's what I was saying last night. My personal experience. I was not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying this is how what happened with me. This is how I saw it lay out. And that's what I'm sticking to. That's
well, it's
me,
like Cole was saying right there, Bonnie.
all on different paths. And
Like, but what Cole is saying, because that's what I thought, is that he was directing it at Ghetto, but he didn't say that. So it was like it was directed at all of us. That's the way it felt, because he wasn't specifically directing it at anybody. But I did think it was because of what Ghetto said there.
oh, I didn't see, I was reading Gospel Warrior. It jumped. But what Gospel Warrior is saying right there, that's it.
It's okay
It's
to.
not
Again,
your
again, I'm
heart.
not telling you.
Each one of
That's
us have a different heart.
right. And I'm never going to say, you but should believe what I believe. All right. You should think like I think. All right. I'm never going to get mad at you because you don't. All right. That's the difference. All right. Is when people get upset or angry or pissy or whatever you want to say because you're not going to do or believe what they say.
Right.
Exactly.
That's the
That
biggest
that
to me.
is what
That's
I'm talking about. If it's because they can turn to scripture and they can say, well, this is what the scripture says. Okay, well, then that's where I go to, okay, do I feel condemned about this? Convicted? There's a big difference. And so when people are telling you, like the man last night, that was condemnation. Conviction comes from the Holy Spirit. That's the moral compass that is inside of you through the Spirit that is going to let you know if you're doing something wrong or which path to take for your life. We all have different paths. And
You're
I'm
right.
not,
There's a difference between condemnation and sharing your conviction. There's a big difference. I hear you there. Yep.
yeah. And I'm seeing a lot of condemnation whenever we should all be together. I mean, it's this one right here. This was a young man at a college, and he was trying his hardest to ask these questions. I don't know if he was a believer or not. He seemed pretty educated in the word, so but it was just pretty interesting to me. And then there's one more. Nope, I already did that one. Nope, that's not it. That's that. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
You know, a few years back, my people were talking about flat Earth, and several had engaged me in conversation about it. And I would steadfastly, as I feel today, that the Earth is not flat. And then they would go on with their skit about it, and all I would have to say is I disagree with that. And then they would start calling me names, like, you're an idiot, or whatever. They would get mad, all right? And that, again, it's the same kind of thing. It's like, if I don't respond correctly to somebody's religious beliefs and what they're telling me I should be or should believe, they get angry and condemn me
Yes.
before they even know me. And that, to me, that's some weird behavior. I almost wonder if it's not paid behavior, because I don't understand what a person would get from that.
It's not paid behavior. Okay, what John said, there are over 2,500 denominations in Christianity, not to mention the other beliefs. We all see things different over the same thing. And you've said it. When you read a scripture, then you go back to it a year later, whatever, read it again, you're going to see something different.
Well, you might say, I mean, I would say something additional.
Okay. And where's the forgiveness? Where is the compassion? Where is the love? Where is the everything that we're supposed to be following?
I practice all of those.
I'm just saying, with with the people who want to condemn others for not believing the way they do.
Yeah.
That's what's lacking, and it should not be. It should not. It should not even be an issue. There's no reason for it. There's no reason to fight over God. And I've heard people say, "My God," and I'm like, "Do you have a different one than the rest of us do?" I don't understand. And
I've thought that I've even seen you see that in your chats and heard you react to that, without saying anything. I know what you
yeah,
mean.
yes, and that's what I'm talking about. When you put it in my face, I'm going to notice it. And so when I notice it, I'm going to address it. If I feel that there's a need to address it, I'm going to address it. And that's why I was, it started out looking up the difference between Protestants and, or not Protestant, well, yeah, Protestants, and then the ones that were of religion. And so then it was, okay, what's the difference between Christianity and religion? And there is a difference. But at the same time, in reading that, I'm like, well, sounds kind of like I'm leaning more towards Protestant, but then again,
Why
I
you
said
gotta
it's
why you
been
gotta put a title on it? Why you gotta name it?
well, because why do you have to put a title on anything? Why do you have to name anything?
Well, I'm seriously asking why you gotta announce what your religion is. I mean, I
Don't
don't.
have to
That's
announce
why
what
I'm asking this. Is I don't really announce myself as anything. I tell people what I believe.
I
What
don't
my
have a religion.
Well, that's something I've been not doing for a long time because it seems to like automatically put you in a category, and I'm not in any of those categories. So as long as I don't label myself, Baptist, Catholic, Christian, whatever it is, they can't put me in that box because I don't want to be in that box. I don't want to be affiliated with something I don't know, and that's
Right.
the trouble. What I see with religion is it becomes organized. It becomes big. The bigger that religion is, the more likely there's corruption in it. And that's something I don't want to be involved in. I mean, talk about blasphemous. A corrupt church seems like the most blasphemous thing I could think of. So it's just I have a hard time trusting man, I suppose, comes
And
down to it.
that was the difference. Is religion is a teaching from man, where Christianity is a spiritual relationship with the Lord through Jesus and the Holy Spirit. And that
You know,
was the beginning of this that I was going over and buffering. I absolutely understand that. There is one church here that is non-denomination. They have no denomination, and then we have the cowboy churches. Those two are more. They're not there to judge you. They're they're about the fellowship, about in. But it doesn't matter what kind of church you walk into. What are you there for? Are you there for the people? Or are you there for God?
well, I've seen other people say it in the chat. I have a personal relationship with my creator, right? I
Yes.
I feel very secure with my relationship with God. And I've been given signs, I guess you'd call it, that I'm right where I need to be. And everything will be fine. So I'm very comfortable spiritually where I am. I I don't feel comfortable in those other circles.
Yep.
Excuse me.
That's how I feel.
Favorite
That
church is to go to a black church. In another
oh,
sense, whatever,
I
but
love black churches.
I
That's
do too.
great.
What's up, Silver Girl?
I've been
You
I've even I've even spoke at black churches, or should I say, yeah, I would say
Southern
black
Baptist.
churches.
You're
Yeah,
talking about
in El,
Southern Baptist.
no, in El Paso, I don't just people, black people getting together, getting down with Jesus, and it was
yes,
very very spiritual. You could feel
yes,
the Holy
you
Spirit.
can feel it.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like a party to me. I'd probably like that.
Well, and so the Pentecostals are kind of like that also, but in a different way. It's they're they're very strict on their rules. And so that's another thing. The Bible Belt. Why are there so many churches? it's it's mind blowing.
This town
I would
here
say
has every kind of church there is, except for I don't think they have a Church of Satan, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did. This town's full of them, and this is the one when I was a kid that I had got curious, and I started going to different churches to see what they were about. And
Mm-hmm.
as a kid, that was weirdness to me, like the Catholic Church here. That was robes and eating stuff, and it's like it was very strange to me. The ceremonies alone is what kept me away from that, I guess.
It didn't me. I mean, I really liked the Catholic church that my next door neighbor went to, and I went with her. And I did the same thing. When I was 6 years old, I was walking to the closest church. And why? I feel led to. I felt that at that time I was led to because it was a horrible time in my life. And so I feel that he was pulling me there. That's that's the only way I can explain it.
I don't doubt that a bit. Pretty much the same thing happened to me. Uh, I was led. There was a Baptist church down the street, and I was led down there, and I fellowshipped and I learned, and actually at a Bible camp up in the mountains, that's where I got born again and baptized. And even though okay, so once that happened, I was, I knew something happened, but I didn't have the teaching. So I just fell back into the world.
Right. And but there's those people too that will drive you from it. I had a really close friend like that, and it was just constant. You need to go to church. You need to do this. You need to do that. Until I was like, you need to stop.
You need to leave me alone.
I
Yeah.
didn't say it quite that nicely, but she got the message. And so then years later is when it happened. When he grabbed me. When he grabbed me, that was it. I knew. I knew instantly, felt it to the core. And that's when I said, okay, he's real. It's time for me to change my ways. And so I started working on changing my ways. I'm not saying I'm perfect, not by any means, not a saint. Not, I mean,
You're pretty close.
he's got a lot of work to do on me. No, I'm not.
You're pretty close. Well, the same thing happened to me later on when I was 21, 22 years old. That's when I hit the rock bottom, and I called out and I said, if there's a God in heaven, I need to know you. And he actually put his hands on my shoulders and said, I've been waiting for this. And I heard him in that voice, still quiet voice, felt his hands, and it was game on. I knew he's real. He's real. Game on. And believe me, I didn't get up and go to a church after that. From then I looked in the mirror and I was different. I knew something happened. I've been waiting for this.
Yep.
And it was game on, and I depended on him from then on. What church do I go to? Where do you want me to go? When do you want me to brush my teeth? Should I have eggs and bacon this morning?
Well, I don't go that far. I know I can make my own decisions, but and there comes the free will.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the most common thing he's heard from me is "what the fuck."
Right. Same here. Yep. I agree. He knows me. We have that relationship, and it's like, what the fuck just happened? Why am I here?
Yep.
And it's all good because I trust him. And he's put me through some serious freaking bullshit. And I've put myself through some serious bullshit, and he's turned it around for good, believe it or not.
Yes. And it's true that when you turn your life over, the attacks start coming. And that's what I was trying to explain to my daughter when that was last night, wasn't it, Carl?
Yeah.
And
night before. Man, it's hard to keep track. When you do these
I
long
know.
streams, day after day like this, it's just like Thanksgiving, man. It all melted together into one big.
But anyway, that's what I was trying to tell her, is that she needs to get all the gunk out of her head from the past of her experiences, my experiences. She was saying she was more upset about how I was treated. And and that's what I keep telling her. That needs to just go away. That's the past. There's nothing we can do about it. Forgive them because they were in the wrong, or they didn't know what they were doing. Whatever it was, just forgive them. And it seems like she's really holding on to anger. And that's not a good thing. It'll eat you alive.
Yes, it will.
Well, I had trouble with forgiving people, forgiving them. But once I learned that I don't have to forget it, but I can forgive it, that's two different things, because that's like people that have screwed me over in life. I forgive them, but I don't forget it.
No.
I'm not going to let it happen again. It was a lesson. I can see it coming now. You know what I mean? But I forgive them.
Yeah, and these things hurt. Like when your best friend steals something from you or whatever it may be. I mean, they hurt. And that pain is making you into a diamond, and God uses pain and to get your attention, you know.
Yeah.
Um, as far as your daughter, was this your daughter you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so she's just holding on to something that happened in the past, and she's angry about it, right?
I believe so. So what
Hmm.
happened was she went into town, and there was a little man there that was handing out poinsettias, and he um asked her if we had a
Now,
poinsettia in
how
the
little of a man? And you'd
wait,
say a little
Carl.
man.
This
How little? I got to know some details.
well,
How little?
I don't know. I didn't see him. Calm down, Carl. And then
You go, Carl. I was
he
wondering the same thing. Anyway, go ahead.
he asked if we had a poinsettia in our house, and she said no. And he said, "You need to take this last poinsettia." And he said, "And you have something inside of you need to get out." And so she came home, and she was pretty upset. She was like,
Wait a minute.
this
Wait a minute.
man, this
I was
total
distracted.
stranger.
I was distracted. You got to back up a little bit because I missed something. After he told her to take the poinsettia, what happened? Can you back up to there? I'm
He
sorry.
told her that she had something inside of her that she had to get out. And so, um,
The little man.
I don't know how tall he was. um, and so she came home, and we were live, and she was a little upset. And so she started asking questions. And so everyone was trying to help her out. At the same time that all that was going on, then this Oklahoma man that was supposed to be a some kind of Marine, whatever he said, um, started he started talking in chat, making sense, saying the same things I believed, and then he went totally off the rail and started calling names and you don't know God, you don't know anything, you're stupid idiots, and it just, I mean, really going off. And so then Dee
That's
came
not
up,
cool.
Dee prayed for it, and she so appreciated that. She did feel better. She was laughing and okay after all of this, but that's what that's where I see that, you know, we don't have to be in a building for church. We This is church right here. It can be anywhere where two or more are gathered.
Yes.
I just like hearing you use that noise to explain things when they go wrong. It's like a half a dozen times since I've known you use that. I don't. You can't even do it. It's like a raspberry when shit goes sideways.
Yeah.
So is she over it? Is it over, or is she still holding on to the baggage?
Yes, she's still holding on to the back.
Well, that's got to stop.
Well, I don't know how to how to convey that to her. I mean,
Okay,
that's
so wherever two are gathered together in my name, I shall be in the presence of. If two or more gather together and touch something, it shall be done, or something like that. That means like if we agree on prayer for her,
yes.
it's going to happen, and I'm going to hold him accountable because I'm going to be asking later on for uh, a praise report kind of thing. You know, he said that. He said hold him accountable, and I do that. I don't think he likes it, but we're buddies. So let's think about this. Has, you know, just thinking for a second. What's her name?
Bonnie's brat.
Oh, is it
Texas
Bunny's brat?
orchid.
Oh. Well, we got to bind the enemy and, you know, chase him off of her. Tell the enemy to leave her alone. That's my opinion, and we have that authority, right? Don't we?
Right.
So shouldn't we do that? Something like that? Like, hey, you devil dumbass, leave her alone. And then put a hedge of protection around her mind, you know?
Dee did a pretty good job of that.
Huh?
Dee did a pretty good job of that.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I've been praying for her for over a year because
Butter.
Because what? Or should I ask? I don't really probably need to know, but
just because I've seen that she's still holding on to the anger, and she has every right to be angry. I mean, I totally
right.
understand that, but that's where the forgiveness comes in, and she
Yes.
just can't do it.
She needs to turn that anger into aggression against what's stealing her joy. In other
Yeah.
words, something is stealing her joy, and that anger needs to be flipped over into I'm tired of you and your bullshit, leave me alone kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know where's she at? Let's talk to her. Get her on the phone. I'm kidding.
I think she's sleeping, actually,
Yeah,
because
kick her door. Go kick
See,
her
I'm
door
not
open.
that demanding or invasive. I let things happen organically. If anybody
yeah,
ever tried to, like, what do they do? What do they call that? Intervention.
yes,
But I'm not the guy to do that to. All right.
No, I agree. I agree. That's why I'm asking, you know, where do we go with this? You know,
What's up, 56? Bug out?
rare blonde. That's funny. Hey, D Dog. Well, and bug out. Good to see you. It's so we keep saying we've got to go to bed earlier, and we keep doing this. It's
What is this
almost
wee shit?
4 a.m.
Wait a
and
minute.
here
What is
I
this
am.
wee shit?
We
Well, I told you, I said, email me the link so I can keep you up till 4 o'clock in the morning.
and it
We're
is
just,
now pretty close to 4 a.m. So you did your duty.
It's 4:42 in the morning. I went to sleep at like 6 in the morning yesterday and got up at like 9 o'clock, did some stuff. I'm good to go for another while.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I took a good nap. Slept way into the afternoon. You know,
Well,
I
I
work at
way
night.
better. I sleep way better when I'm actually tired. That's all.
y'all hear that? Carl's going live next.
I don't have
There you
any
go.
hours left.
Oh.
I'll come over there.
I don't have any hours left. It's fake news.
Oh.
Bonnie is spreading fake news.
Everybody's fixing something to eat.
Intervention.
Yeah, I tend to spend my 20 hours of free StreamYard up pretty quick.
Well, I caught last night. I didn't say much. I was there. Uh,
It
let's
doesn't have
see.
to be a known intervention. Have you ever seen The War Room?
Which one?
The War Room, where she had a closet and she did all her praying inside the closet.
Yes.
You say war room or wardrobe?
Yeah, we should all have that space, where we get quiet,
But it doesn't have to be a space. It can be, and even when I started it, I didn't have the Post-its. And so, but I did have recipe cards. So that's what mine are written on. And
Nice.
they're in a box or any piece of paper, whatever. But mine are in a box. And it just takes, that's what it takes.
Nobody can tell me what the war room was.
It's where she prayed. That's where the battles were going on because she was praying.
Who?
And this lady. And
was she little?
Yeah, she was kind of small.
Carl.
little old lady. And actually when she passed and her house was up for sale and these people came and were looking at it, and the man opened the closet and he said, there was a whole lot of praying going on in here. How do you know that?
Cool. I don't pray too much, like I should probably.
Oh, I do every night.
Do you? Pray for me.
And during the day, and just whenever I feel the need.
Yeah, if you think of me, you're walking around during the daytime and you think of that dumbass Ricky, yeah, just go ahead and pray for me. Just throw that thing up there.
I'll add you to my list. Oh, well, we knew that. Ghetto told us. I got another update that Tom was able to drink some coffee and.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, cool.
It's a good sign.
Yes. I'll be right back. I hear that train a-coming. It's coming down the line.
Yes, bug out adventures, exactly. That's the way it is when I feel the need.
That's exactly it. My best friend. My confidant.
Yep.
I'll be right back. I gotta do the laundry thing.
Well, I need to close up. So We'll be gone when you get back.
Aw,
I'm sorry.
it's still
Thanks for
early.
having me up here, buddy.
I'm not a vampire like a lot of y'all are. And some of these are just waking up. I see breakfast was coffee and tobacco, I think, or something. Good night, Carl. Thank you for coming up.
Good night, Bonnie. Go to sleep. Much love to all your family there.
Thank you.
And yeah,
And you have a good night.
yeah, you too.
And thank you for being here.
Yes, it's it was
And
like
listen to
cool.
the song at the very beginning. It's a really good song.
I got them all three loaded up there.
No, the song at the beginning.
Of
I
the
didn't,
show.
yes. I didn't put a link. Well, I may have at the beginning.
Hold on, I can do that.
You'll like
Let me
it.
go over here. Yep, I already got it loaded.
Okay.
All right. Yep, got it loaded. It's playing. I'll check it out.
All right.
All
Have a good
right.
have
Give
fun
the
with that
kid.
laundry.
You know what's really sucks is you know how you're doing the laundry and you walk out there in the laundry room and both machines quit and it's like right on. I can fold this load and load this load and throw in another load
Mm-hmm.
and everything's working cool. Well,
Good.
I went out there just a little while ago and they were both off and I
Good.
didn't start the washer. So everything was out of sync and I whined and all that stuff. Anyway,
I
yeah,
understand. It happens.
give the kids hugs for me.
All right.
All right. Good night.
Here, Ricky. Good night. All right, y'all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Gospel Warrior. Those prayers are felt. Bruce has said he's felt the prayers. I felt them. We're gone. Okay. Y'all get some sleep. Have a great day if you're just waking up. Have a peaceful sleep if you're going to bed. God bless you all and thank you for being here. See you next time.